episode of Spare Time. I'm your host, Carlos. And as usual, this episode is brought to you by the best store in town, Umpqua Survival, and our new sponsor, Smokeless Solutions, for all your vape and stop smoking needs. A great place and great guys on there, so make sure to give them some love too. Today, my guest is Roseburg's famous Clint Smith from Roseburg Towing. What's up, dude?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm
excited.
Good. Yeah.
Let's try this.
And everybody's favorite Mike.
Hello. It's Friday again.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Friday, I know, right?
Dude, that
Friday.
sounds like freaking Tone Loc.
Who doesn't like Fridays? I guess the guy that has to work today or tomorrow. No.
I'll tell you what, I was looking forward to this Friday. Like,
because of me?
I was,
Yes.
well, yeah. I'm always looking forward to the podcast, but no, I was just looking forward to getting this week done so that I could have a long weekend and just
try to
relax.
There you go.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy the weekends when they come.
Yeah.
The week can't end fast enough lately.
You got big plans for this weekend?
No, not really. We might go to the coast. We might not, but probably just some projects around the house, kind of get a few things done that we...
If you go over to Horse Falls, I got a bunch of friends camped there.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
You'll know because they're flying my Umpqua Survival flag on their side-by-sides.
There you go. I like it.
Nice.
You can just come up and say, Carlos said I should stop by and have a drink with you.
Yeah. He said free drinks over at your camp.
Yeah.
Those idiots would probably give you a drink, too.
Okay.
Yeah, they're probably ready for that. So for people that don't know you, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Clint?
Oh, boy. So I'm one of the owners of Roseburg Towing, second generation. Pretty much run the day-to-day nowadays. My uncle does come in and check on things and kind of hangs out. He's basically retired for the most part, but doesn't have a lot he's doing, so being still part of it and coming down and hanging out, and in that environment, is still something he very much loves and enjoys. In fact, sometimes he'll even be down there on a weekend when there's nobody else there, I think it's kind of funny sometimes because he'll be playing on his computer at home and he'll leave the house and go to the shop and play on the computer. But it's a different environment, I guess, or whatever. Sure. And he kind of checks on things and he feeds the cats and, and we have some yard cats and stuff there and stuff. So it gives him something.
That's the defense
to do, Yeah, that's our defense there, Yard cats. You got to watch out for those things. They're ruthless. Plus the landmines they leave, you never know, Yeah. There's a track right here in this.
Nice.
So watch it when you jump the fence if you ever try to. No, but basically, it was something that I was born into. I've been, it wasn't something my family ever really wanted me to necessarily be involved in. Growing up in it, it was way more tying down.
Yeah, it was a big difference.
Yeah, than it is now. Now you got cell phones and things like that. Even when pagers came, you had a little more freedom, but cell phones really made it where you could go do something or kind of have a little bit of a life. When I was growing up, my family, all you had was landlines, and so and our landline rang at home and at the office at the same time, and so. When somebody wanted to go home, one of them would have to go home, call back to the office on a separate phone because we had two phone lines, tell them I'm home now so the other person could go home because somebody always had to be watching the phones. Yeah. So that's how it was for years, until cell phones finally came about.
That had to be the fucking craziest way.
Yeah. So
you
trying to go to lunch, somebody always had to stay behind and watching the phones. With our type of business and being an emergency type needs basis, you got to be ready to roll and somebody near the phone answering all the time. So they didn't really want me to do that, and I got it, even though I still as a young kid went on as many calls as I could. And there's stories about, when I was a little kid, my uncle, this was back when sling trucks were around, and most people don't know what that is, but it was a rubber sling that hung off the back of a tow truck that
I remember those.
That would hit the back of the, which would hit a bumper, and then you would hook up, your chains to it, and the car would ride on this what they call rubber
Anybody
sling.
that's got Matchbox cars, a Matchbox car,
They know.
Yep.
They know what
that is.
Yeah.
So, I'm out at my, out at the house, and have this little 3-wheel police bike, and I'm taking it and I'm putting it on the front wheel into this sling and playing tow truck. I mean, this I'm cool. I want to, I had to have a set of keys, on a little carabiner on my side. They were just junk keys, that they made up, but I had to have that because that's what all the rest of my family had, is these keys hanging on the side of them, And then, so anyway, I put this bike up on this tow truck, and my uncle gets a tow. And he goes and hops in the tow truck, not knowing my bike's attached to this thing, and hauls off down the road. And he finally sees it back there skidding around, or whatever. And I'm at the house just bawling my eyes out because my bike's running down my right bike's running down the road, So yeah, he had to come back, of course, and bring it back. But that was just some of the stories. I always kind of felt like it was in my blood, whether I really wanted it to be or not. And I really enjoyed it. I used to have a play car that me and my cousin would play in at the shop. That was an old junker Honda. I mean, a little tiny thing that, in fact, Zoom Motorsports ended up with it. Eventually they bought it from us, years later, but I probably had that thing for 20 years or better. But it sat in the back corner of the yard, and it was basically, everybody was told it was my car. Don't mess with it. Don't get rid of it. And I would go down there and play with it for hours, and things would come up missing around the shop, like 2-way radios that weren't in tow trucks anymore. They were in that car, and I was pretending that I had a CB radio. I was talking back and forth to dispatch, and then there was these stickers that somehow they ended up with. I don't know why. They never ended up on any of our tow trucks, but it said radio dispatch on the sticker, and it was on the side of the car, and my uncle took an old fan motor from a heater fan and plugged it into the battery so it would spin, and then he'd put a card out of a deck of cards in it so it would make a noise. And that was my engine, Now I have an engine and it makes noise, so I'd go over there and I'd flip this switch and the engine would make noise, because it's hitting the card. And
that's perfect.
And I'd be out there playing forever, and then I ended up, it was a little hatchback thing, so I opened the hatchback and I found a 4x4 and I stuffed it in the back, and that was my boom, and so now I have a tow truck boom, and I'd play in that thing for hours. That was my best times, was going out there and playing with that. And then we ended up, as I grew up, even though at first I didn't go directly into the business. I would go on calls here and there on the weekends or help out, when I was at home, or, and maybe one of my uncles would go on a tow or something in an evening or something. But, I didn't get where I super involved in it till years later. I ended up actually, one of my first jobs was in high school, was working at Carl's Jr. And I had that job all through high school. And then I left Carl's Jr. and I'm trying to remember exactly.
I remember you working there.
Yeah. I ended up moving to California, and then ended up in a photography job, which I never did photography in my life.
A model?
Yeah. No, I was on the other end of the camera. I didn't want to break it. No, but I was, so anyway, I ended up in California. I needed a job. I ended up meeting this gal. We kind of started dating, and she, was in photography, and they had a studio that she worked at. And so she pulled me into the studio, her and her boss, and gave me some tips. And their studio happened to be in like all the malls. And so where I lived in Sacramento, they had more than one mall.
Sure.
So I ended up going from,
was that like one of those Glamour Shots places?
No, it wasn't a Glamour Shots place. It was just,
I remember when those were,
it was like, family portraits and, single portraits, things like that,
kind of that Sears and
stuff
like
so
that.
I ended up going, and they basically kind of gave me all the ropes within a few hours on how to print pictures and how to do stuff. And I didn't actually go into the photography part right away, but they showed me how to do printing. And one of the other studios in the other mall was printing. So they told me, just go over there, tell them you got experience and you know how to do it. And so I did, and I got the job.
Nice.
So with a few hours of experience, they just tell them you did something in high school or whatever like that. You got some experience in high school. So I got the job. I actually was really good at it, and I just printed photos so that somebody would go in and take them. They'd bring the negatives to me. I'd develop them, and then I would print the pictures. And
right.
I had to learn how to use a loop and how to, make sure the eyes were all open and which negative had their eyes all showing, and then print the picture. Well, I did that for a while until eventually they asked me if I wanted to learn how to take pictures. And I'm like, well, yeah, let's step it up. So I moved out of that realm and started taking pictures. And at that particular studio, sometimes the person that was taking pictures also would print their pictures. So you'd go take the pictures, come back, go into the back room, develop them, print a certain amount of them.
Yeah.
Like one-man show.
Yeah, for pictures. And then when the person would come back in an hour and you display them, and then they could buy packages or whatever kind of thing. So you only printed a certain amount of them just for display. And then they could tell you what they wanted. Like I want 8 by 10 or 11 by 14 or whatever wallet sizes. So I did that for a few years. I ended up moving back to Oregon. And because I had photography experience, I ended up back working for Gary Leaf at Cheetah Express. And I did that for, it was like 4 or 5 years or something. I did it for quite a while. Ended up becoming his assistant manager and kind of, I'm the type that anytime I get involved in something, I want to know all the ins and outs, how things work. And I'm talking to the point where I learned how to take machines apart, and how to, clean them and put them back together. And because we'd have to do that with the developing machines every so often and just all kinds of stuff. And so, I want to know everything I can know about something. And so, I worked my way up to that and I ended up becoming the assistant manager and worked for him for quite a while. I ended up leaving there because of somebody I knew, in a different job that I had. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but, had told me about a job for Olin Mills, which does school photography. And they needed a territory manager, which was from like Portland all along the coast, all the way down to, I think at least Roseburg. I don't remember if I went to Medford, honestly, but I think from Roseburg on up to Portland area and all up and down the coastline, I would become their territory manager and I'd have a crew and we would go around to all the schools and take school portraits. So I did that for a long time. And I liked it. The money was good and they gave me a van to drive with all the equipment. And I would I usually hauled all the equipment. The other employees would just meet me at the location with their vehicles and we'd do the pictures and go home or not go home. A lot of times you'd be on the coastline for weeks going from one school to the next school, Well, I liked it. And like I said, I made more money in that particular time in my life than I ever had. And the vehicle was paid for, the fuel was paid for, and they even gave me a meal allowance, all that kind of stuff. So seemed like I was always getting a check in the mail, either a reimbursement check or something, but you were gone all the time. It was hard to have any kind of relationship, or anything like that. Yeah. So I was never, I didn't really.
That was your home life.
Yeah. I really didn't like that, being gone all the time. So I ended up so then Walmart had opened. And they had a portrait studio in Walmart.
Right next to McDonald's.
And they because they just opened, needed a manager that knew how to use, and the thing, one of the qualities they were looking for is somebody that could use what's called a Z camera. And Olin Mills used a Z camera. So I had experience with a Z camera. So I applied for it and got it right away. Just the fact that I knew how to use this camera. And they ended up paying me more than most people getting hired on at first because of my experience with the camera and experience, management and stuff like that. Well, it wasn't very long and that portrait studio got bought out by somebody else, another company that did that kind of same stuff. And they shrunk the company down to where instead of having 2 or 3 people on every day, it was one person a day running a shift. And you were, doing not only taking orders, but taking the pictures and they basically gave me an option that, because I made so much money and nobody else in the division made that money at these other stores, that either I could take a huge pay cut or they could just release me, and so they just really, I'm like, I'll just go somewhere else, And I think if I remember right, I went back to Gary for a little while at that point. I really don't remember. It's been so long ago. And then I remember doing a stint at Emporium, if anybody remembers an old Emporium. And
in the other mall.
Yeah, in the other mall, exactly.
The new mall.
And so I did pictures and or not pictures, sorry. I did clothing sales basically and stuff like that. And my stepdad had worked there and had done clothing sales for a long time. And so because my dad worked there, everybody kind of knew me from going in and out of there, seeing him and stuff like that. And I applied for the job and got it. Problem that I had, which somewhere along the lines after graduating and all that kind of stuff, and I ended up working at Rumors as a bouncer. And I would go in there on the weekends and bounce and stuff like that, as a secondary job, something to do. And they ended up having a DJ or something that just quit on them. And they didn't have nobody to play music. And that was before you had iPads and things that you could, run playlists on and just hit play and let it play for the night or something like that. And I was really into music and always was, but never thought about being a DJ. But I had books. I mean, everybody remembers the old CD books just filled with CDs.
Catalogs,
And they're like, we need somebody to DJ. And I remember having all these books out there, and I just went and grabbed them and went in and started playing music, and actually picked up on it really well. I'd have CDs just lined out of what my next, songs were going to be, and just picked up on it super well, and ended up being their head DJ for like 3 years or something like that.
God, it feels like it was longer than that.
I know it was. Well, I had a couple different stints there where I would leave and come back and leave and come back, and so it could have been longer than 3 years, but it was quite a while where I was their head DJ for a long time, and there was other DJs, but they would do like Thursdays and I would do Fridays, Saturdays or something like that. But I was usually their main guy for a long time there, and I ended up deciding that I liked it so well. And I had another friend of mine that would come in and he would help out too. Sometimes we would tag team the show, and, both of us would play a night there or whatever. And we decided that we liked it so much that we wanted to see, obviously it was like minimum wage, you know what I mean? So I wanted to see, what other avenues can we do to make money DJing, Well, we ended up doing some checking because we thought about opening up a DJ business, and we found somebody that was selling one. And you guys may know the name, but Tom Woods, he used to work for the radio station years ago, and he had a business called Visual Sound, mobile DJ. And we approached him because we heard he was selling and said, hey, we're interested. And he had us go to a couple of his events and kind of showed us the ropes and kind of felt us out, because obviously he'd had this thing for like 12 to 15 years or whatever it was, a long time. Didn't want to turn it over just to anybody. He had a legacy of, years doing it, and wanted to make sure it was getting taken into the right hands. And so he basically, after us going to a few shows with him, decided that he would be willing to sell us the business. And so we bought it, and we ran that thing for basically almost 14, 15 years as well, doing weddings, school dances, Christmas parties. And it was just always something. And back then it's changed a lot, because high school used to run till ninth grade. Well, now junior high used to run till ninth grade. Now it's switched over to the high school now. So we were doing ninth grade dances every other weekend, it seemed like, during school year, because we would be at Fremont one weekend and Joe Lane the next weekend type of thing almost. And so we were constantly doing school dances, and when school dances was gone, then it was weddings, and when weddings was gone, then it was Christmas parties. So we stayed pretty busy, and then later I ended up adding photography to it, because I had done photography, and we were doing weddings, doing the pictures and the music. So we were making pretty good money on the weekends doing both. I would do the pictures, he'd do the music type of thing. And did that for years, like I said, 15 years or so. Well, while I was at Emporium, kind of try to backtrack, is I had this DJ business that we had bought, and I needed the weekends off in order to be able to run it. Well, other employees that had been there a long time weren't getting weekends off, but that was my deal when I went to work there. Right. I need weekends off, and they hired me anyway. Well, down the line, they ended up kind of letting me go because it was such a conflict, of interest with other DJ and things like that. Favoritism or whatever they were feeling or something like that, And so I'm like, well, I'll just do my DJ business exclusively and maybe go help my family a little bit for fill-in and do tows, even though they didn't really want me to do that on a full-time basis. I can go in and help out here and there and do some calls and stuff. So I did. And we were there. I was there for, I don't even think it was a year. and their main guy that was working for them just quit. And I think some of it was maybe jealousy or whatever, because he was supposed to be groomed to take it over, and all of a sudden I'm there, and and I had not planned at that particular time to take it over. It was something, for fill-in for me so that I could still do my DJ stuff. But because I'm not going to lie, we made good money just for working the weekends, what I mean? So especially doing these combo things, and so anyway, we ended up, he left, and all of a sudden, without even really asking me, I'm number one. I'm the main guy. You know what I mean? And it wasn't ever discussed. It was never talked about. I wasn't pulled in the office and said, hey, we kind of need you to, step it up and, do these calls, and run the show, for the most part. And it wasn't management or anything like that. It was just, we need somebody to do these tows, and you're the one, you know what I mean?
Tag, you're it.
So, and I just went with it. It's family. You do what you got to do. And
it was about the early 90s.
Yeah.
Mid 90s.
Yep. Yeah. So I ended up still doing my DJ stuff and working on the weekends. Well, it really started to become an issue with Roseburg Towing because my uncle, he liked to go fishing on the weekends. Oh, yeah. And it was hard for him to go over to the coast and go fishing because he had to be here so that I could go do a wedding or something like that. So there was a lot of fights and a lot of arguments and stuff like that because of that.
This is my weekend.
Yeah, exactly. You need to really make a decision. Visual sound is, really screwing things up, and you need to make a decision, or, Roseburg Towing or visual sound, because, he can't take off and go do some of the things he wants to do because of it. You know what I mean? And I got that, but it was really hard to lose that income that you've had for so long that you're used to, and you've built your life to having to all of a sudden just, nope, we're not doing this anymore. And I'm not going to make that extra, whatever it was, anymore. Yeah. And so it was a hard one. And I did eventually cut it off, and I ended up selling my DJ business to Christian, but, who now runs it still today. And he's had it almost 13 years, I think, or something like that.
Was he your original business partner?
No. That guy ended up moving to Alaska.
I was just going to say, I was wondering if you kept in touch with him.
Yeah, no, we still do. We still keep in touch. But yeah, he moved to Alaska. He ended up with some, his wife at the time had got like an inheritance of some property in Alaska. And they really didn't have much going on here except for working for a trucking company, and they teamed. So they didn't even really have a home here or nothing. And they were living in, I think it was a fifth wheel or something like that at the time. And they're like, let's go see what Alaska's all about. And so they just pulled up ship and ran down there. And it was basically a piece of property that you couldn't really do much with, but I think they did end up selling it. But they just love it down there. They've been there ever since. And I don't know if you can imagine not being there, now,
right,
but
right.
I would love to inherit some property in Alaska.
Yeah. I don't know that they got a ton for it. You know what I mean? But it's what basically got them
got
there.
Their foot there. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was.
That's where you just build a little shack and
yeah. I definitely miss him, and he's come down. He came back here for a little while when it was really slow up there for him, trucking wise or whatever. And he actually went back to the trucking company temporarily here and lived with us for a little while, made some money,
nice.
Through the winter or whatever it was, or summer or winter, I can't remember. And then went back, so it was nice having him here and we went to, upriver and camped and did some different things while I was here and
right on
stuff like that. But yeah, I've dibbled and dabbled in a little bit of
all over the place, man.
a little bit of everything. But yeah, my family really didn't want me to necessarily be involved in it right off the bat, but they did. Times changed, and the fact that you do have a little more flexibility with cell phones. We can all go to lunch together now, where we couldn't do that. We just basically the phones are transferred to our cell phone pretty much permanently, so somebody's always got it. And you can go to the grocery store, you can go do some of the things. It's still a very tying down job. Don't get me wrong. You never know when that phone's going to ring and what it's going to be. And, we got a lot more employees now than we've ever had, but it wasn't always like that. It used to be just me, and maybe my uncle who would go out once in a while and help out or whatever. But he had already at that point been doing it probably 20 or 30 years by the time I got on board to really doing it.
Definitely.
So he wasn't going to go unless he had to, which I get, at that point he should have been retired. You know what I mean? So, but it was still, being young, and it was frustrating sometimes. You no sooner get home and the phone would ring, and, there was a few holes in the walls and steering wheels with bent, Ford emblems, and getting pissed off, because it is a type of business that's not for everybody. It's very tying down. And even the guys we have now, I try to stress it so much when I'm hiring somebody. This is not for everybody, but once it's in your system, if you're the right person, you can't imagine yourself doing anything else.
Sure,
it is a very rewarding job because you're helping people on sometimes their worst moments in life. Nobody's expecting to break down. Nobody's expecting, to blow a tire or have an accident, whatever it is that happened in that day. Yeah. And so, we kind of call ourselves our, superheroes, because you're going in and helping somebody in their worst time of need sometimes. And so it's definitely one of those things where, it's, really gives you that good, feel good feeling, that you're able to help them. And we really do try to roll the red carpet out for them, help them get into the truck, and
I've dealt with several towing companies in the past over my life, and you guys are different. I mean,
by far it's more customer friendly, I guess.
Your equipment's all super nice and clean, and the guys every guy that I've worked with you has been, super professional and helpful. And, I mean, I remember I broke down one time and, I didn't have any brakes. I couldn't take my foot off the brake. So I was sitting on the side of the road, like kind of panicking, because I was like, I can't take my foot off the brake or my truck's going to roll down this freaking hill. And, so I was just waiting luckily another buddy of mine swung by and helped me get my truck off the road.
Yeah.
And then, we called your guys, and, they got there and took care of everything, and it wasn't a big deal at all. It made me feel pretty comfortable. Got my truck back to my house, and it was great. Funny thing was that literally the day before that, I was talking to you and said something about,
hopefully I never need you.
I guess I'll come by and check things out at your shop or whatever. And, since I'm not gonna need towed anytime soon, it was like karma instantly hit me, dude.
Gotcha.
But, yeah.
Forced to check us out.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I've dealt with a lot of different towing companies, and
I think I've dealt with just about everyone in Roseburg.
Yeah. I mean,
by far, that's.
So you have definitely built something that's different.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we try, and we're not perfect, but a lot of it is communication, and just I mean, like I said, it's never, when accidents happen, especially, it's never a planned thing, and not everybody has full coverage insurance, and so our biggest thing is just communicate with us. There's times that we'll send out. They know their car got towed, but they just ignore it. They don't even come in. They don't stop by. They just feel like the problem's going to go away, and it doesn't. And it's like 9 times out of 10, if you just communicate with us, we'll drop the bill in half, or work with you, or set up payment plans, all kinds of stuff. It's the ones that never communicate with us at all, and we end up finally, because we're required to send out now. It didn't always used to be this way, but we're required, when a car hits our yard, to send a 3-day notification. So within 3 days, we have to send out a notification out letting you know your car is at our yard. Because some people can make the excuse, well, I didn't know. You know what I mean?
I thought it was stolen.
So now,
weren't you there when we towed it?
Yeah. So now, and sometimes they're not, but now, we send out this notification, and sometimes, and by law, even if the person knows that it's at our yard,
you still have
and they have come in, we still are required to send it, so that they can never backtrack and say otherwise. You know what I mean? So we send out this notification, and we usually send it out within the first day, unless it happened over the weekend. We run those vehicles the next morning. and then the mail goes out that evening, so it's usually within 1 day of getting that vehicle. Well, then after 15 days, we send out another notification of lien process that this vehicle is being liened. And then they have anywhere from 15 to 30 days to pick the vehicle up, depending on the value of the vehicle. And they ignore all of that. Not one phone call sometimes. And so then we send it to collections. Then they blow up in a big pink balloon and call us, wanting to do something and want to know if they could take it out of, wanting, and the bill's like $3,000 or something at that point, because it's been sitting there for, 45 days or whatever. Yeah. And it's, storage and towing and impound fees and whatever else that goes along with it, and maybe it's not 3,000, but it could be up there, what I mean? And so it's like, why didn't you call us back then? Now I've turned it into collections. If I take it every time somebody calls me, take that collection out of collections, they're not going to do my collections anymore. Nope. So, and I only collect half. They want part of it. I get part of it, for collecting it. So 100%. I would much rather make that deal with the customer, and especially way before it got to that high of a price. You know what I mean? Just call me. That's, you would be surprised how many people, when they called us, were surprised on how much we reduced the bill by, how much we worked with them, that we set up a monthly payment plan, all these different options, but they just don't call us, And so that's the biggest thing I can, take away is just call us. We're not bad guys. We do want to get paid for doing something, you know what I mean? But we will work with people, Now, if you have insurance, we're going to go for it, because we're waiting for that insurance company to pay for us. There's a lot of different scenario when we're billing it to insurance versus, Joe Blow customer that's barely getting by and has liability only and now has had a problem. You know what I mean? So of course we want to help those people out, and we realize, not everybody's carrying a lot of cash, laying around. And I'm not saying it's going to be zero, but we will work with people, and that's the big thing we want people to do is just give us a call. We'll do whatever we can. But
so throughout the time of doing this with I guess you'd say new technology, the newer trucks and stuff like that, have you seen is there much competition now?
There's a lot less competition now than there was. Right. And I don't know if it's the expenditures. I used to have a ton of gas stations with tow trucks. And I mean, at one time there was probably like 9 or 10 companies in Roseburg alone. There's basically, I think, 3 main companies in Roseburg now. And a lot of those other ones have went by, and you always end up getting another company that starts up, just about the time somebody leaves, you're like, oh, good. There's only a couple of us now. Yeah. Somebody else comes in, you know what I mean? And most people think that tow companies are just making money hand over fist. And I'm not going to say that it doesn't look like it when you look at even us, but it took years to get where we're at. Yeah. I mean, my family used to live in the back of the shop in a little doghouse, basically, like 5 of them, and a 1-bedroom little doghouse in the back, you know what I mean? And they ate spaghetti every different way you can think of, and chili and different things like that. It was wake up at 6 a.m. and go to bed at, 6, at 10 or 11, 12 o'clock at night or whatever it was. It was just burning the candle at both ends, trying to just make ends meet. And it wasn't always like that. And before that, there was in a little A-frame, which now I think is a smoke shop on Stevens. That used to be one of our shops, and they lived upstairs in a little A-frame. You know what I mean?
Well, I know in our conversations that we've had, it blows my mind how much money you have to work your ass off to get even a percentage of that.
Yeah. Well,
that you actually owe.
Because every time we go out, we don't know if we're going to get paid. It's just like an ambulance. Nobody likes what an ambulance costs. And I'm not saying I agree with it either, but every time they go, they don't get paid. So it's the ones that pay for the ones that can. And that's just how it is. Unfortunately.
Gotta start somewhere.
Well, our business is a lot the same ways. We, just like this last year, we turned in over $285,000 in unpaid tow bills to collections. Golly. Imagine where we would be in life if we collect on all of those. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, most of those are ones that people did not do anything on, of course, and they maximized at 45 days, and all that kind of stuff. If it wasn't like we just decided to make a tow bill for that amount.
Sure.
They sat there for 45 days or longer, depending on the value of the vehicle, before the bill ever got that high. You know, they probably started out at like $300, you know, or something like that, or, you know, and so, but yeah, that is a ton of money. And all those cars you see on the side of the freeway with stickers on them or in town, we tow those things most of the time with no idea how we're going to get paid.
Yeah.
Because in order to be on the contracts for the city, state, and the county, you have to take the good with the bad. Yep. And they look, and you don't know when that phone rings. You don't get to be like,
you can't be picky.
Well, I'm not going to go. You know what I mean? They don't tell you what you're going to get. They basically call you and say, hey, this is Douglas County Sheriff's Office. I have a next step tow for you. Are you available? And you say yes. Then they tell you it's a Datsun B210 upside down over the bank in the creek, and you need to send flaggers. And, you know, you got thousands of dollars worth of, you know, or millions of dollars worth of equipment out there for 3 or 4 hours recovering this vehicle back up to the road for free.
$1,000 car.
You know, and that's your worst scenario, nightmare, but it happens. You know what I mean? It does. Those vehicles have to be recovered somehow. And a lot of those people never come in. They just, or it was an abandoned vehicle. It's something they pushed out of their yard.
When I lived in Looking Glass, there was a car that somebody freaking went off the road in the steep ass freaking ditch on Looking Glass Hill. Mm-hmm. That car was there for like a year and a half before it finally got pulled out of there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys did it or not, but I was like, I wonder who finally got that thing out of there, you know?
No, but it is sad. There's a lot of, you know, you'll see, you know, motorhomes that were sitting in somebody's driveway forever. And when in the middle of the night, one night they pull them out of their driveway and down the road and just dump it. Well, we have to come along and tow those. Yeah. There's no fund that pays us for that, you know, and then trying to
half the time that shit's not even registered to the
exactly. The person sold it like
you try and
5 years ago.
Comes back to somebody that hasn't owned it forever.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, do whatever you need to do.
Well, and that's the other thing people don't realize is how important it is when you sell a vehicle that you make sure that vehicle gets transferred out of your name. Yeah. You can't just call DMV and tell them you sold it. It has to have a it has to have a person's name on it and an address. If you didn't put that I sold this to Jill Smith with such and such address, it could just have a name. Well, Jill Smith who? You know how many Jill Smiths are probably out there in the United States? It has to have an address too. Otherwise, it's just a fictitious person. And so you are liable for that vehicle still because you didn't make sure it got transferred. And people don't realize that. They're just so quick to, here's, give me my $500. Here's the title and see you later. And that doesn't relinquish you. It's part of the law that that vehicle is registered in your name and you are responsible for it until otherwise. And so, and it's sad, but we do go after some of those people that they sold it 3 or 4 years ago. Well, that's not my problem. I don't have time to fix your lousy paperwork, or whatever you want to call it. Not trying to be mean, but it was your laziness that is now causing me a problem because I towed it. Somebody has to pay. Yeah.
There may or may not be somebody that had to pay a lot of those kind of fees.
Yeah.
Toll fees and parking fees and in Texas.
That's the other for
a car that
in Texas,
a guy that looked a lot like me may have purchased from them and never changed into their name.
You're trying to tell me you're one of those.
That guy might feel pretty bad about that, but you're not getting any money out of it.
You're not getting any money out of it. Yeah. But, that's the thing people need to realize is that, let's the worst case scenario. Let's say that you sold a vehicle a couple years ago or even 5 months ago to somebody. They never transferred it in their name. They use it in a bank robbery. Yeah. Who do you think's door is going to be knocked down and shotguns pointed at you? They don't know you sold that car.
Actually, that can happen to us. We had a car that we got. It was actually my little brother's car. But it was in my dad's name. He gave it to my daughter and my wife put it in her name. Well, then my daughter got a new car. So we just gave that car back to my dad and he ended up selling it to some dude off of Craigslist.
Still in your name.
And never changed it out of anything. Mm-hmm. Well, we came home from work. I came home from work one day. I've got my wife with me and we go to pull into our driveway. There's a cop sitting at the end of our driveway who had come there to arrest my wife because that car was used in a hit and run in freaking Portland or something. Yep.
And these are far off scenarios, but it can
it
happen.
does happen.
Those vehicles, because they're still in your name, could be used in criminal acts, and you don't know that. Yeah. And it has maybe changed hands 3 times after you to some, not trying to be mean, but dirtbag, or whatever you want to call it,
absolutely.
That is out there, using it for criminalized type activity, and you're the ones that this store's getting that, banged on, or whatever.
Yeah, luckily I knew that cop when that happened, and so I mean, we just explained we explained the whole story.
But
and what was funny was I said I gave that car back to my dad. I think he
go bang on his door.
Dude.
No.
Go talk to my dad.
Go talk.
He probably doesn't have any information on that guy.
Yeah,
but it's on him. It's not on me.
But just like that scenario, you could see what kind of legwork it takes. Sure. You're asking him to go talk to your dad, and then your dad's going to tell him, "Well, you need to go talk to this guy," and then that guy's going to go ask.
Yeah,
it's like, well, who is responsible here? Come on, you guys.
And not to mention, that's his taxpayer money that's getting wasted. This cop that's just running around on a freaking wild goose chase.
Yeah. All because somebody didn't take the time to register. So I always just tell people, either don't relinquish the car till the person transfers it in their name. If they want this car bad enough, they'll go do that. Or you go down there with them, meet them there. Or you, on the back of the registration, there's a spot where they can put their name and address and sign it that they bought this vehicle from you, and you personally turn that into DMV. You don't mail it. You walk it into DMV and you hand it to them. Because
they
otherwise,
have a form at the DMV too. That
you could probably even do it at DMV, but having that signature helps. You know what I mean? But so many people don't do that. They just grab the title. Here's my money, and that's it. So yeah, definitely a huge problem. And like I said, because of that scenario, our collections are just enormous. I mean, I have filing cabinets.
Yeah, that blew my mind when I found out about that.
Yeah, you can imagine if I have almost $300,000 a year, how much that is in,
over the lifetime of your business.
Yeah.
And how much of that you never recopped anything?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes we get a check in the mail from a collection department. We call it our welfare check.
Well, and that's what some of those vehicles are.
You never know if it's coming or not.
Those are stuff that you finally got a title on it.
Yep.
And now you're trying to recop as much as you can.
Exactly. And some people are like, well, you got that car for free. It's like, I have over $1 million worth of tow trucks sitting out here to tow these things for free. You know what I mean? It's like, no, we didn't get it for free. And yes, maybe.
You're like, I'm selling this $1,500 car to cover the $6,000 bill that I couldn't get covered.
Yeah, or the thousands of dollars of bills that I haven't gotten recovered from. And I'm not going to lie. Every once in a while, we get a decent car, and sure, we might be able to sell it for $5,000 or $6,000 or whatever it is. But all that does is help a little bit on all the ones you didn't collect on. You know what I mean? It's a huge problem.
Do you ever take part in the state auction stuff and just do a whole lot?
No, we actually a dealer. We used to go to the auctions all the time, but we end up with so many cars, just by towing them nowadays, it doesn't even pay to go to the auction because we don't have the room. We don't have the room, So
you gotta have
obviously we could get sometimes better cars by doing that, but you have to have the room to keep them, So we just had to repark our tow trucks yesterday because we have a couple extra cars we needed to put out on the lot and we didn't have room for, So we had to kind of make some rearranging in there to do that.
Is that the only property that you're using now?
We do have a selling yard, but we don't sell anything there. It's not a manned yard. It's just a secondary location for storage.
Copy.
But yeah, that's we did buy the property next door that eventually we will tear down to expand our tow yard. And we may end up, depending on how we reconfigure it, a little bit of parking over there too. But for the most part, it's just the main front line that we park, cars for sale and stuff like that on. And they're good. And a lot of times they're good cars. They were driving cars. Somebody was going to work, school, whatever, and just happened to get popped for either DUI or suspended license. And instead of coming and paying us our tow bill, which a lot of times, if it, depending on when it was, could maybe be a couple $100 or $300 or whatever. Well, they bought this car. They never transferred it in their name, like we were just talking about. So now, in order to get the car back, they have to go transfer it in their name because the police departments require that. Show proof of insurance because a lot of times they're running around without that. So now you got to think about, if you haven't had insurance for a while, first and last for that. So that could be $200 or $300, and then you got to pay for the transfer, which nowadays it's based off of fuel mileage, so that could be $200 or $300, and then you got to go pay the city $100, and then come pay your tow bill. They just go walk away and go buy another $300 or $400 car and do it all over again. You know what I mean? And
I went through a long phase in my life where that's what I was doing.
yeah.
I'm going to pause this for a second. All right, we're back on here. So going back a little bit, we kind of freaking jumped all over the place there.
I know. My life felt like that too.
I'm sure.
It's hard to remember everything in a certain consecutive order sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
So we went to high school together.
Yeah.
So I've known you forever. I remember the Carl's Jr. days.
Yep.
And Emporium. Dude, that was the best mall.
Yeah.
That was a cool fucking mall.
I missed the malls, period.
In fact, I think you might have been the DJ
I totally
when
forgot.
they did the ball in the mall. You remember the ball in the mall?
Oh, yeah. We did that and the bridal shows and all that kind of stuff.
I totally forgot about the
yep.
Emporium, man.
Yeah, we did the bridal shows.
It was a cool mall, dude. It had they had a toy store in there too.
Yep.
That was cool. And it had that freaking cool ass old school watch repair dude.
You're starting to make me really feel old. No,
I know.
No,
fucker.
Yeah. But no, so high school, I remember you were like, you were into car clubs and stuff even then, weren't you?
Kind of. I don't know if we had it wasn't a spoken car club, but I was very lucky, and some people would call me spoiled, whatever you want to call it, but I was very lucky at a young age.
Would call you spoiled.
Yeah. I was only spoiled then. Okay. No, joking. I was very lucky at a very young age to have a 67 Camaro, that, was completely restored. Brand new, beautiful car. Most people were lucky, had to wait till their 50s to get something like that. I'm at 50 and I don't have it now, but I wish I do. I have dreams sometimes. I wake up.
Well,
and still have
it's
it.
worth freaking 3 times what it was then.
Yeah. I was so dumb when I got rid of it. But so we had this certain area on the very corner of Roseburg High School that we parked at, and there was me and Ian Nickel and a few other guys that had this spot. That we all had our own spots, kind of in a way that we'd back into every day when we got to school, and we'd park, kind of in this little U-shaped kind of corner, and that was our thing, was to park there, and we were kind of considered
Were you one of the Vica guys, or?
No, I actually was not.
You just got to hang out with them.
I just
you had a cool car.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I never was into the drag racing stuff or anything. I mean, I was into it, but I, once again felt nubbed down and didn't get to do those kinds of things. But I liked hanging out with them, and definitely, and I'd do the burnouts under the bridge like everybody did and things like that, but, it was fun. And then cruising, I got to experience that, and they were still doing it, luckily in my high school years. I feel like we were kind of like the last ones, kind of slowly disappeared, not that they still don't do it a little bit, but the cruising was really big back then, going all the way.
That's one of the things from our childhood that I miss more than anything.
Yeah.
Dude,
Friday, Saturday night
cruising and parking in parking lots for a little bit and then go back up and down again. And
when you try and explain it to people, it seems like the most pointless waste of money ever.
Yeah.
That was socialized. They didn't have cell phones,
Yeah. I mean, that was how we talked to friends. I mean, that was the only time you saw people that lived more than a couple miles from you.
Yeah.
That was the only time you saw them.
Yeah. On the weekends. And every weekend you couldn't wait so you can go cruising again and go park and hang out. And some of the guys would go racing and stuff. I always had a fear of getting trouble for it. You know what I mean? So I never did. But every once in a while you hear about the guys going
stupid shit.
Yep.
Doing that kind of stuff. I was too much of a goody two shoes, I guess, or something. I don't know. I mean, I might race a little bit going down the street a little bit, kind of, but nothing like some of the kids did.
You never did the Blackberry Festival when they had the drags there?
No drag would go. But I was always into it, and I'd have my car there in the shows.
3 years in a row, I think.
Maybe. Yeah. No, I did the car shows. I graffiti, Blackberry Festival. That was my thing. I mean, I had, I would polish on that thing. In fact, I remember one year I was buffing on it, and I burnt the paint.
Oh, shit.
And I had to repaint it, before graffiti, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, I painted that car 3 different times while I had it. So once, when we built that car, me and my family, mostly my family, of course, I had to put a certain amount of work into it. And that's why I appreciated it so much. Right. I think because of that, all the block sanding and water sanding and all that stuff I did, so I took really good care of that car because of that, I think. And I helped assemble, some of it, but there was stuff that I was too young to know how to do that they did, obviously. Sure. But, that thing was nothing but a shell sitting on the ground. We had to replace the rear clip on it completely. It had no front subframe or front end on it at all. We put a subframe out of a Z28 Camaro, a newer one, and an engine, everything, transmission. And then at that particular time, my family just happened to be building 67, 68, 69 Camaros. And our whole tow yard, before it became a tow yard, used to be nothing but Camaro bodies and frames and parts and fenders and hoods and bumpers, everything you could think of over there. And we actually even had on hand our own upholstery shop in the back for a guy that was just doing nothing but upholsteries for these cars. And so I had custom velour door panels and velour dash and, new headliner. Everything was brand new on this car when we got done. And I had it was half blue and half silver, if anybody remembers that. Mm-hmm. And then I changed it later because it was like half from the hood or from the top, and then it was like a V down the side to the front fender. And the back half was blue and the front half was silver, and then I had some stripes on the hood and stuff like that. Well, I got to where I wanted to do something different. Well, I had blue velour interior at the time. Well, with blue velour interior, pretty much stuck. It doesn't go with everything. So I'm like, well, I want to paint this car some other color. Well, I ended up painting it black with pearl in the car, and then, like purples and stuff like that. And then I did, instead of flames, I did scallops. I don't know if you know what scallops are, but they basically go to a point instead of a flame. And we painted it black with these purple scallops, and they had like silver tips on them and stuff like that. It was looked good. Yeah. But the purple with the black, you didn't always see it, depending on the lighting and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I got blue interior. That isn't going to go. So we took it to an upholstery shop here in town because we didn't have one anymore at that point. And whoever got in it had no idea how to drive a stick, I guess, or something. I don't know. But we just got it out of the paint shop, took it to them. They smack it again into the wall. Screwed up the front end.
Of course.
It needed a whole new front valance and all kinds, grill, all that kind of stuff. Well, they went ahead and did the upholstery while I was there. Well, now I have to repaint this thing, and you can't match it because it's pearls and all that kind of stuff. Trying to match it was going to be almost impossible. Well, and then I'm like, well, I don't know if I was really happy with the purple like I had thought, because it just didn't quite pop as much as I was wanting it to. And so I ended up doing a teal blue scallop up the hood when we repainted it instead. And that showed so much better. And I ended up winning graffiti that year with it and everything. Well, I hadn't even had it painted a year with those blue scallops on it. And the paint kind of started turning like a milky looking, like something happened to the paint. We don't know what. And we had the paint, the paint place where we got the paint materials from, look at it, and they didn't know what happened or why. They went on ahead and replaced the materials, but of course they don't do nothing for you on the labor. So we had to completely sand it all down again, do it all over again. And it ended up being fine the second time around. It just was bad batch or something. I don't know.
Like a PPG problem.
But yeah, three times we ended up painting that car.
Mike's a painter. That's
well, I had it. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So,
I remember, was it the guy from Sutherland, Sonny?
That's my dad. Sonny. Well, I don't know. What are you talking about?
He had
my dad's name's Sonny.
The Nova. That was light purple with the metallics.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar. I just happened to say that's my dad's name.
late 60s Nova.
Okay.
It was all raked out like marks.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't ring a bell to me. But yeah, I had so much fun with that car. Mm-hmm. Well, as I grew older, I had just later down the line ended up having a new motor built for it, and I had it, cammed out and all that kind of stuff put in, and it sounded so nice, and it was just, it
was a super nice car.
Yeah, and I ended up taking it for after getting the new motor in, I wanted to do a break-in, so I drove it up towards Diamond Lake, just took it for a drive, figured it'd be good to break in. Well, I don't remember how far I made it, but somewhere outside of Glide, whatever. And the one of the valve springs came apart.
Oh, shit.
And it started running like crap all of a sudden, and so I shut it off, and we brought it in, and they fixed that. Well, I had headers on it. And I was constantly fixing the headers, blowing gaskets on the headers. Yep. Well, then I was not long after I had the new motor put in, I was pulling into the mall and the front balancer fell off. Basically broke the bolt off or whatever. So they had to drill it out and retap it and put a new bolt in it and all that stuff. And I guess I was just at my time in my life where I wanted something I could just get in and go to Portland.
You're like, this isn't reliable.
And it was I loved the car, but I wanted to be able to have, go do whatever I wanted whenever I wanted, and at that time in my life, I wasn't making enough money to have it where I could just park it in a garage and have something else, So like a dumb ass, I ended up trading it in to Lithia Ford for a new Dodge pickup. It just came out with I think it was like 99 or something. They came out with that new body style or whatever Dodge pickup. And, they didn't hardly give me anything for my car. I was dumb. They stole it from me basically.
Yep. Yeah. Cause that's a
I probably got like
car now.
Yeah. I probably got 3,000 for it or something and I trade in or whatever. I don't know. It was dumb. I don't even remember honestly.
You could have took that up.
My family was not happy.
Can you imagine if you took that to freaking Hot August Nights and freaking auctioned it off now?
Yeah. Yeah, my family was not happy with me. And I'm not happy with myself either. I was, young and dumb or whatever.
You plan on building another one someday?
No, I always thought I would. And that was part of why I did it. Because my whole family has had 4 or 5 of them. They've had Corvettes, they've had Camaros, they've built 2 or 3 of them,
Chevy people?
Yeah. And I thought for sure that, I'll be able to build another one. Well, now if you can hardly even touch them, and then I'm not going to lie, I just don't have the gumption or the drive to want to sit there and water sand something or do that kind of stuff. We did, me and my wife redid a Ford pickup, it's like 10 years ago or something like that, and had to water sand and do all that stuff. And she's like, I don't know if I ever want to do that again. That was probably the last time we ever did.
One and done. Yeah.
I do still enjoy very much buying stuff and fixing it up though. I did finally, took me, like I said, I don't know how many years ago I got rid of my car, but my Camaro, but probably in the last year, I had a Challenger. I bought it was 2020, I think it was, Challenger. And I always liked those cars as soon as they came out. Mm-hmm. And we were thinking about another Camaro, but I wanted something a little newer. Still had this old body style look, but it was newer technology, power windows and locks and cruise and air conditioning and all that kind of stuff. You could get in it and fire it up and go to Portland in it, but it had that retro look. I really liked that. And, we did look at some older ones. We looked at some 67s and stuff, and me and the wife were actually just about pulled the trigger on one. I think it was up near Portland or something like that. And it was red, and we got to talking about it, and it's like, they don't have air conditioning. It's like, it's hot, sometimes, especially in a car that's got, a beefed up, motor in it, they can run, they can run hot. Yeah. Even hotter in there. You know what I mean?
Yep. Depending on the color. Yeah.
So we really got to talking about it, and it's like, I don't, as much as it sounds nice, I just don't know if we want to do that. We want something that's a little bit more, air conditioning and just hop in it, but it's still got that look. And so we started looking at some of the newer Camaros and, the 16, 17, 18s, whatever. And they're super cool. And I'm not saying I would never own one, but the tops in them are so much shorter now than they were before. So when you sit in it, that roof is like right there at your head, and she's taller than I am almost, and so her head's just about rubbing the top of the roof. And then we wanted to be able to have our kids in it once in a while. I don't even know why it has a back seat, because you cannot sit back there at all. And, I don't even care if it's a toddler. I don't even know how a toddler would sit. It's basically just there to throw your
a lot of cars are like that nowadays.
So after getting in a couple of them, we're like, I don't think so. So we happened to be, we went down to City Center and they had one, and we were looking at it. Well, they had a Challenger there, and I've always liked the Challengers. To me, the body style is very similar to the Camaro, especially those particular. It's
pretty cool. Yeah, I like that body style.
And we got in it, and the headroom was there, and you could actually sit somebody in the back seat. I was surprised. So, and our kids are 6 and 7 feet tall, at that time. So, and it would be tight, but they could get back there if we wanted to go cruise on graffiti or something like that. They could go back there. So we're like, let's do this. And so we did. We pulled the trigger on it, and it was pretty plain car. It was just, just gray and, still nice, but, I had more fun putting that thing together the way I wanted it. I put wheels and tires on it, and I ended up putting the, what do you call it?
You did a body kit on it.
Yeah, body kit, which was not fun. And I had so many people after I did it ask me how I did that, because when the car didn't come that way and you had to do it. I mean, I went on so many forums and so many things,
a lot of
learning how to do that.
Yeah.
And it came out super nice, really, overall.
Then you had Tommy
I had Tommy Meyer put graphics on it. I did an engine kit, dress up kit and
nice.
interior dress up kit. And it was just a lot of fun. But I have to say my wife is not really a car person, she's, more of a 4-wheel drive girl or whatever, she's
sure. None of that either,
so she doesn't really like riding in the car. I don't know if it's how low to the ground it is or just whatever it is,
Dude, when you're used to driving 4-wheel drives all the time, it feels so weird to jump in a car. It feels like you're sitting on a skateboard.
Yeah. When I first got it,
and you barely touch the gas, and it feels like you're going 100,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. When I first got it, she took it to Medford, her and my daughter, and they kind of did a little shopping day or whatever like that. And they had a ball, and they kind of talked about some passing somebody on the high freeway or kind of, some kind of incident they had or whatever. And just, how funny that was. And just, they had, and I had kind of hoped that maybe she was going to kind of take to it and maybe she would drive it more, here and there off and on. And she never really did. I don't know that I remember her actually really driving it after that honestly, I can't remember. She might have, but it just wasn't her thing, even as much as I wanted it to. And I thought it would give us something to do together, go on a cruise up river to Diamond Lake or over to the coast or, we do rides, but a lot of times they're in the mountains, but sometimes it's nice just to go for a drive somewhere, and it just never really materialized like that. And so it kind of ended up being more just my thing. And it's not as fun when it's just you by yourself, I'm trying to learn to do that kind of stuff, it's okay sometimes to be by yourself, but I enjoy doing stuff with her. I just really do. I'm very lucky to have, a wife like her and we're pretty inseparable, and spend most of our time together. If I'm not at work, I'm with her. That's just how it's always been. And I rarely go do something with somebody without her. Not that I don't, and not that we can't. I mean, she does stuff.
I was surprised she didn't show up today.
She does go do stuff with her sister, and we've never been the type that are, what are you doing? How much longer are you going to be? You know what I mean? Excuse me. We pretty much leave each other alone. We've just never been like that. Never felt like we had to worry about what the other one's doing.
That's a good thing.
If I want to go to the bar, she's totally fine with it. She trusts me, I do. I same thing with her, it's just,
that's a good way to be, dude. My wife and I, we go on separate vacations. Like she goes on girls' vacations.
Yeah. I mean, I go to Vegas sometimes on trips. I'd love for her to go, but it's not really her thing. And I get that, but she's okay with me doing it. You know what I mean? And you don't really find that, and so I am so
she doesn't know about those massage parlors.
No. Don't tell me about that. I forgot to put that on a list of do not discuss. No.
You number one employee. No. Number one customer.
Right. What's this receipt for? That reminds me of so my uncle, just for a funny story. So my uncle, and if he listens to this, he'll get a kick out of it, but he, I can't remember. I think he went to a tow show or something in Reno or Vegas or whatever it was, or I don't remember why they went, but his girlfriend was giving him a hard time that while he was down there, he better not stop at one of those whorehouses or whatever you want to call them, and so he thought as a funny. Well, back in the day, we had our own credit card machine that you put the thing, whatever. So he got back.
Dude, I used to love when I saw one of those because I knew that meant you could charge and it wasn't actually going to actually hit your credit card for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So he ended up taking the plate out of it or whatever, and he made, swiped his card over the top of it and made out this receipt thing that looked like he went to the Mustang Ranch or something like that.
Nice.
And he put it in his wallet or whatever. And I don't remember how he God, he was messing with, and he was messing with her and telling her, I went to the Mustang Ranch while I was going. Oh, no, you didn't. You did not. And he's like, yeah, I did. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. So he pulls out this receipt.
I got the receipt. Like this.
Oh man, she was so pissed. He had such a hard time convincing her that it was a joke because the receipt and everything looked so real.
You can't lie to me.
He still tells that story to this day. It was just
that's funny shit.
I went down a fucking. I went down a rabbit hole not very long ago. I don't remember how. I got some TikTok video of somebody that worked at one of those places down there. And I was like, I think it was because they said something about how much it costs. I was like, holy shit, that can't be right. And I went down this rabbit hole. Holy shit, that shit is expensive. You got to be a high roller.
Really?
To go to one of those places.
I don't know. But that's funny, though.
I mean, I can't ever imagine doing that anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
You got pretty desperate. When I heard that dollar amount, I was like, no way.
Who pays for this?
Yeah, there's no way nobody does that. And then I went down this rabbit hole looking at different stuff, and I was like, holy crap. And it was true. Like, you can't even really step foot in that place for under $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not a very good sharer, so that's not my place.
Right.
I'm not a very good wanting to get sloppy seconds.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Who were you with just 5 minutes ago?
That's okay. I took a shower.
Yeah. But no, I enjoy putting stuff together. That's part of the fun, is putting the cars together. I
like designing things, but I don't enjoy doing any of the work myself.
Yeah.
I like to come up with a design and then pass it off to somebody else to put together.
Here, do this.
I do the same thing with guns. I'll come up with an idea for a gun and then I give it to gunsmiths and
have him do
Cerakote and stuff. I'm like, hey, this is my idea. Make it happen.
Yeah.
And I like to do that, but I'm not a hands-on guy for that.
Yeah, I've done a few Jeeps for me and my wife did them. Some Jeeps. We did her Bronco.
Yeah.
And the Tacoma I have right now. I've been slowly putting together and fixing up, and I just enjoy
your
it.
Bronco and your Tacoma, although they have super nice stuff, are way lower profile than like your Jeeps and your Challenger and stuff. I mean, they don't have like the full wraps on them.
No, they didn't have wraps on stuff. Her Bronco's just white, with black accents.
Yeah,
but it's super
Bronco's
nice.
Real low profile.
Yeah, but it's also probably one of the nicest ones in town, if not.
It's got some super nice stuff.
Yeah. We get so many compliments on it. So many compliments on it. In fact, there's a lot of people that have somewhat tried to copy it a little bit, but I don't know that they'd ever. Not that they couldn't, but nobody so far has matched it. You know what I mean? But no, I really enjoy that.
The Tacoma, I mean, you just got it yourself, but I mean, it's looking super cool.
Yeah, I've done a lot to it already so far. And sometimes I'm like, I need to slow down. Half the fun is fixing it up. I'll be done with it before I won't.
Yeah. And then you'll get bored and know that you want something else.
Shh, don't tell my wife that. No. She does not like that. But it's the fun, you know what I mean? It's the Challenger I probably wouldn't have got rid of, except that we wanted to buy a house and
you did get rid of it.
Yes, I did get rid of it.
I knew you talked about it, but I didn't know that you actually did.
Yeah, we ended up getting rid of it. I didn't necessarily want to, but the house was way more important. We had been wanting to move out into the country for a long time. And it was one of those things we didn't know if it was ever going to happen. It felt like
priorities.
Yeah, the opportunity arose, and we had done so much work on our house that we had that we finally put it on the market and kind of seen the realization that this could really happen. We could do this, and in order to not have that extra money going out, we sold the car and was able to recoup some money and use it, towards the house and get rid of that, insurance expense and all those kinds of things. And I figured, I can always buy something else,
do you have any
the house was more
classics? I mean, I know you used to have the Camaro, but you don't anymore.
No. Someday, maybe. I mean, I'd always had kind of wanted to get a Corvette someday.
I mean, you guys do have the classic tow truck.
Yeah, we do have two 1938 Dodge tow trucks that I play around with a little bit on graffiti and stuff, and some of the guys do too. They enjoy that.
Right.
We take those sometimes to some of the shows, graffiti and Blackberry and stuff like that. But no, I always wanted to get a Corvette someday, and I'm not saying I won't, but the wife thinks I need to wait till I'm like 70.
Corvettes are my least favorite thing of all time.
Yeah.
They are. I'm a big guy, dude.
Yeah.
They are so hard to get in and out.
Yeah, they do sit lower than most cars.
I mean, they're just.
I need it now.
They're made for little.
I already have a hard time getting in and out. 70, I probably won't be able to. That's what her goal is. Maybe by the time
I know you were whining about my truck, and your truck's way higher than mine, but you've got those.
I have
steps,
the fold down steps.
Yeah.
Electric steps on mine.
You don't have to use physical labor to get into it.
It's actually easier to get in and out of that than it is my Toyota.
Doing yoga.
But
Stretching out.
Yeah, I'm not as limber as I used to be. Unfortunately, and with my back issues, it's making it even worse. It's lifting all those DJ speakers and stacking them on top of each other for 15 years really screwed me up.
Make sure that you tip your DJ.
Yeah, I'll tell you,
He's gonna need it for back surgery.
Yeah, we used to have some cabinets that were 415 cabinets that we used to have to lift and by ourselves a lot of times and stack them on top of the other 415s and. Man, I'll tell you, I think that's what did me in. Honestly, I really do.
Dude, I remember when you were DJing and it must not have been your first stint DJing at Rumors. It must have been like your second or third.
Because you had the computer, laptop.
Well, no, because I remember because it was after.
It was later.
Yeah.
I wasn't in high school anymore. I mean, obviously it was at the bar.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was later on, and I came there, and I hadn't seen you forever. Like I remember you were. What was it? Fucking DJ Havok.
Yep.
DJ Havok.
Yep.
And
still use that.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
haven't done anything.
But I hadn't seen you for a long
year.
time. I hadn't seen you since like the Carl's Jr. days and stuff.
Oh wow, yeah.
So I mean, because I had left and went away and did my own thing too. So that must have been, you must have left and went and did your California time and did all that stuff and then came back and then we
I've done like at least 3, if not 4 stints at Rumors, and they would probably still have me back. Now I'm the one that kind of backed away mainly because I never thought this would happen. I feel like I don't relate as much as I used to.
Yeah, we are definitely the old dudes at the bar if we're there.
I still feel like I could do it. And if it was a big venue like Halloween or just pub crawl or something, where the place is packed. That's when I flourish the most because no matter what I play, you have such a diverse amount of people in there. Somebody's dancing, you know what I mean? And if somebody's dancing, others want to dance as well.
Yeah.
It's that trying to get somebody out on the floor. Sometimes it's the hardest. And
dude, I could never be a DJ.
And when I
like things that have younger people at it now, because I wouldn't be able to play the shit they want to listen to.
The last time I went in there, she was wanting me to come back and I was very appreciative that she even wanted me to come back. And I went in there and it's not any particular fancy show or anything. It's just a normal night. And you're talking 20 or 30 people in there, maybe, and it's so hard to play for that, especially when you're not up on the music as much as I was because I didn't do it every day. I just felt like I couldn't connect no matter what I tried to do, and so I just thought, well, maybe it's my time to just back away. If she had a big event and she wanted me to do it,
with
I'd
tears
be all
in your
over
eyes. You were like, I'm officially an old man. I can't do this.
I was pretty bummed about it, but if she was doing a specific night, like a country night or something specific or a big party, I think I could still do it. No problem. But if it's just a regular night, it's super hard to connect with those few that are in there, especially if they're wanting a specific style. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think nowadays when people think, oh, there's a DJ, they're thinking it's going to be like those techno DJs that you see online.
A bunch of scratching and whatever.
Yeah. No.
Which some of those people are fucking amazing.
Oh, I would love to be able to do some of that stuff. I never really got to that level,
Yeah.
But I could blend pretty well. I could go from one song to another.
I remember hanging out with you behind the freaking DJ booth.
Yep.
Like it'd be slow on the club or slow at freaking Rumors, and I'd just be
hang out,
BSing with you.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, hey, you need to mix this song in there somewhere, you know?
No, the unfortunate part about that whole DJ thing for me was it took so much of me away from my family, you know. When me and and I did it even when I was with Holly for a little while, for probably half the time at least. And I missed so much of my kids,
the hours,
camping trips and the different
DJ
things.
time is also the time that you would have with your family.
Yeah. Well, and I'm talking about like weddings and Christmas, and Christmas parties, things like that. That is a lot of hours. The DJing at the bar wasn't quite as bad because a lot of times it was in the evenings when they were getting ready to kind of wind down and go to bed anyways. But doing weddings, that's an all day thing. You're talking about setting up at 10 or 11 in the afternoon and not getting home till midnight,
And you want to do it right because that totally determines what kind of tip you're going to get.
Well, and that's part of kind of why I got away from it too, is everybody just got so
cheap.
No, it's not so much. No, it wasn't even cheap as much as you just felt so happy, I guess, in a way. Like you just really had to be careful that, man, because this is somebody's most important part of their day.
Say something wrong,
or they're part of their life, and you understand, the risks here. And if you ruin it, next thing you know, they're wanting to take you to court because you ruined their day or something like that.
Bridesmaid.
I know. She ruins it all.
Never had to worry about that. But leave it to Carl. That's why he wasn't invited. No. No.
So you got any good stories from when you did that stuff though?
The weddings?
Yeah, like the weddings. Any of that stuff. It doesn't have to be a wedding, whatever.
Well, I don't really necessarily think of any stories right offhand. I just remember
you probably see some shit though.
The fun times that we had. There's always you always have that drunk person.
I have not been to a million weddings. I've only been to a handful. Mm-hmm. And there was a shit show at almost every single one of them.
Well,
so I can't imagine that you were DJing and didn't see sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes I guess I didn't trying to remember something specific, but a lot of it was just sometimes people drinking and stuff like that. If I would do a meeting with somebody and they told me they weren't going to have any hard alcohol or any alcohol at all, it's like, well, this is not going to go very well.
This is going to be hard for me to get people to dance.
Yeah, because I'm not. The alcohol is what loosens people up and gets them to do things. Sometimes
you need at least one drunk there.
I did.
There's got to be an old lady that shows her tits at this fucking thing, or nothing's going to happen.
I don't know that I've ever seen that, but we did have a few people dancing on tables once in a while or something like that, But
people must have different families than I have.
Yeah, not everybody has it. No, it was, we did have, there was always, people acting, stupid, acting a fool for sure, or doing stuff, or somebody getting upset, or just. But for the most part, they were just good times, and what was good about it is, you knew you were doing a good enough job that they just kept wanting to pay you to stay longer and stay longer and stay longer, And so I used to really pride myself on doing
well, I think once
such
you
a good
get
job.
People out there dancing, if you can keep them out there, that's a freaking good thing.
Yep. And so there was sometimes that we would go for hours, Sometimes it's like, God, I hope I don't want to go any longer. I'm ready to go home. I've been here since 9 or 10 this morning, But
nowadays I've noticed there's like kind of like I don't know if it's a trend or what, but there's been a lot of places, especially even here locally, that are doing these like 80s high school prom theme.
Yeah, different types of themes.
Dance party things, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah.
You got to bring back all that old shit.
Yeah. Makes it easy on me.
Those old vibes and shit. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's a lot of fun, but after 15 years, you just kind of got burned out.
I'm sure.
I've had friends of mine be like, man, will you guys do our wedding, or you did our wedding. I want you to do our daughter's wedding, and
I'd much rather just be there.
It was like 10 years ago or something like I did their wedding. And I'm just like, I just don't have that spirit or drive or whatever it is to do that anymore. I still wouldn't mind DJing once in a while, just, a bar scene type of thing or something like that, if it was under the right circumstances. But who knows? I might do that and realize, I can't do that anymore either. I don't know.
Now, you did lots of high school dances. Or
high
dances too.
Yep. High school, junior high.
Freaking Bobby B and Tommy T and fucking Belle Biv DeVoe.
Yep. Yeah, MC Hammer, Vanilla Ice, all those kinds of things.
Dude, those were the bomb, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a slow dance.
Yeah. So it almost seems like another lifetime ago now, though. But yeah, it was a long, it was a long portion of my life. Like I said, 15 years doing that. Every weekend, some kind of event, and so it's been nice being able to go and do, camping and, outdoor type stuff that, with the family and stuff that we, for the last several years that we didn't get to do before, because I've always had some event or something going on, so,
you've embraced that, dude. You guys do a lot of camping and
we try to,
trips.
We better. I bought a really big fifth wheel and I got to pay for it somehow or make it worthwhile, I should say. But we didn't get to, some years we don't get to go as often as we'd like, but we really do enjoy it. And
dude, I've had an RV for like 3-4 years now.
Yeah.
And I could almost count how many times we've used it on one. My wife has used it way more than I've.
Wow. Yeah. No, we just really enjoy the outdoors, whether some days we'll just hop, back in the day, either hop in the Jeep or the Bronco or whatever, or even the truck sometimes, and just hit for the mountains, even if it's not hunting season, we just go for a drive or
definitely,
go have a picnic up there or something, have lunch up there or just.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of times you'll post stuff where you guys just kind of, it looks like you just kind of headed to the woods. And you guys are just up there.
It's our church, I guess you could say, or whatever.
My wife and I are pretty close to the same.
Yeah.
Sometimes we let Mike come along.
Every
once in a while. Yeah, we just really enjoy the outdoors and last, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years we, got a side-by-side and we, got to go out and play in the woods with that a little bit too, which has been fun, and a little bit at the sand and stuff like that. In fact, originally we had a general side-by-side, 4-seater, and it was nice, except for if you decided you wanted to go to the dunes, it didn't handle the dunes quite as well. The whoop-de-woos and all the bumps and stuff, was pretty hard on you. And so we ended up selling that and buying a turbo, Polaris turbo or whatever, and 4-seater. And it's been so much better when it comes to the dunes. And you could still take it out in the woods, and tear it up. I haven't really done it yet, but run around out there. But
I think side-by-sides are cool. For sure, they're fun to ride and do whatever. But like when we've been out in the woods, like hunting trips, they're fucking so loud.
Yeah. So, well,
I remember last time.
Like
the last time I remember it was several years ago, but we were at elk camp, and you could hear those fucking people coming for.
At least
it was like 20 minutes before they finally showed up coming by our camp. And it was like this 80-year-old couple who had like taken plastic and wrapped their whole fucking.
They had the old Yamaha mule.
Yeah, but I mean, it was so loud. I was like, there's no way you're ever seeing an animal in that.
Well, and that's the thing, we bought the general to take it hunting.
Yeah.
And then I remember, I think we took it out once or twice, and the wife was just like, this is too loud. We're never going to see anything, and it's like, oh, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, people hunting diesel trucks all the time and stuff like that, But we just never took it again after that. It was always the pickup or something else because of how loud it was. And so then we ended up getting rid of it and getting the turbo. And if we were to take it out in the woods, it'd just be for playing. It wouldn't be for hunting or anything like that.
For hunting ppurposes, almost you'd want something electric.
Yeah.
Because a golf cart doesn't make any noise at all.
Yeah.
You get something electric that's got enough power that you can actually go some places.
Yeah. Well, like her Bronco, it's just a little 4-cylinder, and originally we had talked, she wanted the big bend with the big motor and all that stuff in it. And
Holly's a huge hunter.
Yeah. And we ended up going with the 4-cylinder because it was available. At that time, it was so hard to get the Bronco. It was on back order.
Right.
And they kept calling us and telling us, well, if you want it, you're going to have to delete this, or you're going to have to delete that, or you're not going to be able to have a tow package, or probably going to have to not get the hard top, all this kind of stuff, Well, we happened to go to Jeep Fest, which happened just last weekend, I think, but this year anyway. But we happened to go to Jeep Fest one year in Florence, or Jeep and Greet, I guess it's called, and we had just pulled into Florence, and we dropped off our stuff, and we were going to go find something to eat. And we're just driving down the road, and I'm not really paying attention. And she's like, "A Bronco!" And I'm like, "What the heck? Are you scared the crap out of me?" You know. And over at this little dinky dealership
There it was,
in Florence is a white Bronco, which is what she wanted, with a hard top, with a tow package. I mean, pretty much everything she wanted. The only thing it didn't have was it was a 4-cylinder instead of the 6. And you're like, "Well, you want to go drive it?" And so she went and drove, and she just loved it, and it was quieter. And she's like, I could do with it being quiet, honestly, I mean, it had the heated seats and stuff that she wanted, and it had so many things.
Women always have they always have you're like, okay, because you need that.
Hey, I want heated seats nowadays with my back.
You're used to it.
Yeah. My Tacoma doesn't have it. I'm like, all right, babe, for Christmas.
Dude, I haven't.
No.
This truck is a step up because it has air conditioning. My last truck that I had for fucking 10 years didn't have any air conditioning
limo.
or heat.
Yeah.
You had roll down windows.
Yeah.
Right. 90 mile an hour air conditioning.
I mean, it doesn't bother me. I don't get cold or hot, whatever.
Yeah. No, I like the heated
I
seats.
usually get hot.
But she ended up deciding that it would work for her, and it had everything else that she wanted, tow package, everything. So we bought
you
it.
had one
and
on
we
order,
canceled.
didn't
Yeah,
you,
we
when
canceled.
yeah.
We canceled the order because it wasn't going to have half the stuff she wanted anyway. The only thing that it didn't have that or this one doesn't have is that it doesn't have the locker, I think, which she doesn't really use anyway. Our Jeep never had one.
Yeah.
And then the little bit bigger motor. And she actually, I was surprised with 38-inch tires and lifted 6 inches off the ground, how well that 4-cylinder hucks that thing down the road. Yeah. I mean, it just gets it.
It's a nice looking truck.
I couldn't believe how well it gets it, and it for just a little 4-cylinder, and we were going to re-gear it, which, probably could still do. It would help her mileage a little bit, but, it doesn't really need it except for some extreme hills. You kind of notice it bog down a little bit, but for the most part, it's great. No problems at all. And so we were going to re-gear it, but at that particular time, it was so new that it really didn't have anything out for it, so
some options.
So now they probably do, I'm sure, but I just don't know what it would run to do it, but yeah, it's just, we just love the outdoors and camping and just sometimes just going for drives or scouting or, just, whatever we can. And we've hooked up with, some really good friends of ours, Josh and Carrie, and we've been going out quite a bit with them, and even done some scouting and different things too, and just anytime we can get out in the woods, we try to get out there. And sometimes I don't go out as much as I'd like to, but
what's funny is when my wife and I first got together, we used to go out all the time,
mm-hmm.
and over the years, I get overly focused on work and being lazy. So, I mean, I just want to, if I'm not at work, I just kind of want to sit at home and relax.
Mm-hmm.
She always wants to go somewhere. Like, she's always.
See, I'm the opposite.
And I don't blame her because, I mean, she sits at home all week.
Yeah.
I'm at work.
I want to go somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm that person too.
And
almost
so,
a set of tires a year.
But so every once in a while, she'll convince me, "Hey, let's go for a mountain drive, or let's go shooting, or whatever." And I have to admit, every time,
once you do it,
20 minutes in, I'm like, "Yeah, this was a good idea.
Yeah,
I'm glad we did this." And
I'm usually the other way around. I'm trying to. I mean, not that she doesn't like to go to the coast runs or, just for a drive or go over and have some seafood for the day or something. But generally, it's me trying to convince her, let's go do that. I don't know what it is.
You're a social dude too.
Yeah.
Like you're part of like 2 or 3 different car clubs, and you like to be immersed with people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'll tell you one thing.
She's not.
One thing about me is when I'm not at work, the last thing I want to do is talk to fucking people.
she that's kind of her, she gets anxiety being around a bunch of people. She doesn't really want to be around a bunch of people. She would rather just be the two of us, or some close friends, something like that. And, that's what's been nice about, our friends Josh and Carrie. We can go to their house and we could just sit and watch TV.
Yeah.
There's no expectations. There's no nothing. It's just, we're just going to go over and sit and watch some TV and hang out, maybe watch some hunting shows and we do talk a little bit or whatever. But you don't feel like there's an expectation. It's just hang out, just enjoy each other's company. And
yeah, my wife is like you. Mm-hmm. She likes to have people around. She likes to go do stuff.
Well, I look at it.
And I'm like, in fact, forever, she's told me, like, she'll warn me beforehand. She's like, do not be an asshole and run these people off. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's
Asshole.
Like, I'm like, I never said anything.
Like,
she goes, that's the problem.
Don't be normal, Carlos.
She's like, don't just sit there and stare at them like they're idiots.
You have to socialize.
Have a conversation and make them feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's funny. No, that's my thing is that I look at it. I go to work and come home and go to work and come home, and it's the same thing every Monday through Friday.
That works.
When the
perfect
weekends,
for me.
when the weekends come, I want to go do something. I want to go somewhere. I want to go either visit somebody or hang out or
I want to
go to the mountains
in a comfortable chair with a glass of whiskey and a
Silence.
cigar.
Yeah,
With
listening to the
nobody
birds.
talking to me.
and it doesn't necessarily mean that me and her have to go see somebody specific, or anything. It's just, I want to get out of the house. I don't want to just sit here. I've sat in this chair for 5 days already and watched TV and went to bed. I want to go do something, the weekend's here. Let's go, and whether it's go just me and her go to the mountains or we take, the kids or we go, whatever, let's just go do something,
Maybe you should take my wife to the mountains and me and Holly will sit and fucking have a glass of whiskey and just chill.
Yeah.
Because I feel what she feels.
Yeah,
I know what she means.
She's totally content with just.
But what's
being at
funny
home.
on
But
the
it's
flip
her safe
side of
place.
that is we do go. It doesn't matter where we go. We run into somebody that I know or somebody that knows me, or I become best friends with something. Like, I don't mind being social. I just don't like being forced into it.
Yeah.
It's got to be your
It just
choice.
happens. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But somebody telling you this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
You need a quick break, Mike?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pause it for 1 second. All right, we're back on here. Mike ran out of beer,
I did.
and that was a good excuse for me to get me more whiskey.
I had a flat tire too.
You had a flat tire?
Oh, that's right. He lost
yeah.
He lost his wheel.
Yeah, he lost his
I'm
wheel.
always losing my wheels.
Find time to lose.
Dude, my wife would love that.
Yeah.
She's a freaking Kenny Rogers fan.
There you go.
In fact, she told me she's been to a lot of concerts, and she went to watch Kenny Rogers at
One of his last
Spirit
concerts.
Mountain or something with her aunt.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't know what happened, babe. She goes, I started crying and I was screaming.
Thought it was
like,
Elvis up there, huh?
She's like, I was almost
Yeah,
on the verge of throwing my panties on the stage.
She had the Elvis.
I was like, yeah, he would have appreciated that.
ma'am,
Some
we
granny
don't do that
panties.
here.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
shit.
funny. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, can't get that image out of my head now. No.
This
My
is a-
wife's panties?
No.
God damn it, Clint.
Clint.
What's wrong with you? You got your own wife.
Thought you were talking.
Holy shit. Here we go.
No.
Ah.
That's funny.
Oh, shit. So you like, we were talking about, I don't even know what we were talking about, but
Outdoors.
we talked about everything already. We're just
I know.
going
A lot of it, yeah.
We're jumping all over the place.
I don't know what else you got on the list, but yeah.
Oh,
Cars and
so you
DJing and
you like toys, dude. You
Yeah.
like toys,
yes,
especially
gadgets.
cars and
Electronics,
trucks.
yep.
You're a car and truck guy.
Yes.
I know you had the '67 Camaro,
Yep.
and you had your Challenger, and a couple of Jeeps.
Yep.
What other toys have you had along the way? I mean, I know you got a side by side.
So we got a side by side right now. We haven't really. We were using our other one quite a bit, and we had a few people we were hanging out with and going with, and we haven't since we got this new one. We really haven't taken it out that much. A few times to the coast, and that's it. And I'm not. Biggest thing is I feel like is that I'm a late bloomer, I guess you could say, because so many of my friends growing up
Right.
had side-by-sides, had four-wheelers, had toy haulers. How they did it, I don't know. I couldn't do it. But now I'm finally to a point in my life where I can do that.
And they're over it?
They're over it. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't have anybody to do that stuff with like I wish I did, and I'm not saying a few of my friends don't still kind of, but, we did stuff, riding with Chris Boyce a little bit and a few other people, Virgil Osborne, he's still got one, I think, but Chris sold his. I was so, I don't have anybody to, I don't have him to ride with. And Virgil, he's, tied up with Virgil stuff, you know what I mean? So I don't really have a lot of people to do that with. And it's to me more fun to do in a group setting, not that we and the wife can't load up and go. And it's not that we wouldn't, but I enjoy, going with a few people and stopping somewhere and having some lunch and just kind of making a day of it. And
all the social,
whether it's in the mountains or it's out in the dunes or whatever. And I just don't feel like I have those connections, or if I do know some people, I'm not connected in that sort of way with them, I guess, of the few people that maybe do have side by sides. Mm-hmm. And some of it is the scene, some of the people that do that, it said do. No,
it's on you.
We're still in the drinking scene pretty majorly, and me and the wife aren't really
you
that
never
way.
Have been quite the drinker.
No, I'll have a drink from time to time. I'm having one right now, but
I'll tell you what, you're doing pretty good with those rum and cokes. I'm the official mixer.
Oh,
the official.
And I'll tell you what, if you keep up with drinks I'm mixing, you're doing all right.
Oh yeah. I'm more of a hard alcohol person. If I was to drink, I've never been a beer person. I always wish that I was. Hey, I'm gonna go have a beer with a buddy or something like that. Not like an all the time thing, but hey, I'm gonna go have a beer with.
I was like that when I was young, but when I got a little older, I can't drink a lot of beer. Or I get so bloated I can't fucking do anything.
I just always got that bitter beer face, when I try to drink it.
That's
I just
normal for me.
I just get so full that I can't even take another sip.
Now I can drink beer if I've had other types of alcohols first and just burned my taste buds out, I guess. Like drinking this, drink from Carlos I got here right now. Tastes like gasoline.
Paint thinner.
Paint thinner, yeah.
With Pepsi.
But
hey, the first one was good, you said.
No. But I have to do that first, and then I can have, a beer, and I wouldn't really do anything for me because my taste buds are all screwed up at that point. But just never been a drinker. And so sometimes with some of the events that we've tried to go to with certain people or places, there's a little more drinking and a little more rowdiness going on than we're really accustomed to or likened to, you know what I mean? So we tend not to just hang out with those people because of it, and it's not that they're bad people or anything by any means. It's just not our scene, you know what I mean?
Totally.
Maybe we need to hang out sometime.
I
do drink a lot.
I did all that.
I'm more of a chill,
My wife and I do drink.
That's what I try to be now.
Yeah.
My wife and I do drink quite a bit, but
earlier
we're mellow.
Yeah.
We don't.
I would rather just sit back in an easy chair and maybe have a drink or something with somebody. And
when these guys lived in Looking Glass, it was pretty cool because they had the little fire pit out back. And
yeah. See, that's more my.
Always just sit back.
That's more my scene, and maybe not Holly so much. Even if she rarely drinks. I mean, every once in a while. It's not that she don't. She did have a bad experience once, and that's probably what brought a lot of it on. But
I've had a bunch of bad experiences.
But that's it's kind of rarely that she will. You know what I mean? So
understandable.
And we don't even really have an occasion that we think we're going to have a drink. I mean, even like on an anniversary, I might have one, but she usually doesn't.
Well, you don't have to have a drink. You don't have to drink to fucking have a good
time. No, exactly. We're good like that. we bring the party without the booze. No.
And I know that you'll smoke a cigar once in a while.
Yep.
So, dude, we're down.
Let's do it.
Maybe we need to hang out sometime.
We might need to do that.
My wife.
We kept talking about there was supposed to be a cigar bar that opened up and it never did, I guess, or something. We were gonna go do that together. We talked about it.
My wife suffers from anxiety too. So
yeah.
Although anyone that knows her would think that she just causes anxiety, but she suffers from anxiety too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. It's too peoply sometimes. That's what the wife feels like. Too peoply.
Maybe we need to get together sometime and just chill.
Yeah. No, that'd be good. That'd be awesome.
We'll go on a mountain drive, build a bonfire, and
I like it. Yeah,
Before
bring the campers.
fire season, right?
Huh?
Bring campers.
On what season?
Before hunting season?
Before fire season.
Oh, fire season. I think you said hunting season.
Fuck that, dude.
Like Daddy says.
If I build a fire in a fucking gravel pit, they can fuck the right off. And
There
I'll
ain't
let
nothing
them
around
know.
here.
Yeah,
Mike knows I'll let him know.
Yeah, you will.
There ain't nothing around here that's going to catch fire.
I'm afraid I'm going to burn your rocks.
But no, we.
I'm good at letting people know what I think
Mm-hmm.
once I start drinking.
Oops.
You don't have to drink to do that.
that's
That's just your
true.
personality. I know
It
you.
just helps.
I know you.
It just helps.
Oh
The
shit!
whole insert foot goes away.
I just chew people's ass. I
Yeah.
don't care.
I know we were talking about that during lunch about your incidences in just chewing people out
Mhm.
when you're out in the woods or whatever.
I get it. I do. I don't know why. Once I get in the woods, I
They
feel
stop to
like
chew
people,
out.
I feel like a freaking millennial. I guess in the woods, I'm
A
like
millennial.
entitled.
I'm entitled. No, he had it out with a couple officers.
Dude,
I heard that on Josh's podcast.
I've laid everybody out, dude. I've chewed
Went
out.
squilling around the corner, and the officers were just sitting there in the middle of the road. Boy, I chewed
What the
their
fuck are you
Dude,
doing?
I almost died. Those fuckers almost killed me. Yeah, I've chewed out the cops. I've chewed out freaking fire watchmen. I've chewed out idiots just wandering in the woods. I've chewed out timber fallers.
Timber fallers doing their job.
Dude, if you were in the woods and you see me coming, there's a chance that you are going to get lit up, dude.
Oh, jeez.
It just happens.
Yeah.
I'm nice to my friends, though.
Well, some of them
No,
do.
you're not.
Unless I like
No,
you.
you're not.
If I like you, I'm going to fuck with you so hard.
Some of them do seem a little bit
there's one of
entitled.
your trucks.
It does, yeah. I like it. That guy's getting ready to go to training tonight. He's leaving tonight.
So how many employees do you have now?
6 altogether.
You're one of the only places in town that has like a fleet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of the other companies have a few trucks and stuff, but I don't know that any of them have as many guys as we do, or probably as many trucks. We have 11 trucks, so.
And you've got specialty vehicles.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We try to have a little bit of something for everything, you know.
I don't know if people know it or not, but you've got that skid steer that's all set up to pull people out of, like people that get stuck on a mud run or something.
Yeah, 25,000-pound winch.
I mean, you can winch people off of a cliff.
Oh yeah, that thing will winch. Probably pull thing apart before.
I don't know if you remember the
considered
movie.
a rotator, or is that?
No, it's just a skid steer.
But he had a custom thing built for it, so he can stab it in the ground.
Yeah.
And then it's got
Anchor,
like a thin deal.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Pretty awesome.
Right on.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we did the sportsman show trying to get people to realize that we have the, you know.
Dude, I'm telling you,
and
I think I told you before, you should do a couple of, you should like just fabricate a couple of situations and do some videos and post them on TikTok and stuff.
Yeah.
And I bet, I guarantee you it would go viral and you'd freaking.
Well, we originally bought it because we were getting so many snow recoveries up in the snow up there at the hot springs. People, you know, they'd lock the gate and people would cut the gate, you know, lock off and drive in there anyways. And then they'd get stuck.
Fucking homeless hippies that got to get in there.
They'd get stuck and then they would call us to go in there and get them. Well, you know, our 4-wheel drive trucks would go in there, but, you know, it's sometimes a bear to get in there and you're, you know, wear and tear. And we broke brake lines because the chain snapped on our, you know, tire chains and things like that. We've had issues and we thought, you know, let's just make something that would go in there and get their vehicle out. And so we did. And then those calls all stopped. We really haven't gotten anything since. So it's kind of.
Well, it's because they freaking beefed up that gate.
The gate.
Maybe I haven't seen it. Maybe they did.
Still got lots of.
They talked about even putting a sign out in front of the gate with our phone number on it. That's how often it was happening, you know.
Like Little River. That's a pretty active spot to go up in the snow.
Yeah, Hemlock and all those places.
Yep, trying to get to Hemlock.
Yeah, we've been called up there a few times, and there's been a few times that we couldn't make it. You know, we got stuck ourselves and had to winch ourselves backwards and flip ourselves around and come home. So,
I just saw on Facebook Marketplace there was a off-road recovery vehicle listed on there.
Oh, really?
I almost sent it to you.
Huh.
Just because I was like, hey, this thing looks pretty badass. It looked like somebody took a Unimog and freaking turned it into a freaking tow truck.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
Well, it's just a specializing like Mast did over at the coast.
For the dune stuff and whatever.
Sand recoveries.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, and of course, having the specialty piece of equipment like that, it's not cheap to run. And so somebody, most of the time, will try to figure anything and everything else out they can before spending that kind of money. So we're a last resort.
Well, to have a piece of equipment like that, you have to anticipate that it's going to sit there for
idle.
Well, and we've had situations even before having this equipment. This is talking years ago that somebody would take their mom or dad's, Jeep or something off in an area they really shouldn't have been in, get stuck, and then they call and want us to come and recover them. And we do. Most of the time we can get into them and get to them and get them out. And you start dealing with the insurance company and the insurance, seeing if we can get the insurance company to cover it.
Sure.
And a lot of times they want to sidestep it, and look at it that, it was off road,
Right.
She's in an area she shouldn't have been, and it's like, okay, that might be true, but look at it this way. If that vehicle didn't get picked up and removed from there, now you're talking about who knows how many thousands of dollars worth of damage because somebody decided to shoot the windows out and strip it, whatever else. Yeah. And now all of a sudden you're replacing.
Heaven forbid somebody freaking puncture the gas tank or something, and you're dealing with environmental stuff,
or just light it on fire. I mean, how many times have we seen that? If people's cars get stolen, taken up in the woods, and then lit on fire or something like that. So when you start putting it in that kind of manner, you'd be surprised how fast the insurance companies switch their tune and be like, oh yeah, okay, we'll cover it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because they don't think about that at first. That they did something stupid. They shouldn't have probably done that, but. And maybe a few $1,000s or whatever it was, depending on what, situation was to get it recovered, time of day and night and all that kind of factor. But that's a lot cheaper than it would have been, if you had to repaint this whole thing or replace the whole thing, $20,000 rig or whatever it was, so they changed their tune a little bit, sometimes it's all in a matter of how you deliver the message, But,
for sure. You're pretty passionate about it, though. You must, honestly, when you were talking earlier about being a kid and having your play car and I can imagine myself as a kid. And I mean, I was obsessed with Matchbox cars. And stuff
I did too. I was too.
So, I mean, having a freaking tow yard would have probably been the coolest thing ever. I mean, when I was in 5th or 6th grade, we lived right down the road from Winston Auto Wrecking. Mm-hmm. And we found a way to break through the fence.
Back fence. Yeah.
And we went out there. We would play in that freaking wreck yard. And we got in trouble because we stole
They're
all
listening
the
right now. It was him. No.
We went through all the cars that were out there and found all the car keys. And we had like this giant key ring with all these car keys on it.
Like treasures.
And they were so mad because we had all the car keys. We got in a bunch of trouble. I don't remember how much trouble we got, but we were like fucking
such a rebel he was.
15, 14, 13 years old. We were little kids. So, I mean, we got in trouble, but not like legal trouble.
Right. Yeah. You didn't go to juvie or nothing.
But yeah, that was the coolest shit ever. I can't imagine being that age and I mean, you get to see actual tow trucks and go on. Sometimes you get to actually get in there and go with them and watch them tow some stuff. And I mean, I think that would have been super cool.
Yeah, it was fun. I
probably thought you were one of the coolest kids ever.
Yeah. I mean, listening and talking about it, and having that experience and having a car like that, obviously it was just a junker car.
Right.
In all honesty, we were very poor in a lot of ways, but I would have never known it.
You had no idea.
I would have never known it. To me,
you were content.
I was living very high, because I had stuff that most people didn't have. That not everybody got to go to something and do something like that and play, in a car like that or whatever, or have those experiences and stuff like that. So yeah, even though I didn't know that, and like I said, like I kind of talked about earlier, it doesn't look like it right now, but it took 50 years to get where we're at now, you know, and people don't realize how much of a struggle and how much of work my
is
family
it 50
did.
years that Roseburg Towing has been
over 1969. It's over 50 years now.
Wow.
So looking at the future is there possibility of it going on to grandkids?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen
members?
for sure. So at this point, I don't have any family members that are interested in taking it on, you know, but the kids are still young. You don't know, you know, they didn't have that same gleam in their eye like I did, you know, of wanting to be like dad, you know, or, you know, I tried, you know, but video games and other things won over.
And honestly, that's how it is with everything now.
But it wasn't for the lack of trying. I tried to take them on toes with me, you know, and every once in a while, one of them would maybe go with me, but for the most part, after going once, it was like, it wasn't that much cracked up to be, you know. I thought it was cool when I was a kid, but it's not. They just didn't have that same feeling, and that's okay, you know. Everybody's different, you know. But I don't know, you know, I don't know what the future holds, you know. I'm going to assume that I will probably end up having an employee take it over someday, you know,
be an owner,
buy me out someday or whatever, or have a deal with them, you know, where I kind of step back a little bit and they kind of run things and I just check on it, you know, and you know, day to day and
landlord
and, you know, just kind of make sure everything's up to snuff and being done the way it should be, and but not have to necessarily play as much of a role in it. Kind of like what my uncle's doing now. You know, he kind of comes in and out, and he comes in around 11 and goes home 3, 4 o'clock, something like that. You know, goes to lunch around somewhere in the middle of that. So he's usually there about 3 or 4 hours a day tops. You know, so something like that. You know, and you know, maybe get to do some traveling. We'll see how that works out. You know, a little bit. You know. In the mix in there somewhere too. We'll see. But, that's kind of where I think it's going to go, but you just never know, you know, I mean, you know, one of them could decide to pop up and decide that they want to,
I can
take it over,
Dad.
you know, you know,
that'd be cool.
And it could take them being out in the real world and doing different jobs to realize that maybe I want to give that a try, you know what I mean? And they decide they like it after all, you know, who knows? So what is, you don't know what the future holds when it comes to that.
You got to see where it goes.
Yeah.
But
at this point, there's no future plans for one of them to take it over yet. So,
well, you're not that old.
No, you got plenty of.
No. So I feel like it sometimes, but my body's telling me differently. But
I'm right there with you.
My mind is, you know, doesn't feel that old. But
I know.
Yeah,
sometimes you wish,
except for the things I forget.
That's a bitch.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I want to do things my body won't let me. You know, I want to go climb that mountain and you know, and hike in and do these different things. And you know, like last year, just for instance, I went and did a elk hunt with my wife, and it was like a dream come true to be able to go do something like that. I always wanted to do that. I've never done a lot of hiking or trekking when it comes to hunting. You know, a lot of it's just from the road or from the bank, you know, or looking over or something like that or whatever. Never really trekked into a lot of places. And of course, like most people say, you know, the good ones are back in their ways. You got to go find them. You know what I mean? You got to stir them up and make them, you know, get up out of their beds or whatever. But I went on this elk hunt, you know, never got to go. Another thing I feel like is going to pass me up someday, you know, is because it's just hard for me to get the time off to go, you know. I've always, every time I want to go, something comes up or an employee leaves or something happens and then I can't go. You know?
But that's a big part of your wife's life.
Yes.
So you're trying to be part of that.
Well, yeah, I've always enjoyed it. Growing up, you know, my family used to hunt when I was growing up and I used to go with them. And then when I finally got to an age where I could go, you know, actually hunt, they all stopped.
Yeah.
And so I ended up going with some friends here and there and just, you know, I still went even though they weren't going anymore. In fact, my dad had given me a gun to use, you know, at one time. And I, really, you know, got to use that for several years. And then all of a sudden he took it back, which I was kind of really bummed about because it's the only real thing I felt like I was ever going to get from him. But
you'll probably still eventually get it.
He's probably sold it for all I know, but I just, it was a bummer. I'm still
I know a guy that sells guns.
Kind of heard about it. Well, it was a thing that it was his.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I was going with different friends of mine and, trying to learn along the way, and stuff. I've learned a ton since I've gotten with my wife, probably more than I ever did with my friends, but I always still went, I always got a hunting license. I always went, regardless. In fact, that's how I met her. It was during hunting season in October and me and my buddy Mike, which was here yesterday, we went and I had a little tent trailer and we were out.
I wouldn't tell a lot of people you're friends with him.
Yeah, don't tell them I'm friends with Mike. No,
not me.
That's funny.
That
totally reminds me of my driver. Mike was at my house or my shop that morning. And he didn't know I was at work because my truck wasn't there. And he's like, "You're late," and I didn't even see the text message. And he's sitting out front of our office and I didn't know it was him. He's sitting there. And one of my guys goes outside and comes back in and is like, I think that guy's my neighbor. He's kind of a dick. He finally comes in because I finally saw the message.
Like, yep, that's the guy.
And I told Mike, I said, yeah, that guy said you're an asshole.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so that's funny.
That's funny.
But anyway, yeah. So me and Mike went hunting.
Mike, we love you, dude.
Yeah, you're right. We're just messing with you. We went hunting and camped out and stuff and had this nice little spot. And well, the heater went out on my camp trailer. And it was cold, and so we're like,
been back before you were a baller, right?
Yeah. So I was like, I don't know if we want to stay another night. It was because we're right next to the river, and it's
we had this talk
no Brook Mountain stuff here. We were talking about that during lunch. I'm like, I like you, dude, but I don't like you that much. We're not cuddling, no.
Well, I guess we're freezing.
So we ended up deciding to pack up and go home after hunting for the day. And I got home, and it's Halloween night, or what they consider Halloween night for the bars anyway, for costume contests and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to just sit at home. I'm supposed to be hunting. I don't want to, and I'm like I said before, I don't like sitting at home. So I knew Cynthia, which is her sister. And I'm like, from working at Lithia at that particular time. And I was, doing the towing and stuff, going in and out of there. And I asked her what she was doing, if she was going out or not, or just trying to find some people that were going out. She's like, no, I'm not going out. I went out last night, still recovering, but my sister's going out. And I'm like, okay. And so she kind of, I didn't have any pictures or anything, but she kind of described to me she was going to be out in this devil costume thing or whatever, I'm like, okay, whatever. So I went out.
Dude, you picture a girl in a costume and all you can picture is like the fucking porniest shit you can fucking find. Because I don't care what costume it is. If it's, this is a girl your age in a costume, you're instantly going there. Dude. I don't care what guy you are.
French maid outfit.
If you don't, you're fucking gay.
Yeah. So I go to the bar and I'm just hanging out and I see somebody that I think is probably her sister.
You think? Yeah. They look exactly alike. Dude, they're definitely sisters.
Not exactly, but close. So I happen to walk up to her and I ask her, are you Cynthia's sister? And I can't, something along the lines like, and who are you, or how do you know her, or something like that, or whatever,
Like, why do you want to know?
Yeah. So I told her, that, she had told me that you were going to be out or something, and somehow we got on the conversation about hunting that I had just, I was supposed to be hunting and I ended up, coming back home early because the heater went out and all this kind of. Immediately, it was like, oh, really? Because it piqued her interest because she likes hunting, and I was talking about hunting. I didn't know that, that's what I just got back from. So I immediately, that was my story, that I got back from hunting, and heater went out. We were supposed to stay another night and decided
lured
to come
her
back.
In with the truth.
That's
weird.
So immediately, she's taking me out on the dance floor. We're dancing or whatever, and of course, I'm just kind of trying to. I don't know, just dance or whatever. She still makes a joke about it to this day.
You're a DJ, not a dancer.
So anyway, I happened to accidentally, I guess because I didn't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what,
You touched your butt.
Accidentally brushed her breast, with my hand or whatever. And she's like,
she liked it.
Immediately just took my hand and just like, here you go, or whatever. Like, shit.
And then you got married. Just like
no, almost. No. So
copy.
So anyway, she definitely made me feel, like it was no big deal. He was, totally comfortable.
I fell for that shit too once.
So anyway, she ends up, I didn't know this, but all of a sudden she disappeared. I didn't see her the rest of the night. I'm like, what the heck happened? I'm looking everywhere. And of course, it's
touched her
packed
fucking
in there.
boobs,
Yeah,
dude.
right.
Yeah.
So I end up stalking her on Facebook and finding her on Facebook and sending her a message, and stuff. And she didn't respond right away, but I think eventually she responded and something about somebody had stepped on her foot, with a high heel, and she had like open toe, thongs on or flip flops or whatever you want to call them. And it, like, they don't know if it broke her toe, but it pretty much felt like it, I guess. And so she ended up leaving. Well, I went out like, I don't know how many weekends in a row trying to hope that I'd run into her again, and I messaged her and she wasn't really responding,
This was back before it was easy to fucking get the whole people.
What's even worse is she lived clear out in North Myrtle. They have no
cell
service, and all they had was dial-up.
Yeah. Landlines.
So she was happy you weren't one of her cousins.
Yeah, right.
Jesus.
So I would message her on Messenger, and I would get no response, and so finally I run into her again. She finally does go out. So I take some friends and we go to the old bar, which it was the Red Barn, and I forget.
Coyote Jacks.
Oh yeah, Coyote Jacks. Yeah. I remember that.
So I went in there, and some friends of ours decided they wanted to go from there to the zoo. And at that particular time, like I said, I'm not a real big drinker, so I was the driver, and so I hadn't had anything to drink, so I took everybody from there to the zoo. And we get over to the zoo, and I hadn't walked in there barely at all. And all of a sudden, she sees me, and she's talking to some guy, and she basically just
boom.
Or no, I don't think she was talking to a guy. I was talking to somebody. She was going to go outside to get some fresh air for a second because she was dancing. And as she was walking towards the door, we both kind of locked eyes. I seen her, she seen me, and she stopped. And I was talking to a girl that had, from friends of ours, that had rode with us, and she stepped right in front of that person and was like, "Hi, how's it going?" And everything, and
hence was the beginning of the.
I'll tell you what, from this day, that person's not too happy with her. I don't think anyway. I could be wrong, but anyway, so, but yeah, so we hit it off a little bit better from there, and started communicating more. But it was funny. I would text, or I would write her on Messenger, and I would wait for hours, and the computer would be laying there, and I'd be just watching it, waiting for a response. And she'd finally get on the computer. Well, she has dial-up. So I know, right? And dial-up, and it would finally I'd get a message back from her, and she'd end up losing her signal, and it would die, and then I wouldn't hear from her again for a couple days after one message back or something. That's like cool. That,
I like her.
And
she's nice.
It went back and forth like that for a while, with these messages and stuff, and then pretty soon she's surprising me and just showing up in town and bringing me, something from Taco Bell to eat or whatever.
You fucking broke her down, dude.
I know.
It took me a while. She was definitely had her guard up, and then she had wanted to make me dinner one night, and
that's the ultimate test, dude.
I met her at my house.
Every girl should do that so that you know what you're up for.
Oh, and she's a good cook. So I took her to my house, or met her at my house, and kind of opened the house, showed her where everything was at or whatever, and she wanted to see what she was going to need, I guess. And anyway, I gave her my debit card to go get some groceries for whatever she was going to make, and I think she made enchiladas or something like that. And
dude,
in fact, I know she did.
Key to my heart.
Yeah, she made enchiladas.
It's like my fucking kryptonite.
And she, so I gave her my card, and I said, "Are you ready for the pen?" And she's like, "Okay." And I gave her the pen, and she told me later, she's like, right then and there, I'm like, "I'm marrying this guy." It's like, you literally don't know me very much at all, and you're giving me your credit card and your PIN number, So
I can see that, dude. She's like, "I'm taking this guy for everything."
Yeah, no.
I hope he doesn't fucking actually make me like him.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But no, we've been together ever since. I remember her mom not really, she had two boys, and I had a, spare bedroom, and I'm setting up bunk beds in the bedroom for him and all this stuff. And her mom's like, she called one time wanting to know if she was, when she was coming home or when she was coming home. She's like, "Well, I'm going to stay the night. Clint went out and got bunk beds for the kids." She's like, "I can't respect that guy." She did not like me at first because I was taking her daughter away, But
Nothing like a protective mama.
16 years later, still going. And like I said, I feel like we have one of the best relationships out of most people that we know. You know, I mean, we have a lot of friends that talk
you guys
to
are
us.
definitely close.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like you said earlier, I mean,
not that we don't have our ups
everything
and downs,
together.
but yeah, we pretty much rely on each other and lean on each other a lot.
That's freaking cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So,
no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
My wife and I, we do a lot of stuff together, but we also do a lot of stuff apart.
Yeah.
And
we do, you know,
for us, we
prefer doing
we
it together.
communicate well, and we both, she knows I'm not going to stop going to work.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have to, so she does her thing and I do my thing, and I trust her and she trusts me, and we're good.
That's how it should be. Yeah. Yeah.
Besides, she's got me on Life 360, so she knows where I'm at all the
me
time.
too. Life 360 and
in fact, Fridays
I'm on a few different ones.
Splits for lunch before we come do the podcast.
Yeah.
And on our Life 360, it is set as a spot called the Friday Drunk Spot.
Nice. She knows you're in here.
So she knows exactly where I'm at.
That's funny.
But yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
And but we were talking about hunting and stuff, and I know that you are pretty.
I love it.
You love doing it. You're pretty big into it. You do a lot of fishing too. I've noticed on your Facebook and stuff.
A little bit of fishing, yeah. Not as much the last few years. You know, I've kind of slowed down a little bit on that.
Fishing's easy to freaking kind of forget that you like doing it.
Well, I didn't used to, honestly. I'm not going to lie, because I grew up in it. So my uncle does, you know. So I grew up in it. He lived right on the above the Winchester Dam. We used to fish out there. We used to go fishing, and we've done some ocean fishing. I haven't done that in years and years. He's been trying to get me to go, but I told him, I said, "Oh, that's a good idea. You know, we're both owners out on a boat, and what happens if something happens?" You know?
Well, I feel like fishing is something you don't appreciate fully.
Yeah.
Until you get older.
Yeah. Well, and it's true.
And it doesn't matter whether you like fish or not.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity.
It's the relaxation.
The relaxation, solitude.
Get away from everything without.
Yep.
And once you commit to it, you have no choice.
Yeah. No, I enjoy fishing, but I enjoy catching more. That's how
I'm the opposite. I don't give a shit about.
Well, that's how it used to be, anyways. I used to be like, I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? I'm not catching nothing. But now I'm okay with just like this. A few weekends ago, I didn't fish. Just the kids did because we got there later and just kind of went for them more than anything. But I sat by the fire and just sat back and relaxed and had a little bonfire out there and
that's awesome.
And watched them fish but I would be okay with putting a pole in the water and fish and just kick back and
honestly,
I never used to be able to do that though.
Honestly, I'd be good with just sitting in the boat with a cigar. I don't even need a fucking pole. I don't even
He's like, that's my fishing pole over there.
Well, that's why I was okay with last weekend just going. It was relaxing. And I never used to be like that. So it's not that, like my wife, she loves it.
I think that comes with age, dude.
But I have gotten to where I don't mind that, you know what I mean? Or even just going for a ride in the mountains and finding a spot and just parking some camp chairs down and kicking back and relaxing or something, or that's what I like about camping.
Well, that's just like with the mountain drives. Mm-hmm. You go on a mountain drive, you used to be driving all day long.
Yeah.
Now you can pull over and build a little fire and freaking chill by the fire for a while.
Yep. Sometimes we take some mountain houses up there and make some meal.
Tell your wife to bring a book. She can fucking read her book while you're chilling.
We don't do that. But now you're pushing it.
I don't care, dude. I'm just chilling. I told Mike.
I wish I liked books.
I told Mike one of these elk seasons I'm going to freaking bring a bunch of different bottles of liquor. And I'm just going to pull over on the side of the fucking main road and set up like a fucking bonfire with a fucking bar.
People to come by.
And people can just pull by, and I'm just going to sell excessively expensive fucking mixed drinks, dude.
$20.
And I'm just going to sit there and smoke cigars and make fucking mixed drinks. And I'm going to be so happy, dude. You don't even know how happy I'm going to be.
I bet you would be. Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, I mean, can you imagine if you're out in the woods hunting and all of a sudden you come across the fucking bar? You're going to be like, oh, dude, we got to stop this shit.
What the fuck's going on here?
That would be like the best day ever.
Yeah.
Who cares if you catch anything? Fuck that. Yeah, I'm totally going to do that one of these times.
Well, and I used to be, even when I went hunting, I used to, you can ask my wife, I used to get so upset if we didn't see anything, or whatever.
I'm
anymore, it's like, it's
if
not
you
all about
do
that
see
anymore.
anything, you're fucking stoked.
If you do, it's great, but
Or
it's just being out there. Like I said, it's our church. I just love just being out in the woods. And
I've been hunting since I was a little kid, and when I was a little kid, elk camp was like we had like
reunion.
10 people from the family camped at this fucking camp, and there'd be 6 animals hanging. I mean, it was a big ordeal.
Yeah, you don't see that anymore.
You never see that now. Now there's 4 or 5 people, and there's maybe 1 animal.
if you're lucky, yeah.
And that's just how it is. So you have to adjust how you feel.
Yep.
And so
Definitely
now,
different times.
Like we do our elk camp most every year. I mean, we skip once in a while, but it's more about hanging out with your buddies
The
and
guy time.
eating really good and freaking having a good time. It has very little to do with actual hunting.
Yeah.
The last couple years, it's gotten to the point, just like you say, just up there driving. It's like, that's a deep canyon. We're not even going to look down there.
Yeah.
I've been there before.
Yeah.
What are you looking over there for?
I wouldn't shoot nothing if I saw it.
Yeah, he's like,
Fuck
look
that.
up the hill. We're not looking down.
Yeah, we're not going down there no matter what.
No.
Yeah.
I
Your
hear
buddy
you there.
Josh, though,
He wouldn't
he's
be
a
afraid.
fucking animal.
He is. He wouldn't be afraid of it at all.
No.
I'll call him if I
One of these
shoot
days,
something down there.
I keep saying I'm going to do it. I probably maybe be this year will be the year, but I want to buy one of those winches, that you
Little,
Oh, chainsaw winch?
yeah,
little
or
mule.
chainsaw winch, or even just one of those
The little mule,
whatever those winches are, and just for that kind of situation, because a lot of times, and he's right, that's where the deer are. That's in those burns and down in those areas, and over the bank, and
I wouldn't know because I'm not going down
you're
there.
not going down there.
I don't want to. I wouldn't walk down there. I wouldn't run down there if I was getting chased by a bear. Fuck that. I would die before I got
stop
there.
right here at the edge. You're
I'd be like,
me.
fuck you, kill
Look
me.
here, bear. We're not doing this.
I'm sorry.
I'm not even going to see if I
I
can get
would
away.
just try my best to stab him to death. Fuck that.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. So I don't need to go down there.
Yeah.
But I know if you want to get a good bull or whatever,
Obviously,
that's where
yeah.
they're at.
That's what they say.
I would rather
I
just
wouldn't know either. 'cause
help.
I haven't been
I
down
would
there.
just rather help my friends that are willing to go down there. I'll help at camp and take part of the meat. I'm good with that.
He'll make the chili.
Yeah. I'm
Well-
good. I'm the camp. I'm a great camp host, dude.
Yeah.
I don't,
No,
know about, I don't know about
we-
host. He's a good cook.
We enjoy going. I heard you talking about in some of your past podcasts of, processing. We do all our own processing as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
We even had it in our
Yeah, you
last
had a
house.
cold room
we
in
had a
your old
cold
house.
room, and I'm planning on putting one at this one too. Just haven't got
If
it
you
done
do,
yet.
when you get it set up, let me know because I'm going to totally call you up.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
We'll be
fine.
best friends at that point.
That's fine.
Do you have a track system in there for hanging? And
I didn't know it wasn't a huge room, but we just
It just kept everything cold.
we
Yeah.
just dragged it over there and we had a winch in there. We winched it up and shut it all down. And after, skinning it all out, and we had the grinders, and we still have all that stuff. And we had a pretty nice setup. It's just a bummer that we only got to use it 1 year. Forever we wanted to. Holly grew up with that. Her parents have that, and she wanted to be able to pass that kind of thing on and didn't do it herself. Just like we bought all the stuff to be able to do our own reloading and stuff because she grew up doing that, and I actually enjoyed it doing it with her dad a little bit, and
it's kind of neat.
so it's like I want to set ourselves up to be able to do that same thing. Kick on
Definitely.
some music, go out there and have some time together.
It's a very relaxing thing to do.
Yeah.
Crank the music.
Yep.
Start.
Yeah,
Putting some
and it's something
shells
me and her could do
together,
together. She
knocking
could be
some
doing
rounds
one
out.
process while I'm doing the other or whatever, and just be really fun together. So we're looking forward to that hopefully in the future. And we've only been in this house for like 8 months, so it's
Yeah.
like
So how's that going? You got the new house. This is your
Yep.
first time living in the country.
yes, we're loving. We have deer. And
Melrose,
just,
or-
it's out in North Bank Road, right about in the
Oh,
middle.
okay.
So
You
right.
got some chickens.
Yeah, we got chickens now. We had like 10 last year, and we lost quite a few to the hawks, and so we ended up getting
Owls
a
and
rooster, and since then we haven't lost any more, but we were down to 5. So we had like lost half of them, and then this year we got 8 new ones that we're trying to mix them together right now, but they're so far the babies are still kind of staying away from the adults, and the adults are kind of picking on the babies a little bit. But
Sure.
But I have the coop opened, and the babies aren't coming out. They're just sitting in there.
End of summer, man, you're gonna have eggs.
So yeah.
galore.
So we'll have the 13 or whatever it is chickens, running around, plus the rooster. So
Nice.
so hopefully should be good. You guys need any eggs? Let me know. We'll be trying to figure out how to get rid of them, I'm sure. But yeah, we're just enjoying the heck out of it. Holly grew up out in the country, and that was my goal. And I of course wanted to all my life too, getting out in the country.
That's a good place. That's a good quiet area too.
Yeah. And there's just, like I said, we're getting whitetail and blacktail and just, tons of different types of deer out there, or mix of deer, I should say. And then, raccoons and turkeys,
if you need me
tons
to come out there and take care of some of those deer. You let me know.
Tons of turkeys, right?
Yeah.
I fucking.
Well, the bummer part about it is that, we had some nice blacktails coming in, and, we do put some feed out and stuff for them, or whatever, prior to season. And, and then all of a sudden the whitetail would start coming in, and they chased
tons of whitetail.
They chased all the blacktail away. So during hunt season, we didn't have any blacktail on the property, and it's like,
they're pretty territorial.
It's a bummer.
I know a guy that will take care of those whitetail.
Yeah. I wish I could get a permit for that. I'd love to have a whitetail. But yeah, I have tons of turkey on our property all the time.
Everybody in Roseburg has tons of turkeys.
Yeah. So, but it's neat. Well, yeah, we had turkey at our old house.
These guys that are like, I'm going to go turkey hunting. I'm like, why?
What kind of hunting is
nuts. They're everywhere. I have to stop in the middle of the fucking road every day coming to work because they won't get out of the road.
Yeah. So yeah, we it's been super enjoyable, and the only part that hasn't been so enjoyable is now the grass, is up like this, and we had to, mow it. That part's not been so much fun.
Did you have to buy a tractor?
I did. Well, I didn't buy a tractor, but I bought one of those 0-turn mowers, and it works really good. I mean, it's pretty much done. I would say 90 to 95% of the property. There's just a couple of areas that I can't get with it, that are a little bit
pull
steep.
The weed eater out.
I'm going to have to, get a weed eater or something for it, I think. But everything else, I mean, we got it. My wife mowed probably half of it, by herself. And then I mowed the other half or whatever. Well, I ordered part of it, mowed part of it. And our son did, a section of it as well. And I'm sure I'm going to have to do it probably one more time before the season, because I'm noticing it's starting to get up again because of the little bit of rain that we've gotten and stuff. But it was getting so tall that it was almost hard to mow because it was just pushing it over instead of chopping it, But those 0-turn mowers are awesome.
You can find people that will hay it also.
Yeah. I have a couple of flat areas, but not really, I mean, not to the point where you'd probably want to hay it, it would be worth it,
Right.
But yeah, the property is just awesome.
Are you on the riverside?
No, we're on the opposite side of the river, but it's just quiet and tucked away. Definitely. And one of our neighbors is kind of over this way a little bit, and they're super nice. The other neighbor is in front of us, and he's super nice. I mean, just great people. Yep. And they both look like they're probably hunters too, or at least one for sure. I know because the other guy I think he is, but I'm not sure. And just great people. Like I said, we just got so lucky.
Well, I know you said that your chickens have kind of become like your pets.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought, I always, we have dogs too, but I always get a dog and then it ends up being my wife's dog. I mean, I tried it 5 times and she's got all 5 dogs. Every time I get a dog, it ends up, not all of them were mine, but I've tried it a couple times to get, a dog that would hopefully like me.
Loyal to you. Yeah.
No, they're loyal to her, but she's also home more. So that makes sense.
Definitely.
They follow her around like chickens, I guess. I don't know. So I guess the chickens have become more of my pet, I guess, in a way. It feels like, because
even watching them damn
they do chase me around a little bit, but they're just as friendly as chickens. Even her parents are like, how did you guys get your chickens so friendly? But as they're growing up, we pick them up and we pet them and we, feed them and talk to them.
Interaction.
And so when we pull into the driveway, they come running, or if we're going out to the chicken coop, they see us, they come running and greet us and walk back to the coop with us and just the friendliest things. For a long time before we got a rooster, they would let me pet them. Now that there's a rooster around, I'm not the dominant guy anymore.
That's
I guess so.
right.
I don't let me pet them anymore.
This guy,
I'm not their master.
This guy will get mad if I touch you.
Don't touch me. He'll be mad at me.
Yeah.
So, but
So how's that whole process been with buying the new place? And
it's good. And then of course the whole moving thing. I don't know that I would ever do it again.
it took forever to get moved all the way.
It felt like it. Yeah. We still had a lot of
hassle.
stuff at the old place that we kept having to try to go over, do a little bit at a time. But when you've been with someplace for so
that
long, it was like 11 years or
years,
something like that. It's like,
It's amazing how much you acquired.
yeah. And there was a lot of stuff we got rid of. And there's still sometimes I feel like stuff we need to get rid of, but we did get purged quite a bit. But 2 sheds full of stuff that pretty much went to the dumps and just, a lot of stuff. But no, I don't know if the home buying process is a great experience. You know what I mean? And I don't think it really matters who you go to. I think it's just the way it is. But, they tell you that you're pre-approved,
Certainly.
but you're not really a pre-approved because I don't know.
redo everything.
I don't know how many
You're
different
approved
things
for them to talk to you.
Yeah, I don't remember how many different things that even after we were pre-approved that they still wanted us to provide them or get them. And every time I turned around, they needed something else. And then they told us, oh, you're probably only going to have to pay this off. Nope. They want you to pretty much pay everything off. And it's just like,
What the fuck?
what the heck? It was the most frustrating process. But I honestly, from what I've heard, I don't know that it's any different no matter where you go. Just the process,
That's just the
and it's not always so much
nature
your
of
lender; it's who they're talking to. That we need them to do this. We need them to do that. And it's just a big, huge thing. And then we went in buying this house with knowing it was going to be a huge house payment at first
That's what
because we were going to be
yeah.
selling our house. We knew that we were like, okay, we can do this. It's a lot of money for a little while, but we can do this temporarily. It's only going to be for 6 or 8 months. We'll sell our old house. We'll take that money, apply it onto the new house, and we'll be able to reduce our house payment. Nope. That didn't work either. So now I'm having to do a complete refi, and so I'm having to go through, for the most part, all over again. Not exactly, but it's pretty close, it feels like. And, all these finance charges, and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, ouch, man. It's like, if you just feel like you're just throwing the money out in the street and, letting the cars drive over, it's just sucks, So, I have plans of putting a shop up this year. And some of that money I really would have rather spent on the shop. I'm having to spend on closing costs and stuff and having to skimp on some of the things that I would have liked to put in the shop from the get-go and maybe do it later, but at least we can get the shop put up.
Are your kids still in school? So they'll be going to Glide? Or?
Yeah. So.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. They're liking, so far, I guess, it's at school, they don't necessarily like school, but I don't know if any of us truly liked school.
No.
It was okay. Sometimes I wouldn't mind going back to school because it was a lot easier.
Yes.
It was a lot different when we were in school.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The schools these days, man, I don't wish it on kids at all. And
I'm glad I'm done.
I'm like, if it is like this now, what's it going to be like in another
for the grandkids
10 or 20 years? You know what I mean?
I kind of think things are going to start going back the other way.
I hope so. I really do.
I think so.
You think it's a big
this
pendulum,
whole,
huh?
This whole
big pendulum.
Well, that's how everything else is.
I don't like to talk politics and all that very much, or whatever, but man,
Something's gotta change.
It's just, I mean, can't keep going like it is.
You look at trends, even with
clothes and whatever.
Clothing,
you're right.
That kind of
yeah,
stuff.
You're right.
And they kind of go back and forth,
Yeah.
Well, it definitely needs to.
Like
But
right
maybe
now,
that's
there's a
because
lot
it
of
gets
stuff-
so extreme one way, it has to come back the
Yeah.
other way.
Like right now, there's a lot of stuff that's popular that was more like a hippie era thing,
Yeah.
which wasn't my deal, but
Yeah. Well,
That's
yeah.
what's
it's
popular.
just some of the clothes and some of the hairdos, and it's like, what the heck? Yeah. I must be old. No.
I know.
Never
Does that mean the 70s Bush is in stock right now?
Yeah.
Me and Christian were even talking about that
Bringing
the other
it
day.
back.
It's like, what
Bringing
the
it
heck is
back.
this music? You know, I never
Oh,
thought
I thought you were talking
I never
about
thought I'd
70s
say
Bush.
that. No, yeah, that too. No,
Bringing it back.
no, it's just the music. It's like, well,
Yep.
we never thought we'd get to that point. You know, I always told myself, oh man, I'll always be with it. No.
What kind of music is your favorite? Since you've been a DJ and stuff.
Well, probably nowadays I probably like more country than anything, you know, but I do still have my moments where I like to throw some hip hop on and stuff, but some of the older stuff, not the
new age,
not the new
hip-hop.
stuff that I don't even know what
stuff.
Yeah, I don't
what
even
do
know
you
what the heck.
consider-
I don't even know what
Yeah.
they're saying. You know what I mean? It's like, what the heck, you know? It's like, that's not music.
It's like
you know?
having Gavin.
But I never thought I'd say
describe
that,
it.
you know, because I remember my family like, what are you listening to? That's not music, you know,
Whoa.
when rap and stuff came out.
What's your opinions on auto-tune?
That's mumble rap, or they got.
Dude, auto-tune was the worst
genres.
invention ever.
Yeah, it's
If you can't
It sounds
hold
like
a tune yourself,
you
sounds
shouldn't
like a
be.
you shouldn't
fucking-
be a singer.
No, you shouldn't be able to be
Little-
use something to help you. You know what I mean? It's like,
What were those, like the Casio fucking keyboard things when
Yeah,
we were
yeah.
kids? And
yeah, heck, when I was involved in the breakdancing days, man.
Give me,
Oh, yeah.
give me a beat.
Parachute pants,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Yeah.
all the zippers,
That's
Yep.
terrible.
Yep.
fucking breaking
Tell
two
my age
electric
again.
boogaloo.
Yep.
Yeah. When I lived in Portland, when I was in like 4th grade, we went to a breakdancing tournament at it was at a library actually. And that was one of the coolest things I ever went to.
Yeah, we did it. I think it was like a talent show or something at the Winchester Middle School or something. And it was
So-
me and a few other kids doing a breakdancing thing or
So
whatever.
this is how old I am. Michael's, what used to be Michael's on Harvard.
At the
where,
end,
where everybody turned around,
Mr. Pizza.
there was Mr. Pizza.
Yep,
well,
yep.
when they closed down, they had breakdancing competitions up there in the
Oh, I didn't
upstairs.
know that.
Yeah.
I remember Mr. Pizza. I remember going in there and
had that ramp.
Yep.
they had, I think it was my grandparents came in there and brought me in there, and I was just a kid, and they had this massive pizza that they used to make, and I remember having, you know, it's kind of like the Dakota Street.
Did they have the
Mammoth.
biggest fucking arcade in there too?
Yeah, they had a big arcade too. Yeah, but I remember like eating. It seemed like they had some, of course, but they were old, you know.
Right.
And I remember eating like almost all of that or something, you know, back in the day.
Shit, kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
They had that duck
good
hunt,
old days.
the duck hunt screen, and you could rent the gun and
Yeah.
sit at the table.
Yep.
But yeah, they actually had the
You're making us show our age in here.
breakdancing competition.
That's what Mike and I do. We talk about being old
That's
a
terrible.
lot.
Back when times were so much funner, right?
Yeah,
Cruising.
They really were.
Yeah.
dude.
Well, sometimes I think about growing up in the 50s, how much fun that would have been, you know,
Right.
the hot rods and the sock hops and the, you know,
Under $1 a gallon gas.
that too, yeah. Going in there to the soda pop shops or whatever they called those places, you know, and
Being
just-
a little kid might have been lame back then because they were fucking playing stickball and shit.
yeah.
Like that.
No Cowboys and Indians back then. No.
They actually called it that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but no, I do feel like in some ways, and I'm sure every era feels
Oh,
that way,
yeah.
but I feel like our era was like the last of it, you know, the cruising and I mean, there is some of that going on, and I do like that they're doing some of these car meets and stuff, you know, now
Yeah,
that they
Like
didn't ever,
Dominic's into.
They're trying to bring some of that stuff.
yeah,
back.
they didn't used to do that, you know, 10 years ago or something like that, you know, so that's kind of neat.
Because I
That,
think everybody got sue happy or afraid of being sued.
yeah. But you know,
So,
they're different places are allowing these car meets to happen in their parking lots and
sure,
stuff,
sure.
and I'm like, that is super cool that these guys are getting together and they have these little.
Yeah, anytime there's an actual physical meetup of people, I think it's cool.
Yeah. No, people are bringing, you know,
100%.
their vehicles, whatever condition they may be in, that they're proud of, that they've kind of fixed up or done something to them, and
Dominic, his little nephew that's living with him, that he's just now getting into all that stuff.
Yeah. He actually started his
Within the-
first job today.
Within the last couple of years, I guess.
Yeah, he started at fucking Les Schwab today.
Well, good for him.
First
yeah,
job.
I always wanted to go to one of them, even with my, you know, Challenger or or one of the old tow trucks. In fact, one of my guys one time did take one of the old tow trucks to one of them.
Yeah.
But, and then even the, Jeep, I always thought it'd be fun to take and show up to one, but I just always seem to have something else going on or whatever, but I do miss that kind of stuff a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Just pull out a lawn chair and park, sit next to your car and chit chat and,
people watch, I guess.
Yeah. People watch and people come up and talk to you about your build or your vehicle or whatever. And I did that growing up, that going to the graffiti nights and stuff. Graffiti has always been a big thing to me.
I've never been part of a car show other than being a fucking judge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I will tell you, when I was a judge, I just picked the car that I thought was the coolest. I didn't care
that's how it should be.
I didn't care
whatever catches your eye.
Yeah.
But it just seems like every town, Sutherland has their thing, Winston has their thing, Myrtle Creek.
Yep.
And
Growing up, I used to go to all that stuff.
Yeah,
like Camaro, and
it's good to see some of the people re-embracing that stuff.
Yeah. Some of them were luckier, I feel like, than I was, because they still have a hot rod or something like that. I know like Ian and some of those,
several.
Well, they kept
Mark,
with that.
They kept a car of some sort, their whole time.
They didn't douche out and fucking sell it.
Well, they might have, but they got a different one. You know what I mean? They stuck to it where I wasn't able to do that. And Chris and Barry, he's always had something.
Remember the Maverick that Ian had?
Yep. That's what he used to park next to me was the Maverick.
I'm pretty sure he still has that, but it's all tore apart.
Does it? Yeah, I wondered. I know he did for a long time. Then he got the 55 and stuff like that.
Mike was friends with all those guys, except for he didn't have a car to fucking show off.
No, I had an old Jeep.
He just worked in the fucking Vickers shop with all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
I was pretty good friends with Craig Carter.
Yep, I remember
Mark
him.
McIntyre.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name that had the Chevelle, the black Chevelle.
Ryan, I think.
I know Mark was one of them. He had a Nova, I think.
Mark.
My buddy Dave
He used to be the cop, and then he worked at, or his wife owned the restaurant. Or I don't remember what his last name is all of a sudden for some reason.
He was a football coach for.
But anyway, I think he had a Nova or something.
Yeah, he did. And it was all racked out.
Yeah, and then there was a Chevelle that parked next to us, and it was as nice as my car was. Basically, they were both nice paint and everything.
I want to say Ryan,
it was black, but I don't remember what his name was. I can't. It just totally. Yeah, whether he's still around here or not, I don't remember or whatever. But yeah, there was like 4 or 5 of us that would park together, and we all had these souped up hot rods, I guess you could call them, or whatever,
Monte Carlo.
Yeah. So it was the times, I mean, even the high school, I always wanted my kids to go to the same high school I did, because I just felt like it was the best. And now it's like the worst, I feel like, in a way, it's like,
I don't want them there. Yeah.
Kids running around acting like kitty cats and whatever else,
it all depends on what your kids are
standing on desks you hear about, and the teacher's not doing anything about it.
One thing I've figured out is if your kids are like athletes and shit, you want them to go to the biggest freaking school.
Well, definitely,
yeah.
But if your kids are not,
you want them
then
to
you want to go to a small school
because they get more of the academic.
Or if your kids struggle, you want them to go to a smaller school that's going to help them get
the one-on-one time.
But like, if you've got a kid that's freaking varsity football, varsity this, varsity that, you want to go to Roseburg High School.
Yeah.
Because those are the games where the scouts are going to go. That's where your kid's going to get recruited and actually get a scholarship.
Yeah.
But if your kid struggles with school, can't get freaking good grades, needs some help getting through through school, you want them to go to a smaller school like Douglas or Sutherland, where they're going to be on top of them and be like, hey, you need to do this and this and this, or you're not going to graduate.
Oregon still lets you as the basically school choice, whatever. You're just responsible for transportation.
I just know that all of our kids, I should say, did not do well at Roseburg High School.
Mine didn't.
You just hear so many stories they'd come home and talk about, and kids standing on desks and teachers.
I can't say that there's any,
but they took so much away from the teachers of being able to do anything about it. Everybody's so happy and just,
I went to like 3 different high schools and I sucked at all of them. So, I mean,
I was never super good at school either. I mean, I made it through, and my uncle was pretty strict on me. He pretty much raised me, and he was pretty strict on me when it come to, if I wanted to do anything on the weekends, back when I was younger, before my car, going to the skating rink was the thing. I don't remember if you remember that.
Yeah.
You know?
Was it the actual skating?
Yeah,
rink?
the one that was over. Now it's a Parkway
rehab.
something or other.
Over
rehab
across
place.
from freaking Walmart.
Yeah,
the rehab
yeah.
center.
So
for-
that was the play. I mean, every weekend, all of us would go to the skating rink, you know, and I was a pretty good skater, you know, I could, you know, race around that thing and skate
So
backwards.
do you remember
and-
the skating rink?
yeah, well, I remember it, but I didn't ever go to it. You know,
Yeah.
that was back in your day. No,
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Junk junkies.
Turned it into a Honda shop for a long time.
Yeah.
And now it is a
But-
resale store.
But yeah, I didn't. So every weekend I'd want to go there. Well, in order for me to go there, I had this
grades.
little progress report
Yes.
that I had to turn into my uncle at the end of on Friday. I had to have all my teachers sign it, how my progress was, and kind of
Oh,
grade me for the week, you know, like A through whatever.
So what happened with your parents? Where were they at?
So when my mom and dad divorced, my mom moved to California, and then my dad, he always lived here, but I don't know how to describe that. He just,
Kind of did his own thing.
yeah, you know, so I lived with my mom for a little while, and I didn't really, you know, I couldn't do the California thing. I just didn't feel like I fit in. And she lived in California, and I didn't really feel like I could fit in California. I wasn't a California kid. I was an Oregon kid, you know what I mean? And you had to dress a certain way and wear certain things and all that, or you just got picked
Yeah,
on.
a lot more
Roseburg is
social-
definitely not California.
Yeah.
A lot more social pressure.
Yeah, you know,
for
they
a
were,
kid.
you had to be a certain way or you just didn't fit in. And so I never felt like I fit in. So I ended up moving back here, and I did give my dad an opportunity. And I tried to move in with him. And at that particular time, he was redoing my room, and retexturing and taping and added some different windows in there and do stuff. And I told him I wanted to come home and I wanted to live with him. And he, well, you know, I'm really not ready, you know, to have somebody live with me. You know, your room's not, you know, prepared or whatever. And I'm like, well, I don't care. I want to come. So he set my bedroom up in his living room, and, literally my bed and dresser and everything was right smack in the middle of the living room. And at that time he was trying to do construction. You know, he had his construction business and his license and all that. And he, was having a hard time getting it off the ground, I guess, you know, and I don't know if he was doing some jobs for other people, but you know, in the evenings, instead of working on my room, he was at the coffee shop, basically bullshitting, whatever. I don't know. You know.
He was trying to find his
Socializing,
next wife.
basically. You know, I just, you know, that's my opinion. I felt like he was over there, you know, schmoozing or whatever you want to call it, instead of coming home and working on my room. And I did this for months, you know what I mean? And every time it was just, he wasn't coming home and working on it, you know? And then finally I moved in with Fred and Terry, my uncles at that time, and they raised me from then on. It's not that my mom couldn't have, and I did try again in California, like I had said, later in life, you know, after high school. It was even before high school was over. I guess I tried it a little bit, but I just always felt more at home, you know, even when my parents were married, I wanted to go stay in Uncle Freddie's house. You know, I had a little Honda 50 motorcycle he'd ride me around on, and you know, he spoiled me, you know what I mean, and take me to the store, and I could buy candy, cigarettes, and all these kinds of things, you know, and you know, he'd
Dude,
spoil
those old candies were the best.
I
Dude.
know. I never ever smoked, but my whole family did back then, you know.
You were proving
But I
the
thought,
whole theory wrong. on
but
that
I
candy.
thought I was cool having those candy, cigarettes, and cigars, you know,
I was
whatever.
the same way, and I never smoked.
But I never smoked cigarettes because when it came time to where I even maybe could, I'm like, I don't want to put something in my body that's doing that. You know, if it's doing that to the walls and your clothes, well, I don't want to put that in my body. So I just never did. But yeah, yeah, you know, so luckily I never started that, but, you know, I always wanted to go to their house. You know, they lived on the river and they had boats, and, you know, we could fish, and we could just, you know,
it was the fun place.
Yeah, it was the fun place. So after trying to give him a chance, I ended up moving in with them, and they basically raised me, you know, my whole life, and you know, made sure that I did good in school. They didn't have to, you know, it wasn't really their job,
but they stepped up.
But, you know, Terry was the strict, basically, if you want to go to the skating rink on the weekends, you need to have a C or a better average for your week of grades. You know what I mean? And and if I didn't turn the progress report in at all, I didn't get to go. Yeah. And if I did, but it had a low score, then I didn't get to go. So my goal was to have all my work turned in and to have at least a C or above average on my weekly, stuff. Yep. And I got to go. And so it was important to me. And luckily he did that. I thank him for that. Yeah. And
a little structure and helped you.
Yeah, at the time I didn't like it, but so I got to go through that and graduated, obviously, and like I said, I was never really good at math and English, and I still can't spell worth a crap. And Christian gives me a hard time about it all the time.
Must be a Roseburg.
Whatever is one word, not two, or whatever he tells me, or.
Did you fall off again?
You lost a wheel again.
No, you did. It's on the ground.
You totally lost
it. But I didn't fall.
You and your loose wheel.
That was trying to kill me.
I'm going to have to buy a new chair.
Yeah. Apparently a couple of them.
I'll just bring my rocking chair down.
Your Joe Rogan chair over there is not.
Dude,
that's a nut getter.
I made you try it. It's horrible. It makes you want to tell Joe Rogan to fuck right off, doesn't it?
Ball crusher. Yeah. Well, and there's no back to it, so it feels like you're slipping off the back.
Little tiny balls.
It feels like you're going to slip off the back. You need to post a picture of that thing or something. Like, this is what we're talking about here.
So
looks like a saddle.
You need a cowboy hat.
A cowboy hat to ride on that thing.
So what kind of other stuff are you into? I know you're into fucking cars and toys and
we have some four-wheelers. We like to go riding four-wheelers, but they're more like hunting type four-wheelers. So we'll take them on campouts and stuff.
And you said you actually enjoy processing your meat.
Yeah,
and doing that stuff.
Yeah. I never knew anything about that until I met Holly, and I always usually just take it to somebody. But obviously, as a whole different ball game doing it yourself, and it's so much better.
Mike and I always do it.
You're what you're getting. You're not getting something else or whatever. Yeah. And plus, there's stuff sometimes that I think they would just toss aside that we turn into something.
Yeah.
And so I feel like you get more.
Have you? Do you guys can anything, or do you just grind?
So we have been in the last few years. So Holly and she's just all of a sudden like a light bulb turned on. I don't know what we were doing or why, but all of a sudden she's like, I can't believe we haven't done canned venison.
Dude, it's the best.
It is the best.
Like I tell everybody, I don't grind anything that would have been hamburger. Mm-hmm. I just can't.
Yeah.
Because it is so much better, dude.
It's so good. So we shred it with some pepperoncinis and mayonnaise and whatever, and make like almost like a tuna fish out of it, when we're making it to eat.
Yeah.
She shreds it all up and puts some mayonnaise and a little bit of maybe pickle juice or juice out of the peppercini jar or whatever, and some pepperoncinis chopped up in it and onion. And
you can use it for just about any recipe.
Make sandwiches out of it and stuff. And oh my God, it's like, why did we waited 12, 15 years to do this, whatever it was, when she finally started doing it, I'm like, and she even did the same thing. It's like, I don't know why I didn't think about this, because she grew up on that, her parents it was either that or trout, she won't even hardly touch a trout anymore because her dad would catch so many trout, because they grew up poor too, and so their thing was it was trout or venison, or something, canned venison or something like that. But she still loves the venison to this day. But the trout, she's like, I don't know if I might have a bite, because our son just got some the other day and we had some. And so she had a little bit, but it's done something to her because she's had so much trout, growing up. She's like, I don't know if I could do that anymore. But yeah, it's so good, and so now she's canning corn and she's learned how to really do good with that. It's like the best. And she's really having some fun. She's made some salsa. And so she's just really coming to her own when it comes to that stuff. And she is such a good cook. I just got so lucky when it comes to that, Nice. And I remember when we were first starting, people think that I've always had jacked up Fords. And like I said, I did not, I had that one Camaro, when I was young, but
Dude,
and I'm not going to lie. I've had nice cars, I guess. I had the Clips and stuff, but I've had nice cars. Don't get me wrong. But
as long as I've known you,
I've been very lucky with that, but most of those I had to pay for. I didn't. The Camaro. We built.
But I will say you were one of the only people that had nice vehicles that actually worked.
Right.
Most of the people I
took
knew
care
that
of
had
them,
a nice vehicle just had a nice vehicle. They didn't have to work. Or
or didn't have to. Yeah.
Your parents made you for.
No, I paid for the cars if I bought one. Yeah, exactly. I made those payments. But no, the what was I saying again? What were we talking about?
Your wife being a good cook.
Oh yeah, like one year we bought a Traeger and it was supposed to be a Father's Day present, and she's the one that's uses it all the time.
That's mine.
But she's good about it though.
My wife paid me forever for a Blackstone.
Yeah.
And I freaking told her forever, we can't afford a Blackstone. We don't need one of those. Blah, blah, blah. Finally, one year she convinced me and I bought it for her. And holy shit, that woman has used I guarantee I've got my money worth out of it.
That's awesome.
Because she is.
You can make some good stuff on there. I wish I had that much initiative.
A lot too, but before that, she got our money's worth out of it in the first 2 months.
That's awesome. Yeah, you can make some good stuff on there. We've got one that we finally bought for the camper, just a small one or whatever. I haven't really used it except for one time, but because we haven't been camping since we bought it. But we used it at the house for a barbecue for a birthday or whatever.
Well, this time of year is the best.
But we ended up. She just like when we didn't, like I was saying, when we were poor, basically, she could, because she learned, she could take a meal and the next day use the same stuff and make a totally different meal out of it. I mean,
for sure.
And it was so good. I'm like, holy crap.
I used to
brag about it all the time. She would do that, all the time. She would take something, make one meal out of it one day and then turn around, and it was completely different type of meal the next day out of the same stuff. I was just like, I've never seen anything like it,
That's what people used to do.
It was, that's how she grew up, and it was so 100%. Good. But yeah, she's always been such a good cook. And obviously she hasn't had to do that kind of thing for a long time now, but yeah,
that's neat.
If she doesn't know how, she does the research. She is that dedicated to it. She will
TikTok
look online.
And YouTube make you a fucking expert in anything.
She will watch 5 or 6 things until she finds something that she feels is more of what she thinks would work. I
don't know about her,
or she'll mix and match some.
My
of the
wife
different
sends
things.
me freaking TikTok videos all the time of these recipes, and all she wants is to know whether I think it looks good or not.
Yeah.
If I say that looks good, I know it's going to be like on the next week's menu.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and our son does the same thing. He's always saying, "You think we can make this?" But yeah, she's so lucky when it comes to that. Because not everybody can do that. Not trying to be mean, but not all women cook. Sometimes it's the guy that does it all.
I've got at least one ex-wife that freaking can cook like that, dude.
Yeah, yeah. She can do anything when it comes to cooking.
No, that's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome.
Very lucky when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But hobbies, otherwise, I don't, like I said, we have our 4-wheelers we like to run around on. I like to, the outdoors, I guess, just something. Usually everything that we do most of the time involves the outdoors. We're going to the coast just for the day, just, maybe walking around.
It was funny because when I was researching stuff on you, I was like, why the fuck didn't I notice this picture before? And I downloaded like 3 different pictures that I can use on my freaking newsletter.
Yeah.
But you never tagged me. That's why I didn't know.
Oh.
You need to tag Squash Survival.
So
there you go.
What, on hunting stuff or something like that? Or
no, just anytime you're wearing something that, like, apparently one of your favorite hats is an Umpqua Survival hat.
Yeah.
So, like, you had all sorts of pictures posted with the Umpqua Survival hat. And I was like,
I guess I need to learn that kind of
thing. If you tagged me, I would freaking
be
able to use that in my newsletter.
Yeah, I don't even think about that.
So I downloaded a bunch of those to use for the future. But
there you go. Yeah, no, go for it.
Otherwise, I don't ever see them.
Yeah, and I don't do a lot of posts.
I don't tag people either. I have a hard time.
I should. Yeah, it's something I need to learn. But I don't really post a lot of stuff on my page.
Your page is pretty weak.
Yeah, I do more on our Roseburg Towing page than I ever do.
You do awesome on your
That's
Roseburg Towing.
business.
In fact,
That's
I
business.
noticed you just
Yeah.
started trying to use Chat GPT.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
doing
learning
some
it.
cartoons and
Sometimes
stuff
it
like that.
frustrates the heck out of me because I'm like, no, I told you to do this,
Oh,
and it
dude,
does completely something
It's
else.
like talking to a fucking
I never told you to
dude.
put a hook in his hand. Get rid of the hook, you know?
It's like talking to a 5-year-old, dude. It does not listen.
Yes, you're totally right. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that, you know? And then it does it again, you know? Or it cuts the top of the Roseburg Towing off, you know, or the logo or something like that.
So I started telling it, I quit. I took my logo totally out of it. And then I use Chat GPT to create an image. And then I put my logo in myself. Because
I don't know how to do that yet, I guess. I learn.
I use Canva. For that.
Yeah, you've talked about that. I got to learn how to use
Chat
Canva.
GPT is horrible about actually including your logo.
Well, yeah,
it'll spell your fucking business name wrong.
Well, and I tried to post something about Rob being at this rec class here, you know, last week, and I said, I wrote a post about, you know, Rob's at, you know, rec class such and such, whatever, you know, we're really proud of him, whatever it was said, I don't remember, and I said, please make this into some kind of a social media post. Well, they post some dude that's not Rob in the picture. And I'm like,
That's
who
awesome.
the frick is this? I never even told you to put a person in there. You know?
This is the new Rob.
Yeah. It's frustrating.
What makes you think this is Rob?
We
You know?
have upgraded.
So I use,
I don't even know who this guy is.
I use ChatGPT and Canva,
That's awesome.
but I've started using some of the stuff, like I'll take people's faces out and I'll replace them with the actual person's face.
Oh, okay.
Dropping.
And,
I didn't know you could do that either.
But I mean, but you have to accept the fact that it's going to look obvious that you did that.
Yeah.
So you turn it into like a cartoon version. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, I did do that a little bit with the superhero thing,
Yeah,
which
no, it's
worked
awesome.
out pretty good.
And it works out great, and people expect it, and they're used to it now, because I think a lot of people do that, because I've seen a lot of posts that are very similar to what I do.
Yeah. Well, and then I've had people I didn't even pay attention to. Sometimes I'll tell it to say something and it changes one of the things that I didn't notice. And it's like, why is that there? That's not what I said at all, you know, or I'll send them a picture and they post it and the words are not what's on that picture at all. You know, it's like,
where did that
I don't
come
even
from?
try and get AI to put any kind of words.
it has to change it somehow, and it just can't. It can't leave it alone. You know, it's like, I want you to post this exact picture. Don't mess with it. Nope, it has to mess with it.
Yeah, and I took my wife's advice a while ago. I do a prep sheet for every fucking podcast, and it's just one page of bullet points of stuff to talk about in case the conversation slows down.
Yeah.
And she said, you need to start putting at the top of every page, you need to put a fucking reminder to take pictures before you even start. Because I forget every time. So at the top of every fucking prep sheet, I put, take pictures right now.
And
And you forgot, didn't you?
We still didn't
I was
do
going
it
to say,
today
we didn't
either.
do it.
But we're going to do it next break.
That's funny. Love
So
it. I have to take
99%
notes
of my
too.
fucking
I still forget.
posts are random selfies that either selfies or pictures that I took off the internet and turned into a post. And some of them I think are pretty obvious,
Yeah.
but some of them people.
No,
are
I
like,
love your stuff.
people
I'm like, man, I
didn't
gotta
even
learn how
know
to
you
do
weren't
that.
there at the same time.
Yeah, I'm like, I got to learn how to do that.
It's taken me a little bit, but I've figured it out. It's
Yeah.
pretty easy.
No, I love it.
It's a good program.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I got to learn that Canvas stuff, I guess, next and figure out how to.
I started trying to teach myself how to use Adobe Illustrator.
Oh boy,
That is complicated, dude. It's hard.
I bet.
And I was trying to do some like online
Proper
stuff and
schooling.
teach myself, but I wasn't. You have to use it. It's one of those things where you have to learn it and use it a few times right away before you remember. And I couldn't do it, so I was like,
Well, and you probably have to use it pretty often too to keep remembering it. You know,
"Yeah,
it's
well,
not something
I mean,
you can do
it
once
was
in a
just
while.
tough." So I use Canva now, and it works out good.
Good, yeah. I'll have to try Canva, see how that works. And
But you are doing a great job, dude. You do even before you started trying that stuff. you really do stay on top of your social media for Roseburg Towing.
Like, the main reason why I wanted to try something different was because I just felt like it was getting very monotonous, the same thing, you know.
Well, but you
Driver
do
such
good
and
even
such,
on
you
like
know?
you do like spot the tower
I haven't done that.
or whatever.
Spot the wrecker. I haven't done that in a little while, but yeah.
And I've never done any of that kind of stuff, but you do a great job on that.
Yeah. Trying, you know, you constantly want to keep trying to reinvent it or keep trying to come up with new things so that way it doesn't get dry, I guess you could say, you know.
Yeah,
just
keep the people engaged.
Yeah. Got to keep them engaged, keep something new, you know. So the spot the records, every once in a while I pull that out and do that for something fun, you know, and usually have a dinner.
I think
or
the only
something
time
like
I posted a picture on that was when they were actually towing one of my employees. We were at the store.
Or your own picture or your own vehicle.
It was in my parking lot, so it was easy to do.
He's like, I better get a picture of this.
People did enjoy that, you know. I always wished I would have got more people than I'd have, but sometimes we'll get, you know, 6 or 8 people that play that, you know, and stuff.
Cool.
But
so just so you know, if you see him do that, you got a good chance of winning.
yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
there's only like 10 people.
Yeah.
You got like a 1 in 10 chance. That's a fucking pretty good chance.
Yeah, and we usually try to go off of how many, you know, sometimes if somebody posted more than one, then obviously that bumps them up even higher. You're like, well, they got us 3 times, you know, where the other person only got us once, you know, and because it's hard to pick a winner, you know. So sometimes we go off of that, and then sometimes when you have a tie, then it's like, well, how good's the picture? You know what I mean? What, you know, what's
that's what it
about
should
the picture,
be,
you know?
Because you're like, oh shit, I could use this picture for fucking future posts.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I'm gonna pause this for a second. Yeah, now we're back. We're recording now.
Yeah, we got our drinks are full
The
again.
way the breaks work is I say that I have to pee, and then I put it on pause, and then we come back, and I totally forget where we were at, and we just start over again.
Yeah, because I don't remember where we were at exactly.
Yeah, and I will, to be honest with everybody that's listening.
Yeah,
I've drank like fucking 3/4 of a bottle of whiskey on this episode.
Yes, you have.
no way.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a
I
bad
was
thing.
trying to get Clint to drink more so that he would open up,
That's kind of normal though.
but I
Hey,
wasn't
I'm on
paying
my
attention
third
to what
tall
was
here.
happening,
This is
so
pretty
I
good.
fucking powered over him.
You're making
There we
them
go.
like gasoline over here.
No, that is not that is not as strong.
I don't know. It sure tastes like it. It must be just on the top.
Yeah, he didn't mix it. He just poured
Whatever.
it.
It needs stirred. Yeah.
That's pirate rum.
What are you trying to do to me? No.
It's called. That's the name of it. It's called pirate rum.
It is. It is.
Isn't it like
It's
a
good.
little goofy looking bottle?
Arr,
It's good. Kind of reminds me of stuff that Christian brought to Vegas.
You're walking the plank.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't
Christian
know.
feels like a Vegas guy, dude.
He does like it. He does like it. He likes Coyote Ugly the best.
I like. What's the place I like?
I don't know.
Fuck.
Never been there.
It's like Coyote Ugly, but it's not called that.
Oh, the pigs and whatever.
Yeah.
We went there while we were there.
Hogs.
Hogs and heifers.
Hogs and heifers.
Yeah, we went
Yeah.
there, and it was okay, but it,
And those girls loved me.
Oh, I bet.
Like I went the first time I went
Bet
there
they
with my
did.
buddy. My buddy's like, "Oh, you got to check this place out," and he took me there. And I wanted to smoke a cigar, and dude, everybody, lots of people smoke cigars.
we were
In
with
the bar,
a
they
group of
only
guys
care
from
about cigarettes.
different tow truck guys we were with, and that's where they ended up. You know, we had kind of like, okay, this is where we're going, because
Yeah.
we didn't pay for the taxi or any of the drinks either. They bought all the drinks and everything, and it's like, okay, well, we'll go for it. I'm okay with this, and they took us there, and it was a different experience. That's for sure.
Well, I liked it,
They-
and we went there, and
I mean, not my particular type of girls, but
I have
that's where the name
learned
comes
to
from.
Tip well.
yeah,
I mean, any place where they make the majority of their money from their tips,
Yeah.
I try and tip well.
yeah.
And when it's in a bar environment, the
Barn?
better you
Did you
tip,
say barn?
The better you're
Yeah.
going to be treated.
Well, it was hogs.
Barn environment. No,
You know what I'm talking about.
I know.
So I
I'm
went
sure he
there,
said bar, but
and
I
asked
said
them,
livestock.
I said, can I smoke a cigar in here? And they're like, yeah, do it.
Huh.
So I lit up a cigar, and I don't know if you smoke cigars or not.
I want to go
but,
to Vegas with Carlos. Of course, I always wanted to go to SHOT Show with him or something.
dude, if you go to if you smoke a cigar in a bar, cigars are excessive smoke.
Somebody's going to complain.
it's all smoke.
And I don't know if anybody tried to complain, but if they did, those bartenders were like, "You could fuck right off," because this guy fucking runs this place. Because as soon as I first went there and started tipping them, they instantly fell in love with me. And I was like, "Can I smoke a cigar?" They're like, "You can do whatever you want. You can fucking take your shirt off right now if you want." And I was like, "All right." So I fucking started smoking cigars, and I had like a cloud around me. And I mean,
Jesus.
we were there all night long. We got there at like 4:00 in the afternoon, and we were there till like 11:00 at night.
Nice.
We weren't there very long. I think we're there probably like a total of 30, 45 minutes.
I've taken that place over like 4 times now. And we were there, and when that place started filling up, where they're charging a cover charge to even walk in.
Oh, yeah, no, there was no cover charge.
People were bitching about me smoking cigars and stuff, and they're like, "You could fuck right off. You need to just move." So I had like this whole open area around me, and I would put my glass at the minute there was only one drink left in my glass, I would put it on the bar, and they would freaking forget everybody else at the bar to fill my drink.
Nice.
It was fucking awesome.
Heck yeah, they worshipped you.
Dude, they were awesome, and those girls they work hard, and they're freaking super nice.
They do,
and they do their little dances on the bar and that stuff. But
they definitely weren't Coyote Ugly girls, but they were,
Dude, the girls
they were
there when I was there were fucking hot.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Cigar girls.
And then when I was there during SHOT Show, there's like 2 or 3 different parties going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we had like people from like
we were there during the week. It was
YouTube
rough.
influencers and stuff that are having after parties there and that kind of thing.
Huh.
So, I mean, we had some pretty cool stuff going on.
Yeah. It was okay. Like I said, wasn't really, I didn't feel like my environment, but it was okay.
Yeah. I had,
sounds like too many
honestly,
people,
Vegas is not my environment at all.
That's my wife. She don't.
For one,
She went
everywhere.
once actually for a honeymoon, which she would have rather. We were supposed to go on a actual hunt. She was going to pay for a
an
hunt,
Alaskan hunt,
and
Moose
we ended
hunt.
up going there instead. And we probably should have went on the hunt, I guess, because it wasn't really her thing. Especially the people. She's not a people person,
I can't handle
too
it.
people-y, and so I get that. And I don't know if she'll ever go again or not. I really do miss her not going. Not that I don't have fun going with Christian, we have a good
Dude,
time.
I'll tell you what. One of these times we might have to fucking trade off. I'll come with you on a freaking towing convention. You come with me to SHOT Show.
Yes,
I think that'd be pretty fun.
it would be fun.
I'm gonna take Mike to SHOT Show one of these years.
Yes. Well, next time you go, you got to let me know because I want to go.
It's because it's hard to get into.
I'll
SHOT
pay my
Show.
own way. I know.
SHOT
but
Show is pretty.
At
fucking
least you have
expensive.
a way to go in there. I couldn't just go in there. You know what I mean? So at least you have an in. So I'll pay my own way. Just let me know
SHOT
when you're
Show's a
going.
week long. If you want to see everything, it's a week long.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking every day,
I'm
all
sure.
day, trying to fucking see.
It'd just be so cool just to see all the new stuff and just
It's
it would be
fucking cool.
totally up my alley. I just love that kind of stuff. Just like going to the Portland show when Josh went.
Portland fucking sportsman show is nothing.
No, I'm sure it's not. But for compared to
You've
Roseburg,
never
it
been
was
there, yeah.
it was
Dude,
pretty
in
cool.
fact, I was told for 2 years in a row, people told me, "You got to go to the Portland sportsman
I tried to get you to go with me last
You gotta
year.
go. You gotta go." And I was like, all right, I'll go check it out. So I took my son,
Yeah, I heard that.
and I was like, "There's nothing here." It was
Hot
fucking
sauce
lame
and
as shit.
alcohol.
So I was like, "But there's lots of hot sauce. And
Yeah.
there's lots of fucking whiskey."
Let's do
So me
that.
and my son spent the entire fucking weekend just buying hot sauce and whiskey. I think I spent fucking $600 on hot sauce and whiskey.
That's what you said. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a fun experience. It was just more than what you have here.
It's cool because you see some of your friends there.
Yes, that's what was neat.
I mean,
Josh
supporting
and,
them is awesome, but
yeah, Josh
I mean,
was
as
there.
far as finding stuff for the store and things like that, not so much.
No, I was kind of surprised. Even myself, I was hoping to see more stuff that you just don't see.
No, it's
just
basically the
new
same shit you see
gadgets
here.
or new cool hunting stuff or something. And
Oh yeah,
I really didn't see it. But of course, I haven't even been impressed with some of the tow show stuff that I go to lately, But, Vegas, they charge them to bring it in and they charge them to take it out. So they don't bring some of that stuff, I feel like, anymore.
Yeah,
you know?
you're only going to see
used to be able to
most cool shit.
You used to be able to go in there and buy all kinds of lights and take them home with you and just all kinds of accessories. And now
they didn't want you.
They have like a display, and that's it. If you want it, they'll ship it to you, kind of thing, or something.
Well, SHOT Show, you're not even allowed to buy shit.
Really?
You can make future purchases.
Oh, for your
but
store.
you can't buy stuff at the show.
Yeah, it's for the store type of thing, or
it's against
whatever.
the rules of SHOT Show.
Yeah.
So
but it'd just still be neat to go just see everything, all the new gadgets, and you could take the information down so when you get home you know what to order.
You get all the contacts.
Who to get it from. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I still have to go through Carlos, but it's the idea that you remember so and so that made such and such. I want that. I got to have one of those.
Remember this business card?
Yeah,
let's do it.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. No.
I would have fun being in Vegas with you, dude.
Yes, it would be. It would be a good time.
We'll trade off. We'll do it.
Let's do it.
It'd be fun.
You got to let me know when you know what this SHOT Show thing's all about and what it's going to cost us, and let's do it.
If you're going to cover the price,
of course.
I want to let you know in advance. I have to fly first class.
You have to fly first class.
He's like, I didn't realize that.
I don't even do that.
I'm a fat guy, dude. I don't fit in those other seats.
Oh,
shit. No, it's fun though. Those shows are pretty cool though.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Mike gets to start going to some of those boat shows.
Yeah, I could have went to Seattle's, but
you should do it. If they offer you the opportunity, take it.
People.
Tell them you got to take your friend Carlos.
Yeah,
there
my
you
friend
go.
Carlos, he has to go.
Tell him I'm like your seeing eye dog.
My support.
I fucking help you fucking maintain your retardedism.
He's my support animal.
Right.
He cuddles me.
Oh God, here we
my
go.
support animal is a Carlos.
Is a Carlos. What's his name, Carlos?
I'll wear a vest. I don't care.
It's a rabbit named Foot.
But you're not putting a fucking leash on me.
That's what you think.
The
I'm
leash
rabid. I'll fuck you up.
The leash was for me, man.
No. Either way, it's fucked up.
Put some spikes on him.
Fun,
Spike collar. No.
My friend Ernie's been
totally
trying
went down
to,
the wrong.
He goes to SCI every year.
Yeah.
So he's been trying to get me to go to SCI, and he wants to come to SHOT Show. So we've been talking about doing that too.
Yeah.
Which actually, he does enough.
We just need to get a bunch of us to go, and then we'll just all help cover the costs.
Yeah. Honestly, we should do it. We should do it. It'd be fun.
Especially if there's enough of us, we could afford it.
Fuck, that'd be a shit show.
It would help it, the overall cost for the room and everything.
We'd end up spending more money because we're all a bunch of idiots together.
Turn into the goddamn.
We ended up the hotel that
sleeping on the roof
at the tow show is at South Point, which is clear at the end of the strip. We're out in the middle of nowhere, which kind of is a bummer because if you want to do anything on the strip, we had to rent an Uber all the way back to town. We probably spent I don't know how much on Uber, but they didn't. They sold out like quick because I don't always know. I always plan on going, but something always ends up happening. I lose a guy or something happens where I can't feel like I can go.
Right.
So I don't book my hotel till the last minute just in case. Well, I booked this year like a month in advance or something like that. And they was all sold out. I'm like, gosh, dang it. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. So they suggested next door is a timeshare. It was called the Grand View.
Just a house? Or?
And it's basically like a mini apartment, with a one bedroom and a jacuzzi
like
tub
a suite.
And, suite basically. And then it had a fold out couch in the living room. And so I talked to Christian about it. I'm like, we can stay next door. And he's like, I'll sleep on the couch. I don't care, So we rented it and it was pretty flipping nice, and it actually only cost us like, for the week, it was like 500 and some bucks, under $600.
Probably cheaper than the motel.
And it was like $80, 80 some dollars a night or whatever it was, and I'm like, plus tax, I'm like, heck yeah, so, and it was literally across the street. It took nothing to walk across, and it was next to it, not across the street, you know what I mean? Yeah. So it was literally hop, skip, and a jump, to walk over there and walk inside the casino. And
that's cool.
So the first year I went to SHOT Show, I tried to do it cheap. So I stayed at Circus.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Which anybody that goes to Vegas, don't ever stay at Circus.
There might be bugs.
It's the most disgusting,
Might be
nasty
possibly.
place in Vegas.
Yeah.
There was a fucking couch in my hallway.
Yeah, when you
I'm
got,
pretty sure had fuck cum stains all over
I was gonna
it.
say, when you got fleas doing a circus for you in the middle of
It
no.
was disgusting. So I stayed there the first year, and I swore I'd never do it again.
Yeah.
So then I talked to my buddy who goes every year, and he's like, "Oh, don't ever stay at a casino." So that was the best advice I ever got. Now I stay at what is the name of it? Embassy Suites.
Oh,
I stay there every year now. It's like $200 a night, which is a little expensive, but not horrible. But it's $200 a night, but they have free drinks from like 5 to 6 every night.
oh wow.
They have a happy hour at their bar. They have breakfast in the morning for free as part of it. So you just go downstairs. They have like an omelet bar and make you omelets and shit.
Wow.
Which both of those things were things that I was paying money for.
You did better than I
day.
did. So so years ago, I used to have season passes to NASCAR in Vegas. So,
Yeah.
which was awesome because it's NASCAR and it's Vegas. So you get to go to the race, during the day and, hang out in Vegas at night, running around. And I remember one year I ended up renting a hotel at Motel 6. Which still wasn't bad. It was just a regular Motel 6, but it was like, it's what I could afford at that time. And this was, like I said, this was years ago, even, probably 20 years ago or something. And, it was like, I'm in Vegas. I got to go to Vegas. I could go play on the strip. All I'm going to use the bed for is a bed. I'm just going to sleep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't need a big fancy room for that. And, we're going to play all night. I was young, of course, then, back in my 20s or something. And I could play all night, and go crash and wake up and do it all over again the next day. But yeah, we didn't get free breakfast or free drinks or anything like that.
That was the best advice I ever got. That place is awesome. And it's a super nice hotel.
Didn't used to be like that though. The hotels used to have decent room rates decent. Used to be able to get steak and lobster for like $9.99. That was their draw was to get you into their hotel.
There's a couple hotels that are like that.
Still a little
bit,
but
they are shit to stay.
Yeah, Fremont Street or someplace down there or something maybe. Yeah.
So during SHOT Show, it's different than during your towing show. SHOT Show happens. It's at Caesar's Forum and the Venetian. So we're right in the middle.
Oh, that's perfect.
At the same time that SHOT Show is going on is the Avian Awards, which is the porn awards.
So it's just packed there.
So there's porn stars everywhere. Also, at the same time is the World of Concrete, which is the paving awards and paving show, which they have a giant in the middle of downtown
rodeo.
Vegas. They have a giant power equipment, heavy equipment rodeo going on.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun at all. That sounds horrible because luckily they just had
all the people.
Yeah, they just had before we got there this last time. They just had the WWE whatever there, there, and you see pictures of just thousands of people outside trying to leave the arena, to their hotels, and it's like I can't imagine trying to go through all that.
Don't even try.
That would
curl
just
up in the fetal position.
All you do, you find a fucking place to have a drink and smoke a cigar, and you sit there until all the crowd goes away.
Yeah, I don't know that I would like that. Like I said, I don't mind.
Well, that's what SHOT Show was like.
People, to an extent, yeah.
Do you know where the Circle Bar's at in Venetian?
But you would learn to maybe go to some place and hang out while let the people disperse a little bit or something. You'd learn your way. You know what I mean?
So in the Venetian, in the middle of the Venetian, there's the Circle Bar, which is a circular bar.
I've heard of it, but I've never been there.
People call it the Circle Bar.
Is it because
so
it's a circle?
During SHOT Show,
it must be.
That is like the place to hook up with people that you want to meet.
Midgets?
A friend of mine, I've not seen a midget yet. A friend of mine,
all right, now we're starting to
my
get
buddy
crazy.
Tim, he owns Patch Ops, which is a fucking amazing company that makes patches and stickers and t-shirts and shit. And he is very in tune with all of the influencers and shit for guns. Because he does patches for them and he sponsors events that they're at and all this shit. So he told, and I became friends with him a few years ago at a marketing event. And so every year that I go to SHOT Show, I hook up with him and I'm like, hey, where are you at? And because not only is him and his wife are freaking awesome people, but he knows everybody, dude. I mean, I don't know all these people. I try and stay in touch with the influencers and the people that are cool, but he's sponsoring them. He's making shit for them.
Yeah.
So he can glance across the room and see them, and they'll come right to him because they're in business. He's partnering with them.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
There's something to him. So I fucking get a hold of him every time, and it's amazing. I mean, we sit at that Circle Bar, which, by the way, you better have some fucking money because it's the most expensive place to drink ever. But you sit at the Circle Bar for 4 or 5 hours,
what people
and you meet so many people. I mean, there was everybody there from social media influencers to Donald Trump Jr. Where they're having a drink and
awesome.
Just talking to people like they're fucking normal, like you ran into them at Rumors, dude.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, and it was amazing.
Well, it's always nice when you have people that are okay with just talking to just ordinary people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not so, I can't talk to you. You know what I mean? You're nobody. You know what I mean? So it's cool when you can run into some of those influencers and some of those people.
If you follow people on social media for whatever industry you're in, that is the place to be because
I totally agree with you. So I wasn't able to go to the tow show last year, but the year before we went, and obviously, like you've said, my Facebook presence is pretty good.
Yeah, you do good.
And for the first time, and I've been going to the tow show for years, for whatever reason that year,
people knew you.
I felt like
you're a celebrity.
Yeah, I mean, don't you own Roseburg Towing? I'm like, who the heck are you? You know what I mean? I mean, you could ask Christian, literally, I don't know how many people would come up to us. I had no idea who they were, and they knew who I was and knew who we were and was talking to us and shaking our hand. And I felt like I had my own wrecked tow show on TV or something like that.
Well, and that's what you
Discovery
need to look
Channel.
for.
And
when you get to that point, you need to embrace it. Talk to those people.
It was super cool. Now I can't say I didn't feel that way this year, I guess, but because I've made friends with those people now.
Sure.
Now we just hang out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it wasn't so much them coming up to me and, oh, aren't you so and so? Now they know who I am, and we hung out.
Holy shit!
Cut off. Now I know that those people, and we now intermingle and talk and hang out and so forth like that. So it's a little bit different, but it's still pretty cool. And you were exactly right. If you get with those, make connections with those people, and who knows how far you go. I have a guy that meets us up there every year. So far it's only been twice. I can't say every year, but he would have been the year before too if I would have went. And I have learned so much from him, and I call him sometimes on a regular basis.
Those are the cool people.
When I need to pick his brain. I actually have a couple of them, that are on both sides of me. One down in Medford, and one up in towards the Salem area, whatever, Woodburn area. No, I didn't have it on my hands, but we had a little accident here. My hands got to moving, and
no. So when it comes to trying to build your business with utilizing social media, that is for sure. Once you get to the point where other people are noticing you, whether or not it's big time, whether you feel like it's big or not, it's an important thing.
Well, it definitely let me know that it was working.
And you need to try and freaking do something with it.
Yeah, it definitely let me know that it was working when I had that many. I mean, it was a lot that year. And I was so surprised that, because I didn't know they knew who I was.
It makes you feel like a celebrity, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was great. But, having these connections, it was neat to make those connections and chat with those people, because it verifies that what you're doing is right. Because I didn't have anybody tell me how to do this. You know
No.
what I mean? I've learned a lot of this as I've been going and what
You're just playing. You're just doing stuff.
But sitting there chatting with them and telling them, this is what we do. This is how we do. Oh yeah, we do the exact same thing. Or listening to them talk about their business, and it's like, that's how we do it. Yeah. It's and nobody told me, so that's cool.
Holy shit, I should be doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I haven't picked up some things along the way,
definitely.
But it was nice to know that you're doing it right. These guys are doing the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know how the towing shows are, but at SHOT Show, besides all the booths and people that are showing their new stuff and all that stuff, they have a whole floor in one of the hotels that is classes for people to learn.
They do the same thing. Yep.
And
seminars and classes. And
so
whether it's lockouts, jump starts, or just management or new software.
And it's everything from social media to how to do your books or how to manage the government or whatever.
Thing, yeah.
How to do your taxes. They've got classes for everything.
Yep.
So I was there one year and I was doing a class. I don't remember what class I was at, but I was talking to a guy on our break. And he was asking me what kind of classes we do. And I was telling him, we do the regular stuff. We do concealed carry classes and self-defense and all these different classes.
AR build classes.
I said, but what we do that's really cool is we do we partner with the local breweries or the local wineries, and we do a CHL and brew or CHL and wine. And basically, you get your concealed carry license, but you also get a wine tasting or a beer tasting or whatever. And
they were like, "What?"
And they're like, "Seriously?"
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I was like, I have people come from out of town for those classes.
Yeah,
and
I already have my CHL, and I still want to do that. No.
Yeah.
Well, and honestly, that's true. That's what happens. We have people that already have their stuff, but they'll go to the class just so they can bring their sister or their brother or their friend. And I told these guys, and they were going crazy on that. I mean, they're like, you got to tell me more about this. Because like I met this one guy, and he was there representing his business in Texas. And he's like, we've got wineries all around me. And I think if I could do something like that, it would do great.
For sure.
And so he's like, you got to tell me everything. Tell me how you work it up, how you fix it, what kind of pricing you do. So I did. And I mean, that's what.
And you don't mind doing it because it's not really affecting you. It's not in your area.
And that's what those events are about. I mean, you're learning stuff, but it's also about the networking aspects about it. You're trying to help those other businesses too, because if they're doing good, eventually you do good. I mean, it just helps the business all around.
Yeah. Well, I even when I was in the DJ stuff, I went to a convention, DJ convention in Vegas, one year, and same kind of thing.
A DJ convention would be a really good party.
It was, and they actually throw a party. You know what I mean? But it was cool because they're telling you all their ideas of what the different type of venues that they do and different things that you didn't even think about, and they don't care because it's not affecting them. It's not in your area. You know what I mean? You're their area. So
they're not there.
You're not competition. Yeah, exactly. So and same thing with the tow. We all we have what's kind of like called a mixer, and it's. I guess it's the who's who or whatever you want to call it of tow companies that go to this thing. Not everybody's, usually goes, but, you feel important and you share ideas and you go over different things and it's amazing how much you help each other because it's really not hurting you. They're not taking business from you. You're just sharing ideas.
Yeah.
That's helped them along the way. And so it's a great thing. That's why I like going to those things, is
the last,
how much you can pick up from them.
The last several years, at SHOT Show, there's a gun company called Cry Precision. Every year they have the Cry Party. And I'll tell you what, people will cut somebody's throat to get a fucking invitation to the Cry Party.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because they go crazy. They go over the top. One
Giveaways,
year
all kinds of
they
stuff.
had like this Alice in Wonderland like fucking hole in the wall. And you had to show your invitation and then jump down that fucking hole. And it was like a slide into this party. They give away all sorts of free shit at this party. It's insane how much money they put into this. But they sponsor it every year, and every year the Cry Party is the biggest. If you get an invitation to the Cry Party, you know that you're doing well.
Huh, that's awesome.
And I've been trying for years to get to it.
You haven't got to go yet, huh?
Well, the one year I got a fucking invitation,
You weren't able to go.
I wasn't going to SHOT Show.
Dang it.
So,
Tell me you want to go this
year. I'll get there
year.
eventually. But yeah.
It's next year. We want to go.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
But every year there's, and the first 2 years I went to SHOT Show, I thought after parties were just that. I thought they were just parties.
They're very much networking.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that that the parties are more about networking, and that's the important part of the whole fucking reason you're there.
Yeah. It's those dinners and those after parties that are
and
the
so I've
most
made
important.
relationships over the years, and now I've gotten to the point where every year I get invitations to these different parties and stuff. And I've got friends that get invitations to parties that are like, hey, you can come with me to the ones that I don't get invited to.
Well, it could be who's sitting at your table, or it could be who you were mingling with.
Yeah,
You just never know what kind of connection you're going to make.
Just who you do business with on a regular basis.
You never know who you're going to make a connection with while you're there.
But that, I've realized now that's the important part. So getting up at 9 a.m. so you can be at the show the minute it opens up is not as important as making sure that, because
but you get to
if you try and go to the show at 9 a.m. when it opens up,
you're fucking done.
and be there all day, and then maybe get to go to one of those after parties,
You're dragged.
you are working a 16-hour day,
Yeah.
and you're not going to make it.
Yeah, we were kind of cigar bar night, you know what I mean? And
I just
down
want
by
to
the
come to
pool.
your guys' show
And so
for
we
that
usually
night.
try to go to that, because that's a kind of a mingle thing. And I never was a big cigar person before that. It's not that I had anything against it, it just never really was. But being at those, it's like this is kind of cool. This is relaxing. This is cool. I like this. And just the mingling and chatting with the different people. And I remember one year Christian didn't get to go, and I went and I told him about it. They had this.
Did you take a bunch of pictures and send them to me? They said, "Wish you were here."
Yeah, I went to go down to the cigar bar thing, and I was a little bit early, and I seen this area that was roped off, and I seen a bunch of people in there, and I thought, well, this must be the cigar thing, whatever. So I just went in, I opened the rope and went inside, and there's like all kinds of meat and cheeses and all these different people, mingling or whatever, and it wasn't it at all. I just somehow crashed some kind of a party.
Hey guys, I'm here.
It was a tow party, of some kind of something, Mucky Mucks or whatever it was. I don't know, but I invited myself. Went through the barriers or whatever, and then afterwards was the cigar party. I finally went and did that after that, but it was kind of funny.
What's up, boys?
Yeah. Yeah, it took me 2 years of going to the show to realize that the networking aspect of it was the most important.
Is the most important, even more so than seeing some of the vendors and things like that. Not that the vendors and trying to bring in some of those products isn't important. Definitely it's the mark. The just seeing people.
Mike said he I don't know if you know, Mike works for North River.
Yeah, he was telling me.
He said they're talking about making some of the supervisors start going to these shows to represent the company, so they learn.
Right now, we just do the sales department people. They get to go to all these.
And I think it'd be awesome because
shows.
then he'd be able to experience some of that shit too.
And he can talk about stuff that
Mike hates people though, so it's gonna be funny. But there's midgets in fucking Vegas. Dude.
Hey, I'm going.
Mike loves midgets, dude.
You
should
Vegas.
hire a midget.
I like Vegas.
Midget. I like looking at them,
dude. I could picture a midget. There's a midget on that fucking.
I would sell catalogs.
That fucking
calendars.
What is that called?
Where are you
Northern fucking Rescue or whatever.
Highway
It's a
to Hell?
fucking tow show where they're all up in Canada and Alaska.
Highway to Hell.
I haven't seen that.
There's a midget dude, not Mike's type.
No, it's a guy.
But there's a midget dude that's on there that's
Sausage
fucking one of the
fingers.
tow truck drivers.
Sausage fingers. And he's got a real gravelly voice. Hey guys.
No, he does.
I'm not.
Oh boy, starting to get deep in here.
Oh shit. Mike likes midgets. I don't know why he likes midgets.
They're cute.
Maybe he's got a little dick and he figures that'll make him look bigger.
Bigger, yeah. Well, I'm not black, so.
Yeah. I just have an old lady that doesn't care, so it's fine. Oh shit.
I can't use the color thing.
You can paint it.
Shit out of luck.
Fuck. Is that against the fucking
Geneva Convention.
moral police to have black dick? Yeah, you can't have blackface because that means you're racist, but is black dick okay?
I think you'd be very popular with certain people.
Yeah.
Who would we ask?
Fucking Clint's like, I'm not saying a fucking word.
This just turned.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Fuck. Mike and I go off the rails sometimes. It's all right.
Sometimes.
That's what happens when you go on a podcast that doesn't care if they get canceled.
That's what happens when you go on a podcast and they're a whole bottle deep.
I had to
helps.
open a second
That's what
bottle.
I said. You're in the second
I had
bottle
a second
now, so
bottle.
It helps.
we know.
Yeah, I mean.
Really
Come on-
starts going
come
off the
on,
rails.
Dude, you downed that drink fast.
No,
Yeah.
half of it went on the floor.
Down to
Oh, that's right. You dumped it. I forgot.
Holy shit.
Got a
We're
little.
gonna
I got a little
have to
too
make
handsy,
We're
and
going to
it
have to
flipped.
make another fucking break.
We're
so
gonna,
I can make you another drink.
we're gonna have to make it. Yeah, take another breakaway here.
Oh, shoot. Oh, so
You're not the
you
first
introduced
to do
me
that.
to your buddy Josh.
Yes,
He was on the
He's awesome.
podcast,
Yeah.
I don't know, a couple of months ago.
yes.
Great guy.
Yes.
Fucking super fun to talk to. I can't wait to hang out with him a little on the side.
Yeah, you guys talked about going and doing some shooting maybe or something to
he
learn
seems
long
like
range.
an awesome guy. I've watched his social media. He's fucking cut so much weight getting
Yeah.
ready for these big hunts in Montana.
He's trying to
or
get me to go
wherever
do the
he's
stairs with him. If my back would do it, I would be all over it.
going. I would not, even if I had good back.
No. I want to be able to do that stuff. I do.
fuck
I
that.
just.
I want to watch people do it.
I was
and
talking
tell
about
them
that.
that I could, but I don't really.
Yeah,
wanna
I was
do
talking about that elk hunt with my wife, and I was able to basically 2 days is all I could do, and then my back went out on me, and I wasn't able to go out after that. And I hated it so much because I had to stay back at the trailer while Josh ended up coming and helping her, and they hiked like 9 miles that day or something like that, and weren't able to get into them. We got into them when we first got there. In fact, when we first got there and set up camp, we drove up the road to use the cell phone, and boom, right off the bat,
There they
the
were.
whole herd was right there. And we thought for sure, it's like, great, they're right here. And we did get into them a couple times, but just weren't able to make it happen. And then my back went out on me, on that second day. And I just hate it, because it's something I've dreamed about doing and want to do. And I don't feel like, I'm not super old, but I feel like my time's running out. You know what I mean? And I need to get this.
Well, I
wanna
can't
do
lie.
this.
What I'm hearing right now is that you have a giant swollen vagina.
That's what it is. That's what
So
it is.
that's what I hear. But no, my buddy Shane. So on our freaking annual elk hunt that we do, mostly annual,
Walking fool.
usually on the first or second day, he'll convince me to go on a hunt with him, where he walks me like fucking a million miles.
Just like you're in the military.
And then I'm
Wow,
done.
It feels like a million.
That's like the only day that I do that. I'm like, I can't walk anymore the rest of the fucking week.
Well, when you're not used to it, it's definitely.
Yeah.
No, it kicks my fucking ass.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the week, I'm like, no, you go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and start dinner here at the camp.
I'll listen for a gunshot.
Well, I was somewhat impressed that I was able to do what I did do. Like I said, it was
But you can only do it
2
like
days.
one time, and
It
it
was-
was fucked.
Yeah, it was a couple of days, and we're, you're talking about trekking straight up, to these spots that we were going to. And, I was just happy that I was able to do what I did, especially not being used to that. but I was still super bummed that I wasn't able to complete it. And I would have been so heartbroken if she got, not that I still wouldn't have been happy that she got something, but I would have been heartbroken that I wasn't able to be there when she got something. If she had, but still super proud of her and would have been happy for her, but it would have been bummed at the same time, that I wasn't able to continue on and be there when it happened. But
I totally understand.
I'm hoping it's going to happen. We actually put in for a hunt this year. I believe we'll probably draw because I have some points and stuff, and she didn't have any, so we did a team thing and hoping that I could pull her in and we can draw it.
Yeah.
And then obviously I want to get one, but at the same time, she's been doing this a lot longer. I want to see her, have a chance at it. If there's two, great. If not, hopefully, we can get her on something and make it happen.
That's for elk or deer?
For elk, yeah. And then this year,
a couple years ago, or a few years ago now, I got tribal hunting rights back.
Yeah, you were talking about that. Yeah. It's such a bummer.
So now I just use that.
I want that
every year. But I get my hunting tag every year from ODFW, and I pay for my point savers. Just in case we decide we're going to do Eastern Oregon.
Yeah, just regular.
Or if we want to go for a bighorn sheep or an antelope or something.
Yeah.
So I'm building up some fucking points.
Yeah.
And you, on those hunts, you just need one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One person needs the tag. Everybody else just goes to support that.
Yep.
So I'm working towards that, and eventually we'll get there.
Yeah.
But like bighorn sheep, those are fucking awesome. Those sheep are awesome.
Yeah.
You really got to walk.
But I got to get in better shape
one.
because I can't walk up those fucking mountains.
Yeah. No, that would be a cool one. I mean, there's a lot of hunts that'd be cool to go do, like a moose hunt or something like that would be awesome.
Oh, that's on my bucket list.
Yeah, for sure.
What kind of stuff's on yours?
Elk, obviously, a moose hunt. Those are probably the big ones. I definitely wouldn't mind. I haven't gotten a bear yet. I would like to get a bear. Josh did try to help me a little bit last year. Last year was the first time.
I talked to him about that too.
Last year was the first time that we really got on to really tried, you know what I mean?
To get after it.
Yeah. And
didn't he get one already this year?
Didn't he? Josh?
Yeah, didn't he?
No, not yet. He actually ran into one and he tried, and it like, of course, if you ask his wife, all 5 legs went leaping off the bank.
5 legs?
Yeah, we kind of asked her where that 5th leg came from. She has no idea, but
it was there. I swear.
She was so excited to tell the story.
Yeah.
But anyway, he shot at it, and he just must have grazed it or something because it went leaping off over the bank, and he never could find it. It was gone.
So have you always been a hunter, or was that just once you got with Holly?
No. But so like I talked about earlier, so my family used to go, and I would go as a kid with them, but I wasn't really able to hunt, and then when I finally got to where I was at an age where I could go, they stopped going. So I just started going with friends and people, and that's how I met Holly. I came back from my hunting camp with Mike and told her that, I just got back from camp and, came back early. And
so when you were chasing the devil?
So, yeah.
So were you always a skunk magnet?
Oh, here it comes.
I remember this.
Not since I met Josh. He cursed me somehow.
He's like, make sure you ask him this.
So yeah, we were out deer hunting this last year.
I've heard there's more than one story.
Just scouting, yes. I'm talking about the start. This is Josh's fault. So we were out hunting, and we're trekking along, and it's, like I said, probably one of the first times that I have actually trekked, anywhere. But I wanted to do it.
Mile?
Yeah, I wanted to do it. It was something that I've always wanted to do, and I couldn't have picked a better person to do it and share it and show me, what to do. And he'll tell you about, I'm sure he didn't tell you, but he's got video of me trying to get over a log and falling and can't,
the good stuff.
Basically my, like I said, I am not in the best of shape anymore, and my back and stuff, I'm not very limber. And so I'm trying to get over the top of this log and basically straddle it and fall and carrying a gun, and so
gosh.
he's got it on video and holds it against me still. But we end up basically we're trekking along and we're getting out to this end of this point where and he's going to climb up on this rock and try to. This is where he had been seeing a buck a few years ago in the past several times. Somebody ended up shooting it out from under him, which he was kind of thankful for in the end, but he wasn't prior to that because it ended up being basically something I can't remember. It was diseased or something. Something was pretty bad with it. But anyway, he looks behind me and he's like, "There's a skunk behind you." Well, you have to know Josh. He is such a prankster and such a jokester and screwing with you all the time, so he's telling me about there's a skunk behind you. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, I'm not going to fall for that, So I'm just walking along. He's like, no, seriously, there's a skunk behind you. I'm like, okay, it was like the third time before I finally like, all right, I'll look. And sure enough, there's a skunk. Well, luckily it just had turned and started to walk the other direction away from me.
That's not lucky. That's the worst.
His ass was pointing towards you.
Well, true. I guess that's true. But he ended up turning and walking, running away from me. And I'm just like, holy crap, there really was a skunk, So while me and Holly were out on this elk hunt, we had went out to this point where her and her brother had seen elk in the past, and they'd actually gotten her sister-in-law had shot a elk,
speak actual
that
English.
came. You don't have to speak actual English on here. It's okay.
Optional.
Must be the whatever this stuff is you're feeding me.
Yeah.
We end up going to this spot and we're sitting on this log and we're just hanging out. And that's what they did. They were just hanging out and elk came into this area, to feed it. And so we were hoping that was going to happen again. And we were probably there for like 30 minutes. And all of a sudden we're hearing cracks and bangs and snaps and crackles and just all kinds of stuff,
Oh yeah, getting ready.
And we're like, they're coming. They're actually coming. We're getting excited. Like this is happening, And that's what happened last time, So we're waiting and we're not wanting to move, and all of a sudden it's like a family of 4 skunks or something like that. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So they end up finally walking off and we decide that we've had enough and we get up and we start walking into the woods even deeper. And I don't know how far we walked. Maybe it was another half a mile or something or a mile. I don't know. And we stop and she sees an elk bull, and she's like, don't move. Cause she's ahead of me. And I don't see it because she's a little farther around the corner than I am. She's like, don't move. And I'm like, okay. And she was muzzleloader hunting. And of course she's never done that before. She wanted to do it. So she was all set up.
I've never tried that either.
Yeah, no, she did so awesome. But anyway, she sees it and she tells me to stop. And she didn't, it was at least probably 100 yards away or maybe a little more, hard to say. And she's thinking she needs to get closer instead of trying to see if, maybe aiming a little higher, seeing if she could shoot it. She immediately thinks that she's just going to go a little closer, Well, it finally decides it's not going to wait and it gets up and moves. So she's kind of creeping in and trying to see where it's going and following. And she's telling me to stop and don't move. Just wait right here. I'll be right back. And I'm watching her and she's disappears. She's just gone. And I'm sitting there not moving because I don't want to I'm not ruining this hunt for nothing. I'm not moving. All of a sudden I hear some snapple and crackle behind me and I'm like, okay. And I finally turn around and I finally look and it's those flipping skunks again. And on video, I'm videoing myself and I'm showing these skunks behind me and I'm like, you told me not to move. I don't know how long I could stay here. I'm just waiting for these skunks to come and get me,
That's
or
awesome.
spray me down or whatever, And so yeah, it was it was definitely one of those moments. You
So
know,
it's something in your genes.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess. And it wasn't until I met Josh, so I don't know what he did to me, but he cursed me somehow.
That's pretty funny.
All of a sudden, now I'm seeing skunks everywhere. But I got to take, the fact that I really don't normally wander around, in the woods
Sure.
too much. Maybe it's always been there. Just didn't know it.
It just finally come out of you.
Oh my God.
I'm not usually walking around in there too much. But yeah, it seems like every once in a while a skunk seems to appear. Now all of a sudden I'm
They
a skunk
you.
whisperer or something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I've never run into skunks in the middle of the day. So I mean,
Not
it
on
must
purpose.
be you.
It's gotta be me, I guess. It's pretty funny.
Shit, that's funny. Gosh, that's fun. But you enjoy that. I mean, you like even just supporting your wife or whatever for a hunt. That's pretty freaking cool, actually.
Yeah. No, I enjoy the heck out of it. I've had so much fun, especially since I met her. I've learned so much more than I could ever imagine. And then, of course, Josh and Carrie, and what I've learned from Josh and just getting to be around somebody that lives and breathes it like he does. That's
he's extremely dedicated.
That. I want to do that.
That's cool.
We do have a hunt this year that's coming up in August that we're probably going to draw for bow for deer this year, over in Lakeview.
Do you do bow?
I have shot bow in the past. I never really went hunting doing it. I just, got it and started practicing, several years ago. And then I kind of put it away and ended up selling it and never followed through because I just didn't have a lot of people that were doing it. And then recently picked it back up. A lot of my family members are doing it, and I keep getting bugged about going. I need to go, and once I go, I'll never want to stop going. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but we're going to find out.
I used to have tons of people freaking give me a hard time asking me why I don't bow hunt.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I can't freaking walk that far. I can't hike in there. But then I realized that almost every deer I've killed is like 40 yards.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you could even during rifle season, shoot
that's
a bow
what I'm saying.
instead.
I'm just a rifle hunter, but I'm like, I've never killed anything longer than a freaking bow hunt could have done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I honestly have no excuse.
Yeah. So I bought a new one this year, and I've been, dibbling with it a little bit, and and I've never been super bad at it. I mean, I ended up picking up even a year or two ago one of my brother-in-law's bows and made a shot at 80 yards. I didn't hit it exactly where I wanted, but I still hit the target. You know what I mean? And for not picking up one in a long time and being able to hit something at 80 yards, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So
I want to go hang out with some of these guys and shoot a bow.
Yeah.
So that I know that I feel more confident.
Yeah, you don't want to go out and spend a bunch of money.
Because I feel confident enough about the distance because I know that that's what I do anyway.
Yeah.
But I haven't shot a bow since high school, so I don't feel comfortable
and it was a
shooting
recurve.
one. Yeah. So I want to hang out with some of these guys that do so that I can try it.
Yeah.
Now, good practice. Now that you live out there would be.
Yeah, I actually got some targets and stuff, and
I heard that you might have got a skunk
any
target.
digger squirrels so far, huh?
Really?
I heard you might have got a skunk.
I
target.
did. Yeah, my brother-in-law got me a skunk target for my first target. Yeah, that's a joke. And then my sister-in-law bought me.
Oh,
Does it got some holes in it?
It does now, yeah. I nailed that thing. So did a couple other people afterwards, but they wanted me to shoot it first.
Maybe I need to come out to your place and try out.
There you go.
I'm surprised you don't have squirrels out there.
I haven't seen any digger squirrels yet, so I did see
That's
some.
a good thing. Digger squirrels are not good.
No.
They're
And then I did have. I bought some other targets since then, but no, I recently went to the bow rack and got the bow all tuned up and stuff. Boy, that was an experience. That was super cool.
Yeah.
Great shop. I highly recommend anybody that's into that.
Well, they're fucking world famous now.
Yeah, it was such an awesome experience.
You want to talk about social media blowing up?
Yeah,
dude, that place is amazing.
Yeah.
I think most of it has to do with Cameron Haynes, but other than that, they're still fucking cool as shit.
Yeah, no, it was cool. The guys were great. I had a great experience there, but yeah, I've been trying to dibble in it a little bit. My upper arm strength isn't as quite where I'd like it to be. So, so I've been trying to do some exercises and stuff to try to.
So you're
help
above
with that.
pussy?
Jesus.
Yeah. Yes. So. Yeah.
I can't give you too hard of a time because I'm sure if I try it, I'll be the same way. But it sounds good.
Yeah.
Actually,
so
it
is
even
this-
sounds kind of cool. Being a bow pussy sounds kind of cool.
Is this bow hunt? Is it for elk or deer?
Just deer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Josh taking you out?
No. Just me and my brother-in-law and a bunch of his family, and
They do really good too.
Yeah.
So your sister-in-law was in when I first took the
Calendar,
business over,
yeah.
we did a calendar.
Yeah.
And she was in our calendar, and she
Yep.
was badass.
Yep.
And he's married to her, so I mean,
Yep. Yeah. No, they do pretty good. In fact, she got an elk. I think it was
they've been big
last
into
year, year
hunting
before,
forever.
year before, I guess it was 2 years ago or something like that. And it was a dandy. It was like I think it was a 6x6 or whatever like that. So it was a nice one.
Mike and I are too fucking obsessed with eating and drinking. We go hunting all the time.
Yeah.
We never kill anything because we're too busy fucking drinking and eating.
Even
That
with
could be a
all,
problem.
even with all the tags that
You
he
should
has.
look at that. Yeah, here he is with a
We got tags
Indian
coming out of
license
our
over
ass,
here,
yeah.
and he can't even get nothing.
You gotta
One of
go out
these
there
years,
first.
though,
Yeah.
I don't feel good today.
I'll make sure to embrace when we do.
Yeah. We're gonna have to video it or something. Actually,
So,
not that
what
bad.
kind of stuff would you like to do in the future, dude? For yourself and for the business?
I don't know. You always want to keep trying to strive to be better, to have a really good crew behind you, which obviously I feel really helps you to elevate
Succeed,
your
yes.
success and your business and stuff
Yeah,
like
for
that,
sure.
having good people around you. I would like to be able to try to go to, more of these conventions and things and try to network more and just, when it comes to business anyways. Personal wise, just try to get out in the woods more and hunt more. And, we really planned on doing some,
I know you're doing a
bear
lot of
hunting
work
this
on your
year.
house.
yeah, trying to balance everything right now. But I think, eventually we'll get the stuff done on our house that we want to do and be able to get back out there in the woods more. And there's definitely some more hunts that I want to try to do that I haven't even done yet, and like this year I got a bear tag and haven't even went. So,
I feel like we need to go out and go hang out.
yeah,
We need to go do some shooting.
let's do it. I'm all
Because-
about trying to learn more about that and
I do a
Get
lot
better.
of stuff you don't do.
get better
And
at it.
I don't have anything that's not suppressed, so.
I like that. I do want to get that. I'm hoping that they pass that bill where you don't have to get a tax stamp anymore. But
It's
it's probably,
nothing. Why do you
probably-
care about it? That
I
doesn't
know,
mean anything.
but I'd be okay with it if we didn't have to.
I mean, it would be cool, but really, it's nothing.
Yeah, no, $200
It's
or
not.
whatever.
It's not a huge amount of money or anything.
No. I need to do it. I want to get one for my 7 PRC. So
Dude, you should have on your place. You should have like some kind of rimfire, like a 17 or something, so you could take
I
care
do have
of
one.
ground squirrels or coyotes or any of that kind of stuff.
Yep, I have a 17. So, actually, I have a couple of them. I think
Yeah.
so.
You need a suppressor for that thing.
Yes.
Yeah. But no, I feel like we should hang out.
Yeah.
I think maybe once our wives got to get to know each other, I think they would have a lot in common.
Yeah, maybe.
As far as the anxiety thing.
Yeah.
They're exactly opposite as far as hanging out with people goes. But
Yeah, Sarah's
Well, yeah. How do you
quite
have
the-
anxiety but you want to go?
I'm more like your wife, and my wife is more like you.
Yeah.
When that comes
quite
to
the
it.
social
But as far as the
butterfly.
anxiety thing, they would get along great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. No,
But yeah, we should hang out. That'd be fun.
it would be good. It
Yeah.
would be good. I like it.
We'll come up to your place and
Yeah.
freaking kill some of your shit.
Yeah. I got a new shotgun we can try on the turkeys, and
Yeah,
you probably have one too.
I got a few guns.
Just a few.
Yeah.
I'm slowly building them up, building a collection up.
My gun, I never shoot though. So
Yeah.
you probably got more experience than I do. I never shoot.
Yeah.
Literally,
I don't
my
know.
guns are for show. My employees have shot my shit more than I have.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn more about this long range stuff more than anything lately.
I've
really
not tried that. I've got several people trying
I'm
to get
just
me into
dibbling into it now, and Josh has helped me a little bit, and I'm trying to learn it. Luckily, there's some apps out there that help out a little bit and stuff like that. But it's the windage that's the hardest part. There's not really a whole lot of apps for that. So
No.
trying to figure out the windage and stuff for that's the biggest one. But I've been able to get out there and hit stuff at 800 to 1,000 yards or whatever, and 1,100 yards or whatever it was. Sometimes the first shot, you can see your hold over a little bit, and so you try the second shot and you hit it, But that's a wind issue usually, and you don't always know.
Yeah, I'm old school. I do the holdover method and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the windage and the freaking adjusting this and adjusting that. I'm not into that. I'd much rather I think I should hit at this freaking notch.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't let Mike do that.
The old Leopold
Mike
system.
can't fucking hit shit.
Yeah.
He's fired. I've seen him kill one animal in the 47 years we've been hunting together.
I didn't even kill it.
And yeah, I had to go over there and shoot it 5 times with my fucking pistol.
Go over there and slit its throat afterwards. No, thing's still moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one time we saw a good buck, he missed it like 4 times. And he's like, oh, my scope must be off.
Well, it was because your brother-in-law put it on there for
It
me.
was fucking ridiculous.
That is funny.
Saddest thing ever. It's sad when your best friend, you have to just like pretend not to make as much fun of him as you could because he sucks so bad.
Yeah. I got to make him look good. So if I do bad, then he's like, I'm the best ever.
I don't always do great,
Yeah, you do.
but
Don't know how much he's had to drink.
all it has to do, as long
Hold
as
that
you,
damn thing still.
As long as you do better one time, that's enough times.
If it would just stay still, I could shoot it. No, no.
I do some stupid shit though, so I can't freaking give him too bad of a time.
It's all
Sounds
good.
like it.
Mike does a good job of staying cool most of the time, and I'll do stupid shit and then be like, "Yeah, I meant to do that."
Yeah. Oh,
Almost shot my fucking hat off of my own head.
What?
Yeah, because I was shooting my shotgun, and I was like, for whatever, I was like counting rounds. Like I knew I was out of rounds,
you thought.
but I miscounted. So then when I fucking slammed the fucking butt down on the ground, it fucking went off
Boom.
again and like almost shot my fucking hat off my head. Like I'm lucky to be alive.
Luckily, it didn't shoot your face off.
And then my wife chewed my ass for like fucking 20 minutes.
And then
It was stupid, dude. When you fuck up, your wife's the first
They'll
one
let you
that
know
wants
it.
to fucking let you
Yeah.
know.
Yep.
Everybody else just makes fun of you, but your wife will fuck you up, dude.
Can't believe you fucking did that.
Can't believe, yeah.
God.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah. I'm sure you know about
The
that.
0-turn tractor on the hill.
Yeah. Well, you bought one. I warned you, too. I told you, don't try and go uphill. Those things fucking wheelie like a motherfucker. They're scary, dude.
Oh,
You got to make sure you got the right kind of ground for
Yeah.
it.
yeah.
Or go downhill when you.
Luckily, most of it's not too bad, but yeah, we have a couple areas where like, nope, not going to happen. I'm not even going to
You
try
got
it.
sections where like that's a weed eater spot.
Yeah, he's not even going to try it.
Yeah. Are you digging it though?
Yeah. No, it's
Like
a fun little thing, Get some iPods. throw
You're
them in
liking
your ears
being out in the country a little
Oh yeah,
bit.
yeah, it's so nice.
Because your house
it's
you
just
spent your whole
relaxing.
life in pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, you moved to California and stuff a couple times.
Yeah.
For the most part, you've been in the same place
Yeah.
forever.
For quite a while. Yeah. So it was so nice, and getting Holly back out in the country where she's used to and stuff, and having chickens and having, property and deer out
Are you
there
gonna buy some
wandering
fucking
around.
stupid goats and shit?
No. They like to eat too much of everything.
They're fucking annoying.
We
dude.
talked about a couple of cows, originally, but I'd have to fence off a bunch of area.
Raise
and
something that.
I don't know if
pays
I want
it
to do
for
that either.
itself.
So maybe someday we'll see. But not at this point. So just having the deer come in on the property and,
Yep.
checking them out and taking
Have
pictures
you,
of them.
have you put
watching
some
them.
like trail cams up and stuff?
No, we do have some. We talked about it.
You should.
Get some interesting.
I've gotten some really cool pictures when I lived out in the country.
Yeah.
Like, I've got an awesome picture of a crow carrying an apple.
Oh, really?
Like, it's a giant fucking, like, you look at the picture and you're like, holy shit, that apple's half the size of that crow.
Huh. Yeah, no,
But it's a freaking cool
we've
picture.
got them. We've talked about it. You
The
know, I may do that
bobcats.
this year.
Yeah, I had some awesome bobcats on my property.
Yeah, no,
I would recommend it.
Like we went up the other night to go back up to lock up the chickens or whatever, and there was like 5 deer sitting out there by the chicken coop.
Just hanging out.
Yeah, just
Chilling,
hanging out.
yeah.
A couple of them laying down and stuff.
Like, hey, this is our spot.
This is cool.
What are you doing?
You know, and of course you hate to go up there because you're going to spook them off, you know, or whatever.
You
But
can just shoot them, they will stay right there.
right, they won't
Stuff
move an
'em.
inch. No.
Taxidermy.
No, fuck that. I'd eat the shit out of that.
Well, you don't eat the skin. Well, maybe
I
you
have
do.
a hard time. dude.
Maybe
I
you
would-
do.
I love the beauty of seeing that stuff.
Yeah.
It tastes so
But
good.
I also
tastes so
like
good.
meat so much. It tastes so good.
Oh, it's our preferred. You know, we would rather have venison any
Definitely.
day. So
Yeah, I like elk, but
we treat it like a delicacy. You know, we
Yeah.
savor it, and you know, pull, you know,
Special
Father's Day or
occasions.
certain holidays. You know,
Special
we pull it
occasions,
out.
yeah.
You know, and you know, if we got a few, you know, if like we all got one, which has happened, then we may eat it a little bit more often.
Right.
But yeah, it's, you know, when we've only gotten one or maybe two, we use it sparingly. You know, really save it for special occasions.
the canned stuff's the best, dude.
Yeah, oh man, I couldn't believe it. I was just like, what? Why did we wait so long?
Right.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, I have friends that tell me, you know, they're like, oh, we grind it and we do burger and all this, and we do all this jerky.
Yeah, we do some jerky and stuff.
Jerky's the biggest waste of meat. ever.
15% suet in your grind.
Jerky, literally, I quit doing jerky when my kids were younger
Because they all fucking ate it. You spend all that
I
time
did all
doing
this
it.
time.
They
I
take
did
it to school and feed it to their
Yeah.
friends.
I did a bunch of time making jerky. I think I made 3 or 4 pounds of jerky. And then we went out hunting, and I took a 1 pound bag of jerky, and it was gone before lunch.
Yep.
And I was
All
like-
that time and effort.
Yeah. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
and it was just my kids in the back seat.
My wife loves, enjoys, I think anyways, enjoys making the jerky and stuff. She's really good at it. And, you know, the kids always enjoy taking some of it and sharing it with their friends and taking it hunting,
Which
you know.
I'm not saying I'll never make jerky again,
yeah.
but it's not going to be until
Need
I
to
get
savor it
my
more.
second or third deer.
Need to savor it more.
Yeah.
How many tags did you get again?
Well, I
Second or
got
third deer.
my wife's tag and my tag, and
I'm just giving you a time.
we got tags.
But
I've
yeah,
got to have a freezer full of stuff that I need to teach my daughter how to can. So
yeah.
I need to do that. Pretty
Well, even
soon.
that canning stuff, you know, we everybody does everything
A
different.
little bit different.
But we
yeah.
made some, you know, like I said, with the mayonnaise and the, you know, pepperoncinis and all that kind of stuff. And you know, we had brought some sandwich stuff and we made sandwiches with Josh and Carrie, and they're like, this is so good. You know, it's like, we never had it this way before. You know, it's like, no, it's like they talked about it for a while.
That's cool.
It's
I'll tell you one thing though, when you can stuff, like you can put whatever you want in a jar,
yeah.
but when you can it you lose a lot of that flavor. So like I did a bunch of stuff with peppers and onions
Garlic.
and all this
Garlic
stuff,
and all
and
that
you,
stuff,
you really couldn't tell the difference between the stuff that had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So
You wouldn't think, but yeah.
so now I just can it without anything, just in water, and
Just the meat.
We put it in afterwards.
yeah, I put it in when I'm cooking it.
Yeah, when we're making it up like a tuna or something like that,
Yeah.
we put all the stuff in there,
The fresh
seasonings
onions,
and
if
all
you
the
like
fixings
onions.
and everything.
Yeah.
And we use it for everything. We
Make
use
it like
for
a spread basically, and
tacos and stroganoff.
Yeah,
and
no, I
everything
could see
else you
that.
can think
Put it
of.
with noodles. Yeah.
I don't remember. I want to think she's done something with it, you know, shredded, you know, just not just sandwiches, you know.
I can't believe how many people, when I mention it, that they're like, I've never even heard of that. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
really?
I couldn't believe that we waited as long as we did. Like I said, you know,
I tell people all the time, that's my favorite favorite way to do it.
Yeah, she was kind of, even herself, she's like, I don't know why I didn't think about that.
And all that, a lot of meat that a lot of stuff that you would almost throw away. If you throw it in that jar and can it, it's perfectly good to use.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Super good.
So what kind of stuff would you like to hunt in the future?
Well, I still want to go elk hunting one of these days for myself. You know, obviously I went last year for my wife, and
I want to fucking kill a moose.
we're going to try to get her on one this year as well. And maybe I'll get lucky and have an opportunity at the same time or right after or whatever. But, and then, moose would be awesome. That would be cool. Still trying to get a bear. Haven't got a bear yet. I still enjoy just the normal deer hunting. You know, I've had my opportunities to shoot, bucks, and I've shot some different bucks and stuff, even though it seemed like forever to finally get my first one.
Yeah.
I still haven't got what I would consider my goal one. You know, I'd like to get a really nice one.
Head mount.
I got a 3-point a few years ago. It was okay. You know, nothing special. It was kind of a smaller 3-point. I've got a really nice fork and horn, but I think it was a revert where it was kind of
older deer.
Yeah, it was a nice white. I mounted that one because it was my first big buck, basically, and it had such a wide spread and unique, one of the horns was kind of curly cued, funky, and I was like, I'm mounting this
had some
thing,
character.
So yeah, it had some character to it. But obviously you always have goals to shoot a nicer one or bigger one. We're not really horn hunters, you know what I mean? I'm more of a meat hunter, but
we're the same way.
That's the way I've
but
always
at the
been.
same time, you always would like to get a nice one,
Oh,
too,
definitely.
if you can have the opportunity to do that, you're going to do that, but I'm not going to hold out for it. Some guys, like, that one's too
I'm
small.
going to let it pass.
Yeah, I'm going to let it pass.
I really.
No, we're trying to fill the freezer.
Except my idea of letting it pass, I miss.
One year, Mike and I were hunting up above my house out in Looking Glass, and we killed a buck, and we're like, let's try and just take it.
Yeah,
we were trying to take it as the most direct path back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were steep as shit right in the middle.
Yeah.
It's either
So we started working that way, and there was like 8-foot tall blackberry bushes.
dragging
so
the
then we
deer.
It wasn't
started trying
poison
to
oak.
drag it uphill
Oh, there
to
was.
go around
Oh.
these black bushes. And, dude, we're fucking old and fat, dude. We were not having it. So pretty soon, we call my brother-in-law who's down at the house. And we're like, dude, I don't know if you can make it up here, but we're dying. I don't know if we're ever going to make it back to the house.
So we ended up dragging the deer down and then turning around and dragging it back up because the blackberry bushes were too deep.
Nice.
And then he freaking hooked it onto a freaking chain and dragged it back up to his fucking rig.
Yeah, that was about a 3-hour drag.
Jeez.
And I thought
from
we
here
were
to the
gonna
fab shop right there away.
we were going to die.
It sucked.
When you get old, 100 yards is a long fucking
Especially
way.
when it's
dude.
uphill. It's like, this is stupid.
Sound like Vegas. It's only right there,
Yeah.
but you keep walking and it keeps going farther away. It feels
Dude,
like
Vegas is horrible. It's
the
horrible.
hotel's right there. I can see it. As you walk closer to it, it looks like it's going farther away.
Wait a minute.
It's an optical illusion.
That's awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Man, I've been having fun talking to you though.
I feel like we could keep doing this for hours.
We've been doing it for hours.
I
You better
know.
Stop.
I know.
Gonna want to listen to
No,
this
no,
shit.
we can. I'm just saying I would feel like we.
It's not what you were
talked about a whole bunch more.
expecting, huh?
I'd have to do this again, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part 2.
That sounds perfect.
Yeah. I hope you've had fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's
After
been
you do your
great.
hunt,
Yeah. No, it's
you
been
come
good.
back and tell us if you found any skunks or not.
Found any skunks over there. And,
No, they sneak up on him, dude.
Yeah. They just want to say
yeah,
hi.
Lakeview's got skunks too. I found out. No,
Yes, they do.
That's what Josh said. He was like, I don't know what's going on with him. He's like, I've never fucking had a Just walk up on us when we're talking.
Oh yeah,
It happens to him.
Didn't even tell you about my frog story.
Frog? You got frogs coming at you too?
So obviously we have frogs out on our property. Oops, a bunch of them, little tiny, like little
tree
frogs.
frog shit.
Tree frogs are probably or whatever. Well, I have my muck boots that I took elk hunting. We bought specifically, both of us, and I had them in the garage. Well, somehow a frog must have got in the garage and hopped inside my boot.
Oh yeah.
Well, I took him elk hunting. And I go on this hike with Holly, for like 3 miles or whatever it was. And we get back and I pull my boot off. I don't remember. She probably had to help me pull them off. And I put my feet up, in the recliner chair. And there's a frog smashed to the bottom of my boot.
Just guts hanging out.
So Carrie, of course, now she's buying me frogs and stuff, It's a joke, But yeah, I get, I'm like, I can't win no matter what, so now I got frog stories.
Frogs are better than skunks.
Skunks, yeah, probably.
You can get rid of the smell of a
frog
really,
killer, I guess.
Really
I don't know. I'm going to say he was dead before that. No, I don't know.
That little fucker.
Can you imagine, a foot's coming inside the boot? It's like, So yeah, he went on a 3-mile hike. Let's just say he didn't make it.
Oh shit! That's cool though.
I have a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah,
nice.
Well, we've been talking a long time.
Yeah,
we better stop.
Yep.
Hope you had fun.
Nobody's gonna want to hear. They probably shut off like an hour ago.
Yeah. They might have. I don't know. People seem to like the long episodes.
Yeah.
Even when we're just BSing about stupid shit.
Let's hope it was a good enough and interesting enough one that
I think a lot of it's because they're like, fuck girls is fucked up.
I know. They're waiting for to hear what he says.
Yeah, at 5:42, like, he's messed up.
He's fucking hiccuping in the middle of a fucking...
Wow.
I wasn't going to say anything.
I hear about it.
I was letting you roll with
My wife tells me all the time. She's like,
that's one of them moments. One of them moments.
I can't believe you did that.
I get to hear about how stupid I am all the time.
You fucking did it again. You were fine like the last hour.
Fuck, dude. You guys made me drink a whole bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, we made him.
I had to get into a second.
That's how boring I was.
I got to quit doing that to him.
I
was taking too many times to answer questions.
It's your fault.
I had to start drinking. Too much pause there.
Mike makes me drink.
Pause.
Just fucking hanging out with his fucking dumb ass.
Just looking at me makes you drink, huh?
Oh, anyway, I hope you had fun, dude.
Yeah.
I know you were pretty nervous at first. I could tell because you were fucking shaking your knee and shit like fucking crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you've been pretty mellow now.
Yeah, wasn't what you expected, huh?
Well, what happens when you
3 talls and with like gasoline. I really mellow. What are you talking about?
You just fucking spilled the last one. You didn't even drink it.
I sucked it off.
Doesn't count. You sucked it off. Jeez. Those are words to live by. That's going to be on your fucking tombstone. Fucking.
No, I'm pretty sure if Josh has anything to say about it, it'll be like skunk on there.
Yeah. Yep. A skunk, and it says he sucked it off. Jesus. You said it. All I did was repeat it.
All you did.
I finished it anyway.
Oh, man. Yeah. No, we should definitely hang out, though.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
Yep.
We'll go on a mountain drive and fucking meet up, build a bonfire, shoot some stuff. With
all kinds of smoke.
You guys can bring your bows and let me shoot them.
There you go.
Because I really, really do want to learn how to do that.
Yeah. Me too.
I feel like I'm just going to out fucking shine a lot of people.
I think you will, yes. Definitely.
I have a natural ability at killing things.
And stuff.
Fuck you, Mike.
Fuck you, Mike.
Oh, shit.
Die.
Yeah. Clint, no, thank you for coming on, dude.
You're welcome, man. No, it's a good time.
It was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were quite as funny as I was hoping to be, but
it's fun.
Too many serious moments, I guess.
We never had any serious.
I don't think so.
No.
We could have. I could have gone there. Dude. I could have pushed it that way.
Yeah. Thank you. No.
But I know that's not fun.
There was no tears, so that's good.
Yeah. No.
Only,
I didn't even make
only
you
certain
cry.
people.
Anybody that knows Clint knows I could have made him cry.
Yeah.
But
Just certain people cry.
we didn't do that.
No, we did good.
No, it's fucking awesome.
We'll have to do it again. Part
No, it
2.
was great.
Yes,
It
definitely.
was fun. It was a good time. But yeah, I want to make sure and thank my sponsors, Umpqua Survival and Smokeless Solutions.
Yeah. And you still didn't take a picture on our second
No,
or
we're
third
doing
or
that.
fourth.
I was just
break.
getting ready to say we got to make sure and take a picture.
I put the pen right on there.
That's why
He's got it highlighted and everything on his note sheet,
The
but we
pink
have not
highlighter
taken
says, "Take a picture right now."
it. How's that working for you?
Dude, I suck at it.
Every
I'm
break,
horrible.
we're going to take a picture after this break.
I just keep stealing people's freaking picture off the internet.
No, we got to do it.
I can take my own selfies.
We're going to
So
do it right
I
here.
always look fresh.
We're going to do it now.
But the rest of you guys look
Exciting.
Mike, dude, I told Mike, I said, send me a bunch of pictures, dude. I need some pictures. You should have seen this shit.
He didn't
It's
specify.
horrible.
He didn't specify. I said it's
You're gonna have
There's a
to-
picture
you're gonna
with
have to have
tampons
chat-
shoved up his nose.
You're going to have to have Chat GBT work on it for you, huh?
He's got a picture with fucking bloody tampons coming out of his nose. But yeah. No. Anyways, thank you for coming on,
Yeah.
dude.
No,
I appreciate
Loved
it. I
it.
hope you had fun.
we did.
Uh,
I did. we.
no, we did.
Oh, well,
You
as
can
a group,
speak
but I'm
for
talking
us.
about me. I'm not a we.
We'll concur.
Okay.
That's your pronouns.
Sounds
right?
It's
good.
all right.
I like it.
But yeah, no, thanks to my sponsors, Umpqua Survival and Smokeless Solutions.
Yeah.
And Mike,
Yeah.
it was fun having you on here.
It always is.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
Tomorrow, Mike and I are having a home game at my house of Cards Against Humanity.
There you go.
And anybody
It's
that
always
knows me knows that I've added a lot of cards that I
Yeah.
personally made.
Yeah. And it's
And they
not
are very
like those.
rank.
really, probably, most definitely not kid friendly.
Dude, there's nothing kid friendly about Cards Against Humanity.
Anyways.
If you're playing,
But
if you're
you look
trying
so
to play
lovable.
Cards Against Humanity with your fucking little kids, you're a dumbass. So,
Wait a minute.
what were you gonna say?
Nothing.
What a dumbass. Oh, anyways, I guess I'll call it. Clint, thanks for being on.
You're welcome. Thanks
It
for
was
having
fun.
me.
We had a good time.
We did.
Mike,
Yeah.
it was fucking
Hopefully it was
mediocre
entertaining
having
for
you
somebody.
around.
Mediocre,
Yeah, because you're a douche.
huh?
Hopefully somebody finds it entertaining.
Oh,
But you like me.
I don't know why people like listening to this stupid shit, but they do, and I love it. I'm thankful.
Good.
Anyways, we'll call it for now.
Till next time.
Yep.
For everybody that's been listening, thanks for listening. And until next time,